to interface with parties to concession agreement with a view to determining reasons for the delay in conclusion of the review and renewal of the arrangements for the concession of seaports. A member of the House, Shehu Koko, moved the motion for the investigation. Koko revealed that the Bureau of Public Enterprises and the Nigerian Ports Authority had, on behalf of the federal government, anchored the concession of seaport terminals between 2005 and 2006 for an initial period of 10 years, 15 years, and 25 years across the Apapa, Tinkan Island, Port Harcourt, One, Calabar, Koko, and Warri ports, respectively. The lawmakers noted that some of the concession terminals with initial tenure of either 10 years or 15 years had already expired, while some would expire in May 2021 and needed renewal to assess losses of hundreds of millions of dollars in revenues occurable to the government. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has said the prices paid by consumers for rice, eggs, tomato, and yam rose in March. This corresponds with the Bureau's March inflation report, which stated that the composite food index rose by 22.95% in March 2021 as compared to 21.79% in February 2021. In its selected food price watch data for March 2021, NBS said the average price of 1 dozen of agric eggs, medium size, increased year-on-year by 14% and month-on-month by 1.919% to become 524.47 naira in March 2021 from 518.30 naira in February 2021. Stakeholders have decried the state of Nigerian seaports, saying they are largely underdeveloped, poorly ranked among their peers in the West African sub-region, and undermining the ease of doing business. According to the stakeholders, Nigerian seaports remain at the potential level despite their impact on other value chains of the economy. Speaking at the virtual inauguration of the Maritime Group of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the president of Chamber, Toki Mabogunje, stated that no economy can be competitive in the international trade circle without an efficient maritime sector. She added that over 90% of Nigeria's import and exports to the rest of the world are conveyed through sea, underscoring the strategic importance of maritime to domestic and global trade. The Nigerian subsidiary of Accelerex Holding Mauritius, Global Accelerex, has been assigned a credit rating by Agusto & Co. and A2NG credit rating by Global Credit Ratings. Agusto & Co. said their assigned rating were based on Global Accelerex's good financial condition, evidenced by good profitability, good cash flow, satisfactory working capital, and low leverage. Gusto & Co. explained that it took into cognizance the company's qualified and experienced management team, a market leadership position. GCR, in its ratings declaration, said the ratings reflected the company's relatively strong credit risk profile, strong alliance with Nigerian financial institutions and other industry players, as well as technical support from its main suppliers. Group Chief Executive Officer Accelerex, Tunde Ogunbade, said the investment grade ratings by the two African rating agencies were a testimony to the resilience of the company's business model, the strength of its balance sheet, and the support of its partner banks, merchants, agents, suppliers, and stakeholders. Smile Nigeria has explained the recent network outage experienced by its customers, regretting the inconvenience the outage caused its customers. Smile disclosed that the outage was due to network upgrade and modernization activities that it embarked upon to strengthen its network infrastructure. The firm disclosed that most customers affected by the outage have been compensated and that others yet to be compensated will surely get their bounties in due course. On the foreign scene, Allianz said it has officially begun its 8-year worldwide partnership with the Olympic and Paralympic movement in January 1, making it the insurer of the movement. Speaking on the development, Chief Executive Officer of Allianz SE, Oliver Bate, said Allianz is proud to be the worldwide insurance partner of the Olympic and Paralympic movements. Since announcing the partnership in September 2018, the insurer said it has engaged fans, athletes, teams, and employers through health across 4 pilot markets in Australia, China, France, and Spain. Allianz presented the Australian Olympic Committee's Wellbeing Week to showcase ways to improve mental health. Alliance also worked with organizing committee Olympic Games Paris 2024 to encourage people to walk and run for Club Paris 2024, an initiative to move and be part of the games. And that was the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face in high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned as Body District comes up next with Buchi Rafwa.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Chief, wetin dey do you like this? Now, since your body hot, you don't even get blister for the side of your mouth. You don't go hospital check yourself.
My sister.
Sorry.
This one pass hospital.
Wetin pass hospital now?
You no go understand.
Now, clear signs of malaria be this. Just go make them check your body, make them know wetin they do you. So they go know how they go take treat and wetin you go take.
My sister, this one pass hospital. Live on like that. Now me they tell you, live on like that. No be the first time where they happen with this. I know where to go. I know how to handle them. No be clear eye, yo. Na village people. Na village people. No be ordinary. You know normal.
Do you think you know all there is to know about your body and how every other thing affects your body? Your mindset, your thoughts, your eating pattern, your environment as well. Well, join us on Body District every Thursday by 1 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM.
There is no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asha Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was.
Annie must announce my name before you go here. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives says
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You don't have to be in government to serve. You don't have to hold a political office to change lives. It was Mahatma Gandhi that said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So before you point out how the government has failed in service, ask yourself, are you being of service to your fellow Nigerian in your own little corner? As Mother Teresa puts it, unless life is lived serving others, it is not worth living at all. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Chief, wetin dey do you like this? Now, since your body hot, you don't even get blister for the side of your mouth. You don't go hospital check yourself.
My sister.
Sorry.
This one pass hospital.
Wetin pass hospital now?
You no go understand.
Na clear signs of malaria be this. Just go make them check your body, make them know wetin dey do you, so they go know how they go take treat and wetin you go take.
My sister, this one pass hospital. Leave am like that. Na me dey tell you, leave am like that. No be the first time wey dey happen be this. I know where to go. I know how to handle am. No be clear eye, yo. Na village people. Na village people. No be ordinary. You know normal.
Do you think you know all there is to know about your body and how every other thing affects your body? Your mindset, your thoughts, your eating pattern, your environment as well. Well, join us on Body District every Thursday by 1 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM.
right, beautiful afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us. My name is Buchi Rafua. Welcome. The program is Border District on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And as usual, we'll just take a look at some health-related stories before we head straight up to, of course, to the main course of our meal for this afternoon. Good afternoon to you. I trust you are doing beautifully well. So before I came on air, a colleague made mention of something, and she talked about how it's very important to pay attention to yourself before you think of any other person. And much earlier today, I went through something, and it was an experiment that was carried out by Professor Elizabeth Dunn in 2008 at the University of British Columbia. They set out to conduct an experiment on spending and happiness. So what she did was she gave each of the participants in her experiment $20, and then she told them that they had to spend the money by the end of that day.
Now, some of the participants were told that they must spend the money on themselves, and then the others were told that they must spend the money on others, either on charity or just gift someone, just get a gift and give to somebody, but they have to spend money on someone else that is not themselves. So at the end of the day, she measured participants' level of happiness using a self-report questionnaire. And then what she got to discover was that majority of those that actually were happy on how they spent their money were those that actually spent on others. Now, this is an experiment that was actually carried out in 2008. And I'm sure my friend is listening now. And I hope you see where I'm coming from when I say you don't necessarily, it doesn't always have to be about you all the time. At times, you actually get true happiness. Many a times, you get true happiness from seeing others happy and impacting in the lives of others positively. All right, let's head straight up to some health-related stories for the day on the program. So the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, as yesterday, he said poor investment in healthcare infrastructure across board was a major impediment to effective healthcare delivery in Nigeria. And he pointed out that the ugly scenario was the brain driving medical tourism at a very high cost in the country. Speaking at the opening of a 3-day health Bielsa Health Summit in Yenagoa, Jonathan, who canvassed private sector investment to complement government efforts, regretted that the nation's Nigerians were traveling to for medical dependent largely on a private sector driven facilities. He said this informed his signing of the National Health Bill, but lamented, however, that the law had not been fully implemented by the current administration to improve healthcare service delivery in the country. While commending the state government for organizing the event, the ex-leader urged the federal government to stage a similar workshop to discuss the extent health law, as about 30% of doctors in the country have little or no idea about the benefits of the piece of legislation assented to since 2014. In his words now, Jonathan's word, he said many Nigerians travel abroad to seek medical attention. But if you go to the countries they travel to, you will discover that it is privately owned hospitals that thrive in those countries. This was why I conceived the plan to build massive health facilities across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country while I was president. News regards COVID-19. An additional 18,917 persons received their first dose of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine as at on Wednesday, taking the total number of vaccinated people in the country, Nigeria, to 1,133,325. And this is according to an update by the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA. In their words, I quote, as of today, April 21st, 1,133,325 eligible Nigerians have so far been vaccinated with first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. The agency tweeted. According to the update, Lagos, the epicenter of the disease in Nigeria, tops the charts with 218,174 persons already vaccinated. Now, this is followed by Kano with 59,040 persons vaccinated and Kaduna with 58,026 persons. Then Ogun State with 53,314, and then the Federal Capital Territory with 52,348 vaccinated persons. Having received 3.94 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines in early March, Nigeria commenced vaccination beginning with healthcare workers. And the country received another 300,000 doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine from telecom giant MTN, an additional 100,000 doses of Covishield COVID-19 vaccines from the Indian government. The Covishield is a brand of AstraZeneca vaccine. The current phase of vaccination covers health workers and other frontline workers, although Nigerians from other groups are also getting vaccinated. My question is, have you been vaccinated? And with the goal of improving the Nigerian healthcare system, Karna Health Investments Limited, it's a Nigerian healthcare investments vehicle created by SIDA Advisory Partners Limited. It has revealed that it is providing long-term equity funding and enabling the growth of facilities, institutions with high growth potential across the Nigerian healthcare value chain. In a disclosure that was made by the company's managing director, Afolabi Adetola, he shared that the investment cuts across all strata of the health sector, even while the company is currently renovating and upscaling a better hospital Orile Agege Lagos. And the statement read, I'm taking it in parts now. At Karna, we are building the most efficient, standard and affordable healthcare ecosystem in Nigeria. Within the last 10 years, we had advised major hospitals and healthcare operators in Nigeria in various capacities through our parent company, SIDA. As advisors, operators, and users of healthcare in Nigeria, we understand firsthand the challenges with maintaining an efficient healthcare space and are driven by the need for increased capacity for the delivery of quality healthcare in Nigeria, as well as the opportunities within the industry and its practices. Well, that's all we can take from some health news reports within Nigeria. After the musical break, we'll go straight up to our topic of discussion for the day. And just before I go on that musical break, I'd love to say happy birthday to Isaiah Nkana. Long life, health wishes, and all the best you can wish yourself. I wish you as well. Just stay with us. You're still on to Body District on Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Chatu, where you go? Where did they find?
Why they ask me that kind of question? Say where they go? Where they go? And they come. You don't hit my car. I said you don't bash my car. I park my car.
my car. I still don't bash my car. Hey, tell me you don't hit my car. I still don't bash my car.
Somebody up, someone away. You don't get to me for walk or not. So that you don't ready car. Check it good. Somebody away for walk or not. Feed it or no. Begin the back. Don't for that. Don't get it.
Palava hard to carry for head. Money no the pocket for man to spend. One of my party where they hold me money. I reach in hard and say he don't buy. Another one done, they bash my car. Waiting I go do you no get the money. I can't think say this stress no water. Today now your own, tomorrow fi be my own. I can't tell my party make it con they go. Then I try to push my car from road. As I push transform, waiting I see. Now government car come bash my car. Again, you don't hit my car. I still don't bash my car. Tinombu, you don't hit my car. My own don't better. You don't hit my car. My own don't better. Tinombu, you don't hit my car. My own don't better. Tinombu, you don't hit my car. My own don't better. Tinombu, you don't hit my car.
Chief, wetin dey do you like this? Now, since your body hot, you don't even get blister for the side of your mouth. You don't go hospital check yourself.
My sister.
Sorry.
This one pass hospital.
Wetin pass hospital now?
Hey, you no go understand.
Na clear signs of malaria be this. Just go make them check your body, make them know wetin dey do you, so they go know how they go take treat am. Wetin you go take?
My sister, this one pass hospital. Leave her like that. Now me they tell you, leave her like that. No be the first time where they happen with this. I know where to go. I know how to handle them. No be clear eye, yo. Na village people. Na village people. No be ordinary. You know normal.
Do you think you know all there is to know about your body and how every other thing affects your body, your mindset, your thoughts, your eating pattern, your environment as well? Well, join us on Body District every Thursday by 1 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back from that short break. You're still on to Body District on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And, well, the song you listened to earlier, it's a hip-hop rap genre, and it's titled My Car. It was released in 2001 by Tony Tatula, and trust me, we all jammed to that song. Even till date, I still jam to it. I don't know if you still jam to it. But I guess the bigger question is actually when your car gets hit, what do you do next to secure yourself and whoever the passengers are in your car? What to do at different points in time when different kind of accidents happens. Now, around 3,000 car accidents occurs every day around the world.
Alcohol and other drugs are found to be a contributing cause in up to about 22% of vehicle accidents on the world's highways and byways as well. But then we will not just be paying attention to car accidents for this particular program. We would also be looking at home accidents and specifically first aid treatment to different forms of accidents, whether it's in the house or it's on the highway or maybe a gunshot wound. We'll be looking at all of that. Well, unfortunately, we have to go on another short break, so please bear with us and do stay with us as well. We'll be right back.
Today's news in 60.
Teachers of demonstration primary and secondary schools of Rivers State-owned tertiary institutions have made good their threat to occupy the Rivers State Government House in Port Harcourt over the failure of state government to pay their 5 years and 3 months salary. Congress of University Academics, CANUA, has faulted calls for reconciliation from the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing it as a distraction. National Coordinator Niyi Sumonu clarified that CANUA is an independent academic staff union whose vision and mission are different from ASU. The Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech, has released the cutoff marks for its full-time national diploma program for the 2020-2021 academic session. Joe Ejiofor, the deputy registrar, said that the cutoff marks were fixed by the admissions committee for departments. On foreign news, Northern Ireland's Children's Commissioner has said she is furious at the approach taken by some schools to assess grades for GCSE, AS, and A-level students. Kuala Yosoma said she was disappointed by the overuse of controlled assessments in test conditions reported to her office.
Today's news in 60.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back from another short break. My name is Buchirafo and you're still on to the Body District on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Without further ado, I already told you about what we'll be discussing this afternoon on the program. And joining me to have this conversation, I have Dr. Jolly Abate. I didn't know his name was Jolly. I used to only call him Abate. Well, I'm just finding out that Jolly is part of his name. Are you a Jolly fellow?
How could you have forgotten that my name is Jolly?
No, I don't know why it never crossed my mind.
I've always been jolly. Yes,
Oh.
I've been a jolly good fellow.
Yeah. Of course you are. Well, he will be joining me in this conversation this afternoon that regards accidents and first aid treatment for different kind of accidents, whether it's in the home, on the highway, or it's a gunshot injury. He would also be discussing the first thing you should do in cases like this. Without further ado, let's get straight up and start with the home accidents. Common accidents in the house, cuts in your hand, probably when you're in the kitchen or you get electrocuted. What is the go-to first aid?
Right. Thank you very much, Puchi. Well, let's say that an accident is an unplanned and an unexpected incident.
Mm-hmm.
So in the first place, the patient or the victim in this case wasn't expecting that to happen. So home is one of the places where we have common accidents with children and adults and everybody. There's no exception to home accident. It could happen any part of the home.
Mm-hmm.
Could be in the bathroom, could be in the kitchen, could be in the living room, could be anywhere. So, but for the one you've mentioned, when someone has a cut,
Yeah.
yeah, so you can see visibly the person might be bleeding most
Mm-hmm.
times.
Mm-hmm.
So if the person is bleeding, it depends on the extent of the cut and where the cut has occurred. First thing you will want to do in this case is to look at the size of the wound. Because the person is bleeding, he or she is agitated, wondering what will happen next. So it's always good to, first of all, calm the person down. If there's nobody, what the person can do, if he or she is alone,
Yeah.
is to want to stop the bleeding. So you apply pressure over the wounded area direct pressure on it for blood to stop.
Okay.
Ideally, if there's a sterile material there, let's say there's an handkerchief or something that is not contaminated, apply it over the place.
So how do you, most of the times they might be contaminated. How do you decontaminate them before treatment?
If the person is, okay, I think ways to decontaminate things at home, because most homes don't have what to use except their soaps and detergents.
Okay.
So if those things have been washed, they should use what has
How
been...
about antiseptics? Can they be used to decontaminate surfaces or materials?
Yeah, they can. But
Okay.
for a material that's going to be applied over the surface, is the one that should have been dry. But if they have to use antiseptic to just wet the material before applying it, that's also fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be like the first aid for a cut or a bruise, right?
Yes.
All right.
Apply direct pressure for about 20 minutes for the blood to stop.
How about when one is choking? What do you do?
Okay, if you're choking, it's a very common one. Sometimes when someone is eating, you're choking. First, you need to encourage the person to relax. Encourage them. A very fast one is ask them to cough. If they can elicit a cough reflex.
You
then
ask them to cough.
Yes.
After you tell them to relax, then
yes,
you tell them to
you
cough.
kind of prepare them, calm them down if
Okay.
you're in a relaxed mode. Then for you to now stop the ongoing choking, you can now ask them to cough. If they are not better, then you can now do what we call an abdominal thrust.
How does that work?
In which, yes, it works by probably forcing air up the trachea. You go to the middle of the abdomen and then give a thrust about 3 times, and then it will help. But basically, the cough reflex will help the choking that has been going on. But when you do that and it's not stopping, you are not having any good result, then you go on to do the abdominal thrust. Press the abdomen for about 3 times, at the middle, and you could get some results.
Okay. Another very common accident that happens in the house is poisoning. Whether it's food poisoning or your village people came to look for you and somehow you get poisoned. What's the first thing you would advise, like a first aid?
Thank you very much. When we talk about poisoning could come from various sources. Could be an agent, could be food, or when we talk about food, it's contaminated food. For instance, you went to a party, everybody were eating, and after some hours, say 6 hours down the line, and the person is having diarrhea and all that, we term that food poisoning, and there are various organisms responsible for that based on the duration.
Okay.
So the doctor will be able to say what particular organism might have caused this episode of food poisoning. Now, about the village people, I don't know about that because there's no medical antidote
Sorry,
to that.
before you get to the doctor, that's for the food poisoning. While you're still at home, what do you do to calm the situation at least before getting to a professional?
Okay, well, let's start by saying that the person must know the symptoms of food poisoning. So you were apparently well, and you went to probably a roadside canteen and ate.
Okay.
And after 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, you start stooling and having abdominal pain. Sometimes you are vomiting. What should come to your mind first is food poisoning.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
So
food
what do
poisoning.
you do
Sometimes,
after being able to identify it's food
I'm
poisoning?
coming. Sometimes the diarrhea can be much that the person will be weak. You just keep vomiting, stooling, that weakness sets in. The person becomes dehydrated and all that. So at home, at least you can use something to stop it. Over-the-counter drugs to help calm the situation. You could take Flagyl. We are very much aware of that, but not overdose. So a doctor will come in this place to prescribe some medications. If there'll be need for admission for someone who has been vomiting and stooling with several episodes down, the person might need to be observed in a hospital.
For this particular one, let me just tell you what I usually get to hear. Like when you're stooling, they tell you go and chew bread, or they tell you drink zobo.
that's the Zobo drink without any without any form of sugar or those jolly juice they add to it. Just drink it bland like that. Or they tell you to, what's this 13? Sugary. Does that work? Can that serve as the first aid for stooling?
Well, we've heard about most of them. In fact, the Gary itself, the water from Gary, I've heard about that one several times.
Okay.
Bread, I'm not quite sure of that. People have tried different things. It has worked. These are unconfirmed. Some of these ideas, if we can even turn it into a patent product, the person will be a Nobel Prize winner. So if you know those things have worked, we can channel it and then work on it and come out with something. But then those things are not first aid. Some people even go ahead to take charcoal.
Chew charcoal?
Activated charcoal.
Okay.
We put it inside lukewarm water, drink, it stops it. I'm aware of that. But then we would not recommend any of those. We want to replace the fluid that have been lost, because those fluids coming out are not just ordinary fluid. They come with electrolyte. Electrolyte are those chemical substances that help your body function.
Okay.
So potassium is there, sodium is there, chloride is there. Some of they are the things you are passing out, and they help with your muscle contraction and all that. So when a healthcare worker is handling that, they won't go that way. They want to replace and get you back to your normal self. But then for the ongoing diarrhea, we need a drug to stop it. For the vomiting, we need a drug to stop it as well. So at home, I'm sure in some homes, people have some minor drugs like Flagyl, but then it shouldn't be abused.
Okay.
It could actually work in that setting just for the stooling to stop. But then the nearest hospital is the best bet to go to when that happens.
All right, let's move on to road accidents. In cases where two cars collide and, well, there are injuries all over, people getting injuries all over the place, what would be for passers-by or people around that get to witness this accident or that made it on time? What would you advise they do? What should be their first move to help those that were injured or that were involved in that accident?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And this is common. You see two cars colliding, whether head-on or through some other means. But then you look at the mechanism of the accident. If it is a head-on collision, that is two cars coming face-to-face and hitting from the front, if those two drivers or people at front were not using seat belts, it could result to very serious accident.
Okay.
And injury to the chest is very serious, whether closed or open wound. Once the person has been hit, it is a very serious accident. But then, in a situation whereby there will be more than two people and there are many people injured, and there are people coming around to see what is going on, there are so many things they could do to help them. First is to take them away from that site of danger.
Okay.
Move them away to somewhere they could stay. But now the movement, let's be careful here. When there is a suspicion, when there is a high index of suspicion that somebody would have gotten an injury to the spine, that is one of the areas we are very careful about.
But the thing is that we might not be able to tell if they have injury at the spine or not. So what do we do?
So now, that's why this is where the mechanism of the injury comes in.
Okay.
Now, if there was a head-on collision, I'll be thinking probably it was a blunt trauma to the chest, but the person hit the chest on the steering. But where we see wound, we will probably not be on the legs and the hands and nothing to the head. We will probably thinking the spine was not involved. But when we see an unconscious person, we have to be careful. That's where we might think the spine has been involved. So what can be done?
Sorry to cut in there. Just to add up, right? Before you even start all this process, which is of course very much valid, always try to get ambulance or professional help. Try to make calls so they can start coming down while you try to render this first aid to the victims.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So that's very correct. Thank you for the point. After that, you want to move them to a safe place for those who are bleeding. For those who are conscious and unconscious, the management, the way you attend to them are different. So you check Is this person just bleeding unconscious? Is the person responding to touch, cause, stimulations? Now, if the person is conscious and is responding to touch, stimulations, all you need to do is to calm them down. That they'll be all right. Just cancel them, and then begin to talk about what caused the injury. Because you will find out that some people while driving, they were not using their seat belts. They were not obeying traffic rules. So if they
Why
are...
would you question them at that point in time? Because they might be in shock and asking them all that
No,
question.
we've already sorted out. There's something called
try to
sorting.
relax.
Yes.
Okay.
For the ones that are conscious and responsive, like they are awake, you can talk to them too. Fine.
Okay.
You just cancel them. That's another group. Now, if they are bleeding, the same technique, you try to stop the bleeding. You can use a band around where the bleeding is coming from, or apply direct pressure, and the bleeding will stop. And
Applying direct pressure
over the wound.
Stops the bleeding.
It stops the bleeding. Then you now direct them to the nearest hospital.
Okay.
Where other first aid, they will need to take tetanus injection. It might have been a while they took that, so you want to prevent that from happening. So
all right.
After you've done that, let them go to the hospital. Now, for those that may be responsive but are not breathing, there are two different things. They may be responsive, you call them, but then the breathing is not very perfect. It's not okay. The chest movement is not there.
Like they're struggling to breathe.
Yes.
Okay. What happens?
So what you need to do, you want to do what we call CPR. We want the public, an average person, to know how to check for signs of life. I don't know if they even watched this guy's trial, the guy in the US.
Chauvin's trial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where bystanders, people will say, look for pulse, access for pulse.
Yeah.
So an average person should be able to know where the pulse is. Once there's no pulse, there's no life. It means that life is gone out of that person.
So since we're having the conversation now,
if you get to a scene, but to look at the wrists, just feel you see a pulsation there.
like you place your hand on the wrist, your hand is being placed on what part of the wrist?
There you feel something, moving your hand, shifting your hand.
You have to be really calm to get this.
Yes. So you have to relax and practice over time.
Okay.
That's one of the points you can check for pulse. There are other places. At the neck, they are there. At
so-
the groin, they are there. On the foot, they are there.
Oh, really?
So many places that could be checked. So now, the other person who is not breathing, you may need to start what we call CPR, where you give 30 compression on the chest to
Is
two
this
breaths.
similar to what you do when one is choking?
No, it's different.
Okay.
So this one is basically on the chest. There's a demonstration. You need to be giving that compression 30 to 2. And you must be calling for help. One person does not do that. Once you get to such a scene, you call for help. Now, let's assume we have called for ambulance, hoping that the paramedics are on their way coming, and you are trying to do all that. The person's life could be saved. So an average person should be able to know what to do. This person is not breathing. Call for help, call the emergency services, but while they're on their way, you can institute CPR there, and it's done by giving 30 chest compressions to 2 breaths. So you might have to use a mouth literally to breathe into the person's mouth. Yes.
Like that thing we see them do when someone is drowning and you pull them out of the water.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about for those listening,
But
so they can
that's-
have a
but
visual picture?
That's on the stomach.
Okay, that's on the stomach. But this particular one is
on the
directly on the chest.
Yes.
Okay.
You just do that and you're helping this person.
And then you try breathing in their mouth.
Yes. You could use, for you not to be in danger, you could just spread a clean handkerchief over their mouth. Then you use your own mouth to breathe through that
Okay.
into their chest.
Do you have to cover their nose while doing that?
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't. So
Okay.
just cover the mouth with your plain handkerchief and watch for just a rise in the chest. So basically, what you want to do, we go through A, B, C, D of resuscitation. You follow the acronym A, B, C, D of resuscitation. Yeah. So A, you want to check the airway. For someone who is unconscious, we are careful. We don't know whether spinal injury has occurred. We don't want to move them. But there's to check for the airway, to ensure that the tongue is not falling back and obstructing airway, you want to do what we call a jaw lift. So place one hand on the forehead, use two fingers to lift the jaw up. You might, in that
Place
way,
one hand on
the forehead.
the forehead.
While the person is lying.
Uh-huh.
And then use another two hands to lift the chin up. That is helping you to remove the tongue from falling and blocking the airway.
Oh, really?
Because most time in accident situations, if the tongue is falling back, the person cannot breathe. So what you're trying to do there is to remove the tongue from the airway. So positioning is very important.
Breathe. Meanwhile, speaking about positioning, I understand there is a recovery position. What exactly is that position like?
Yeah, that's a life-saving position in which you turn the person to the left side. We said left lateral position. Just turn the person gently over to lie on, let them lie on the side.
Okay.
That is what it's called. That's the recovery. While their leg can be, so that they can have access to breathe. So that is what that position is all about. But then before moving and carrying them, you must be sure that you try and find out there's no injury to the spine. Why are we worried about that? The person may not walk again, what we call quadriplegia.
So if at all there is an injury to the spine and we do not know, let's just imagine that there's an injury. What do we do? How do we move this person?
Leave the person still. Now, instead of taking to recovery position, or you still want to help with the airway, use both hands to stabilize the head. Use both hands, stabilize the head, whereas someone helps you to just lift a bit of the chin up. Now, you're not placing the head on the forehead.
Yeah.
Your hand will not be on the forehead, so that there's no slap. Rather, your two hands are by the side
of the head.
And then you ask someone else to now tilt the head back, the jaw up.
Upwards. So it's not a one person's
job. It's not a one person thing.
Okay.
So we don't want the person to come out of the accident and cannot walk again for life. Because once there's injury to the spine or the limbs.
How does that help? If the spine already has an injury and you're just trying to lift the jaw and keep the head steady.
Still, it's
How
good to
does that
help to remove the tongue. It's a proven technique that has been used. Instead of you now turning the person by the side and then doing the jaw thrust and all that, you just do you are doing something, but you are careful not to move the head.
Okay, so while you lift the person, or before you move the person, you keep the head still, and then you lift the jaw while you move the person.
Yeah.
So it's more
You're not moving. You're not moving.
Okay, you don't move
Leave
the person.
that person at that position. Yes.
What if it's a danger position?
That's a difficult one. Let's say you're at the middle of the road.
Or the car is about to explode. You definitely would have to move the person.
No, moving the person has to do with some skilled personnel. At least let's assume that our emergency services have been activated and they are on the way, on their arrival.
No, let's not assume what is not happening. Let's make do of reality. The only help you have for that period of time are people around you. So if there's an injury to the spine, can we just keep the person's head still? Another person lifts the jaw while we carefully lift the other part of the person and move out of danger.
If that can be done carefully, fantastic.
Okay.
And then put on a flat surface.
On a very flat surface.
Very flat surface.
But for those that are not in that position with spine injury, you could actually tilt them, put them in the recovery position.
Yes, fantastic.
And then lift up their jaw while placing a hand on their forehead, waiting for the ambulance
to come.
All right.
We talked about bleeding, how to stop bleeding. Other first aids can be given at the hospital where they have to treat the wound, cover the wound. If it's an open wound, it may need to be sutured. So they have to close the wound literally in healthcare.
You'd sort of do your own practices before. We're not anticipating any kind of accidents, but it happens. It happens a lot with our bad roads, the terrible situation of our roads. So it's not something you should not be expecting as much as we do not want it to happen. So I really hope that you practice all of this and just be ready, whether it's in the house or it's on the highway. But before we wrap up, quickly, what's the first aid for gunshot injury? In Nigeria, towards the end of last year and the beginning of this year, there were a lot of issues regards healthcare and with regards gunshots, because some hospitals turned down some of these victims and somehow they died in the process. So for those that are around them, before you even take them to the hospital, what can you do to help a gunshot victim?
Thank you very much. There's going to be a very lengthy one, but I will try.
We have to cut it short, too.
See, there are
as
different
much as we can.
there are different types of gun, and there are different types of gunshot injuries. Now, there could be a penetrating gunshot injury. There's a perforating gunshot injury. There are some gunshot injuries that the bullet are just in the body; they didn't penetrate out. There are some that goes in through one way and enters through one way and goes out through another way. And all you see at that moment, you might not see bleeding or something has just passed, but a lot of damages are being done inside the body.
All right.
So, where there's bleeding, first do our direct pressure, but that person has to get to the hospital. Gunshot
First
injury.
off, the very first thing you should do,
gunshot
direct
injury
pressure.
should not be kept for any reason.
All
Please,
right.
if there's anything you can do, take that person to the hospital immediately.
All right. Well, we'll have to step on a break pad for now. That would be something we have a lengthy discussion on sometime within the month. But I just thought we should push that one out there so they know the first thing they should do is apply pressure on any bleeding surface. I would want to believe is that you apply pressure to first off stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
One last one.
All right.
If there's an embedded instrument in a wound, let's say a stab wound, there's something in the wound, instead of applying direct pressure over the wound, it's advisable to apply by the side of that object that is inside. So let's say there's an object in the body, instead of
Stab
over,
injury.
by the side.
So
Thank
instead
you.
of applying pressure on top of it, you apply by the side.
Yes, the true side of
And
the object in place.
Is it advisable to pull out, take for example,
Don't
a stab
attempt to
injury?
remove it.
Do not attempt to.
Yes,
Just
just
let it be.
and
while
take
you
the person
apply
to the
pressure
hospital.
to the side
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Jolly Abate, it's been a pleasure having you here on Body District. Thank you so much for sensitizing us on the first aid treatments to give to different victims of any form of accident. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all we have for you on Body District this afternoon. We're still on the hustle. So shortly it will be the news update, and then you get Wealth Wilson and Wisdom Obin for the rest of the program. My name is Buchira Fua. Thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget to join us next week, Thursday, for another interesting episode of Body District, 1 p.m. To 2 p.m. on Thursday. To stay with us, and good afternoon.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. The Lagos chapter of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria has resumed partially. The Lagos chapter said its decision was based on a meeting with stakeholders during which 70% of the demands were met. Jusun Lagos chairman Asiwaju Kainde confirmed the auxiliary demands are being speedily looked into and results manifesting. He said they had many interactions on industrial action with state chairman, especially with the Southwest, Southeast and South-South regions. He noted it was only Lagos state government that has shown concerns with Jusun's struggle. Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi says criminals are committing crime under the guise of the indigenous people of Biafra and Eastern Security Network in the southeast. Governor Umahi made the comment when he appeared on a television appearance. The governor urged the Southeast governors to rise against the ugly trend of attacks on security outfits, especially police stations in the region. IPOB has been blamed for the recent attacks on prison and police stations in the Southeast, but the group have denied the claims, noting that they are agitators. Governor Mahi also called on the Department of State Services and the Nigerian police to invite Nigerians who make unsubstantiated statements on social media to explain reasons for their comments. He said the comments are capable of inciting division and might eventually plunge the country into a crisis or lead to a war. The United Kingdom has said that all asylum and human rights claims from Nigerian nationals are considered on their individual merits in accordance with its international obligations. The British government states that it has a proud history of providing protection to those who need it in accordance with its international obligations under the Refugee Convention and European Convention on Human Rights. The British High Commission stated this while speaking with newsmen on the federal government's allegation that the UK's asylum offer for persecuted members of the indigenous people of Biafra and the movement of the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra undermined Nigerian security. The UK Visa and Immigration had released new guidelines on how to consider and grant asylum application to IPOB members. It further said the UK must also consider if the arrest and persecution of IPOB members from clamoring for the breakup of the country were acts of persecution, not persecution. But the federal government frowned on the UK immigration guidelines, describing them as support for terrorism. A group of ex-militant leaders under the auspices of the Niger Delta Movement for Development have taken a swipe at Ebikaboe Victor Ben, popularly known as Boy Loaf, for his recent attacks against the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Victor Matthew, who is the leader of the group, described the comment of Boy Loaf against the former Akwa Ibom State Governor as a tissue of lies, saying that Boy Loaf is allegedly being sponsored by enemies of the region to pull down the minister. Matthew said Boy Loaf should have addressed his personal problems with Akpabio instead of allowing himself to be used by some persons. Matthew, in a statement circulated in the media, said Akpabio's stirring performance has become a nightmare for some persons. The ex-militant leader further asked Boy Loaf to tender his unreserved apology to Akpabio for associating the minister with tribalism and claiming that his ministry and the NDDC had become an extension of Akwa Ibom State Government House. On the foreign scene, a bomb explosion at a luxury hotel in Pakistani city of Quetta has killed at least 4 people and wounded 12. The Chinese ambassador to Pakistan is suspected to have been the target of the attack in the car park of the Serena Hotel. He is understood to be Quetta, the capital of Balochistan province near the Afghan border, but was not present. Balochistan is home to several armed groups, including Islamic extremists and separationists. The separationists want independence from the rest of Pakistan and oppose major Chinese infrastructure projects in the area. The Pakistani Taliban said it was behind Wednesday's attack at the hotel in Quetta without giving reason. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson, and don't go anywhere as today's hustle comes up shortly with Wisdom, Obina, and Wealth.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
There is no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asher Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was.
Annie must announce my name before you go here. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives has
Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
My bags, I ain't coming.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, a beautiful afternoon to everybody listening. 11 minutes gone past 2 o'clock, and it is time for us to get into the hustle. For those people who do not know, this time on radio is when we get to do the show or the program called Today's Hustle. And on Today's Hustle, we talk about issues or topics that have to do with our own state. We talk about issues that affect us personally as individuals and indigene within the Niger Delta, within River State, and of course within Nigeria. And I definitely would not be doing the show alone. I have with me Wisdom Obina. Good afternoon, Wisdom Obina.
Good afternoon to you, Wealth. Good afternoon to the beautiful city. It's World Earth Day. And as much as we have our own issues here in Nigeria, it's the whole world that are commemorating April 22nd as World
International Mother Earth Day.
Exactly. In 2009, they decided to pick today as a day to commemorate that. And today's theme here is Restore Our Earth. And you want to stay in Ogoni and ask that question, maybe in Kana, and ask, please.
Well, according to the UN, they say commits to restoring the planet. And, this is very, very important, really, because when you look around, you find that there's been too many activities that have degraded the earth and the atmosphere. I mean, we're looking at the further depletion of the ozone layer. We're looking at different industrial activities within our environment that of course cause a limitation to the livelihood of people within, and of course the health, the health sector as well of individuals. I mean, in River State here, we're still complaining about black soot. You go to places like Ogoni and the Riverine area, you see people complain about, their livelihood being taken away from them because of oil spill and what have you. Farmlands have been, disrupted and destroyed because of different industrial activities. And I really do think that, days such as this one set aside for us to remember that the earth is our home and we must keep it safe is very significant. By significant, I mean not just celebrating it for just one day, but having, taking into cognizance the fact that we all have to, every time put in effort to restoring and ensuring that our environment and the earth in general is safe for us all.
All right. As much as we are hoping that everything becomes better generally generally, you want to stay in Nigeria and you ask yourself what part of the earth is really working. The air, the land, the waterways, we're having issues, and of course spillages here and there, farms being decimated, and globally now our ozone layer being depleted really, and it's not getting funny at all. But anyway, we would definitely be praying. That's what we do most times here.
We would just pray. We would act
we definitely
as well,
be
really.
praying as much as pushing our governments and our different leaders and stakeholders in the climate industry, and of course in terms of our geography too, to see how they can do to get things going the right way. And not forgetting our forest, because we are getting lots of animals going extinct, deforestation going on, and what have you.
Well, I do think that a day like this is one that should be remembered by government officials. I mean, you go back to the Constitution and you check the economic laws that we have and environmental laws rather that we have, and start to kick those policies into motion. You can't have, industries and companies come in and continue to degrade the environment in which we all find our livelihood from. And it makes no sense. And the people as well, I really do hope that it's not just a post on social media day for us. I hope that we all individually start to learn how to keep our environment clean. Do not dispose things indiscriminately, and, just try as much as you can to keep a cleaner and safer environment for yourself, because it doesn't just affect you, right? It's not just an eyesore, the kind of things or our wastefulness or our style of disposing waste, but then it also affects the atmosphere as well. So all round it affects us. So hopefully we understand that the earth is our home and we must commit to restoring the earth.
Absolutely. And just as she said, to add to that, we must also take it as a responsibility. It's not just about the state government or the federal government. From your little cycle or your little domain, try to see that you treat the environment with some level of respect. The earth as a whole is our home, and we have nowhere else to go. They've been trying everything on Mars, but maybe it might take the next 50 years for that to start happening well enough. For Mars
if we're
to
not
work.
able to even save the Earth, what makes us believe that when we move to
We'll be able
someplace
to
else or another planet,
Mars.
it will become better?
All right. Well, we will be going over to our topic of discussion this afternoon. It's been okay. It's been like a week or two now since the institution of a Bubagu security outfit, C4I here in Rivers State. I think it was 1 week later or something. The interval between C4I, Ibubagu, Amotekuntu at some point earlier on, and different questions have continued as to, and of course solutions to, as to the reasons for insecurity in Nigeria. Now, if you take flashback a little bit, or maybe go back in memory and in time and look at what we had 5-7 years ago, it seems like this is not the beginning. We're probably looking at it as a today thing, but it's been deteriorating since maybe 2013, 2010, the little days when we had the Boko Haram insurgents. We can even go back to days when we used to have the issues with the militants and all that, but it's been degenerating till we have gotten to this level. And stakeholders have been preferring solutions. They've been trying to say different things. Why is it that you stay in Rivers State? It becomes a problem to get across some places because of course, insecurity, because it's not just a Nigerian thing. Within us here in Rivers State, we know the challenges we've faced. Now we have OSPAC, C4I, Neighborhood Watch, and even the police force. It wasn't always that way. We just had the police force whose job then, primary duty, was to prevent crime. And we had the army who come in when it is most necessary to fend off issues, especially external aggression. But these days is no longer the same. It seems like we have one big problem staring us in the face. It has actually affected. I was listening to the news this morning. It was even a report, and 30 people were killed in Zamfara State, and the leader of the community was saying that here 20 people, here at least 10 people, here at least over 30 people. Not even certain about the exact number. And some people have said maybe we should look beyond fighting with the gun. We should start looking at other places where we've gone wrong as to plug in the screws to solve this, to actually solve the problem. Look at Rivers State. We have issues in Emoha. We have a OSPAC. Here we have SPAC. We raised up these committees and security outfits. But at the end of the day, are we not probably trying to solve I would say a problem that seems permanent with a temporary stopgap solution? One man who was talking this morning was Dave Umahi, the governor of Ebonyi State, the man who did decamp to APC and from the PDP. So I would say he's part of the two sections, because he was a PDP member until last year when he moved to the APC. So he knows a lot about the two parties, and for me, he looks neutral, because, not neutral, but he has, just like a mother and a father, he was born by the two parents. So he can't tell me he's now automatically an APC member, so everything in the PDP is history. Well, he was talking about the fact that the unpatriotism in our leaders and the comments they make might actually be what is fueling the insecurity in Nigeria. Now, he did, in a lengthy interview, he did go down to the state governments, the local governments, as much as every stakeholder who is a leader. Talk about the senators, what have you, who are leading in one capacity or the other, and the comments they normally make. He even went down to social media. Well, I think it's best we listen to him before I get Wealth to delve into this particular one, and we also get your thoughts on this issue. Let's listen to Governor Dave Umahi. Some people have already started thinking that he might have some ulterior motives inside, maybe to run for presidency with that quick switch to the APC. We'll listen to Dave Umahi, and we'll be back to dissect everything he did talk about, and of course, see if he has a point and he has a reason for what he said.
Of a lot of us. We leaders, we come out, in television, and then we speak, indict other regions, we speak against other regions. We pick on, on the leader of the country, and then castigate the leader of the country and all kinds of stuff. There's no patriotism at all. And so the way to prevent this thing is that if you are making, unsubstantiated, statements in the social media, the police, the SSS, you should be invited to explain. And this is no politics. Because the country cannot fold their hands and allow people to plunge, the country into another war. This is very important. And this is one area, because I was told that one of the, world wars started with a family quarrel. And so if you are making a statement in social media and they call it freedom of speech, you must come to the law to substantiate it. What I have back in the state now the communal crisis would have stopped. But for the politicians who are making unguarded accusations and statements in social media, and then people outside the state who darken counsel without knowledge, we just cash on that and the emotion will rise and the problem will continue. So this is the problem. And when we talk about police, preventing and doing this and that, you see, security is everybody's problem. People move up and down with police, going to host events, host this, and then talk in such a manner that is dividing this country. It should not be allowed to be so. Never in the history of this country have we been so divided because of politics, because people want power by all means. So preventing crime is the duty of everybody. And even if you multiply police by 1,000 in this country, and for freedom of speech, for somebody in the name of politics to plunge the country into crisis, I think there is a need for the leaders, politicians, that my patriotism is not to my conscience, nor to my president, nor to my state, but it's to my country. Until we leaders of this country begin to have patriotism, that is rooted to the existence of this country and to our children, and to the unborn children of this nation, that is where we begin to say we have a country.
All right, welcome back. That was the governor of Ebonyi State and the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, Dave Umahi, talking about the fact that patriotism, especially from the comments made by leaders, has actually been one of the problems and one of the little, not little now, but one of the problems we would have to deal with if we want to arrest insecurity. But Wealth Wilson, reactions, I mean, this was just around 11 a.m. or 12 a.m. this morning, around 11 a.m. or thereabouts, when he actually granted this interview. Reactions already coming in and what have you. But quickly, let me get your thoughts.
Talking about reactions, a good number of persons who had listened to the governor, SERAP as an organization included, have come out to say that, I mean, the governor's statement, though carries some sort or a level of truth, still has an iota of, inward conflict amongst it, or within it rather. And that why I would say so is because of their 25 minutes post some time ago on Twitter that urging the governor of Ebonyi State to immediately withdraw his illegal call on Nigerian security agents to invite Nigerians who simply are peacefully exercising their rights on social media. That's by pointing out what or who is responsible for the unrest or insecurity within an area. Now, we understand that for a long time now, our comments and our different stance as to what and who is responsible for where we are as a country has always been divided, right? We have people within different regions pointing hands or, calling names that, of course, would spark a lot of reactions. But when he talked about politicians making certain statements, I do think that that's important. One key thing that he said that I really took note of, we have too many politicians who, one way or another, directly or indirectly, incite the people. And they do not know. Sometimes, at least that's what they pretend to, that's how they pretend, like they do not know. I wouldn't really know if they actually directly want to do this or, the intention behind whatever they say is to really incite. I wouldn't really know. But then
We have politicians who've made unguarded statements once or twice, whether on that religious guys or even political guys, and all of these things cause some sort of uproar from people, especially the reacting end of whatever statement it is. So I do think that what he said about politicians and political stakeholders taking note and making sure that whatever they say do not cause any kind of grief or a separatist agenda in the minds of people. That's a very key fact in whatever in the comment he made. But then moving on from there, the cause of insecurity in the country can be likened to a good number of things. Cause of the division and the
an opportunity to probably water
push
down
an agenda.
Of course, and in the process of doing that, you're probably inciting people. But do you think our leaders really have understanding of the fact that the office they wield should come with some sort of restraint when it comes to their words?
There's something you said about having these people talk and sometimes not really knowing whether or not their statement have the strength to incite or cause some sort of uproar. I want to believe otherwise. I think they actually do know, because we have a kind of blind followership system in the country, and I think a good number of these politicians or influencers, as the case may be, understand the kind of followership that they have. And sometimes, even though they do not come out to say that they were intentional about what they said, they actually know that what they say would have a ripple effect in the minds of people who are listening. So I do think that they have a clear understanding of that situation. But the problem is, do we have people or followers who are able to draw the line between someone who is trying to be an extremist with their agenda or somebody who actually has the interests of the overall nation in mind? That's the problem. We have followership that is not able to point out that particular distinction. We have a followership where it is whatever the person that you like or believe in says that turns out to be the truth. And that's what is the problem at this point in time. It's not the politicians who do not understand the gravity of what they say and the ripple effects that it would cause. It is the people who do not really understand that there should be a line, a thin line between that which is right from any government body that they support and that which is wrong, pointing to the fact that they should understand that their leaders or the people that they follow through with sometimes have personal agenda, and it is through their followership and their support that this agenda is being passed on. So I do think that it is a case of followers and not even the leaders. But we'll go on this short commercial. Right after this commercial, we would continue to talk about statements and positions of political leaders in the country and how it has caused us to be where we are currently in Nigeria.
All right, stay with us. It's still today's hustle on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM.
She no like it, got on naughty, but she go chop if you give her cucumber. Waka from Transamadi.
No day waka from Transamadi again. No, you fit fly from Port Harcourt, go any part of the world with the gadget you fit fly travel packages. Then where we get from Kenya to Dubai. This now in partnership with the Miss Port Harcourt City Beauty Pageant. As we join body with all the fine queens them, go party for inside Kenya and Dubai from the 12th to go reach the 18th of May. We just shaking money of 670,000. You fit get your return flight ticket, hotel accommodation, airport transfer, Kenya and Dubai visa, menu we be saying and feed yourself, plus including a correct VIP ticket to Miss Port Harcourt City Show live inside the city of Port Harcourt, plus including a free visa application to America. Or you call our number to know more information. The number is 090-185-851-77. The number again is 090-185-851-77. Our office now for 49 in Warfare Road, opposite First Bank off Adajord by Pepperoni, here for inside Pitakwa. You fit fly. Niger number 1 for travel matter and Matthias.
Don't play me your tape for artillery.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, and we return, and it's still today's hustle on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, wisdom and wealth in the building. Make do you think it has in any way helped insecurity issues in the country? And of course, like I said, in the state and local
of this, they would say it's part of the about this particular person or this politician or this group until I have facts or proofs, something to prove what I'm saying, right? So I really do not know. If you say let us contain what happens within the social media, it would look as though somebody somewhere is trying to stifle the voice of the people, right? And then if you say let's leave it open and free for all, it looks as though you've given them too much liberty. So I do think that what happens at this point in time is the security agencies, those in charge of whatever kind of information that is being disseminated around, DSS for instance, if somebody puts up a social media message that of course does not have any right backing, of course you should be invited for questioning, as Dave Umahi puts it. So the thing is, we should all understand where our rights start and stop. Right? You can't say because it's your fundamental human right, you can say, okay, all Hausas are terrorists or all Igbos are IPOB members, right? Because you feel that is you expressing yourself or how you feel or perceive a particular incident or occasion within the country. So I do think that once we're able to understand that, it will be easier for us to understand the kind of information that we put out there.
All right. Lastly, before we open the phone lines, he talked about patriotism. You look at our leaders today and you might want to think maybe he has a point, but maybe he doesn't. But he says we are at a height of division that is unparalleled in our history as a people, where we have antagonizing sets from the west, the north, the east, the south. But let's look at our leaders. Let's just leave the people out for now. Now, well, do you think our leaders are patriotic enough? I mean, holistically now, I'm not saying look at a particular sect. Do you think our leaders are patriotic enough for the unity and success of this nation?
Is it the Nigerian patriotism or the actual patriotism that you're asking?
Of course, patriotism for
because in Nigeria,
there's a Nigerian patriotism.
In Nigeria, you are only devoted or patriotic to what you believe should be
your interest,
right? So it is now relative. And sometimes this patriotism is not pointed towards the unity or the stability of the country, right? So I do think that our leaders are in all sense not patriotic enough, right? Because I've seen a good number of them make certain statements without even thinking. I mean, the issue that we have with Pantami now, do you want to tell me that when he made the statement, it was patriotic for the interest of the country? I mean, see how it's coming back to bite him, right? So I do think that our leaders, for one, are not patriotic enough, and the people, on the other hand, do not even understand the essence of patriotism in any kind of thing at all.
All right, so we open the phone lines and get your opinion on what we've talked about so far. Dave Umahi saying unpatriotism, and of course unpatriotic comments from political office holders not really helping insecurity in the country. 0817 0000951, 0810 951 0951. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Wisdom. Well,
good afternoon, Mascot.
Mascot, calling from Port Harcourt. Thank you so much. Wealth and wisdom. The problem of this country, honestly, I am a full-fledged member of APC.
Mascot, we're getting hold back, all right? So try. No, hold on. We're getting a
turn down the volume of your radio set or listening device.
Okay. Is that okay now?
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem of this country is because of the manner at which Mr. President has been leading this country since 2015. When you see a leader, remember when Obasanjo ruled this country between 1999 and 2007? Obasanjo was the Odua People's Congress, dealt with them more than he dealt with any other political group from any other tribe or zone in this country, to teach them a lesson that though he's a Yoruba, he will not allow any separatist movement from even sprouting from his own Yoruba region. So why am I saying this? Mr. President has treated these Fulani herdsmen, these bandits, with his gloves, and today it has paralleled across this country.
But how does that concern comments, unpatriotic comments, and of course you think that means the president is unpatriotic?
Wisdom. When you see a Danladi Omar who will be beating an ordinary gatekeeper at a shopping mall, calling him Biafra boy, is a Biafra boy, even that when that guy is from Plateau State, giving a coloration that somebody from Southeast is a conquered people, even when the gatekeeper is not from Southeast.
All right, so Mascot, you think the president is not patriotic?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Such a person to not stay a minute as the chairman of the Code of Conduct Tribunal, to not stay a minute after such a very shameful and despicable incident.
All right, Mascot, we've got...
For me, wealth and wisdom, this problem is the problem which only the commander-in-chief can solve by being neutral, by being unbiased, by being down to earth, by being committed, by being determined, by being dogged, to treat all these separatists without fear of favor, without favoring his own people.
All right, Mascot.
So that otherwise, we are in a cave of gunpowder, and this thing will continue until, unfortunately, may God forbid, when Nigeria will become a state. And that is my own take. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you so much, Mascot, for your thoughts. But while we're thinking of, the federal government, also look within us here in Rivers State. Even within us, you think we're even patriotic enough for the growth of Rivers State? I mean, among the stakeholders, those from the riverine,
or amongst political office holders from the different political parties
and local governments too here in Rivers State. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Uche, welcome. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, when we people enumerated some of the problems that will engender wrong use of media.
Oh, sorry, we lost you right there. Do well to call us back if you can. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Wisdom, Engineer, and Ladyware.
Mr. Sam, this is your signage. Everybody recognizes you with this your intro. You're welcome. Go ahead.
A blessed day to you guys.
Welcome.
Mr. Wisdom and you see, sincerely, when we talk about unguided statements and utterances from so-called politicians, we should also be very, very sensitive to where the scare and know
whatever you say, so that you do not cause, an uproar as a result of it.
You now, if you listen to hear so many songs of people like the Allah, the Gumi, the governor from you hear them coming out to keep utterances that does not offer well for the country, and it is country in the northern areas, you hear them coming out time to time with unguided statements.
Well, your governors also do the same, Mr. Sam.
But you see, their own is much. That is what I'm talking about. Percentage.
All right, Mr. Sam.
But the DSS should begin to not just only invite these men, but either they sanction them to pay fine, or they go and spend some months or years in prison
for
unguided statements.
All right, Mr. Sam.
They're talking about hate speech, but today they have not come up to deal with such people about giving all kinds of hate speech. But God will help us anyway. But let's deal with them first.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. So it ultimately means that, or maybe not ultimately, but if we are to fight this, maybe like we see, in developed countries, you make one comment, you resign because you made an unguided comment.
How many of these followers who think that they're politically aware and correct at this point in time hear people that they like or people that they term as godfathers or fathers of the party say something wrong, and then they call out the person for what the person has said, other than support or create excuses as to why they say it.
So the more when they make statements, we rather take an angle and say, okay, we are taking a position here. And like Emmanuel Ndukwe would say, you don't argue with a man who has taken a position. Good afternoon, 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, Wisdom and West.
Good afternoon.
AB calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
Unguided statements by the elite, the leader. And also the constitution we operate is a livestock, a laughing stock, my brother. They are not serious because if Nigerian leaders and the constitution we practice is serious, some leaders would have been cooling their head in Kuje prison by now, based on their unguided statement in the past. Let me tell you, Nigeria is like what happened between the Pilate, the Barabbas, and the Jesus and the Jews. They asked you, who do you want? They said they want Barabbas, a murderer, a killer, instead of Jesus. And that is what played out in Nigeria in 2015. Mr. Buhari would have been cooling his head in jail by now.
Well, see, you have to also understand something. I like the analogy you brought up now. Barnabas and Jesus Christ. You failed to also figure out that it is the people who should have been in jail because they decided to go for Barnabas instead of Jesus Christ. And when we talk about unguided comments, I think we mentioned that earlier. Most times when they make these comments, we'll come out, want to thank our governor, want to appreciate our president. We are supporting our leader. Instead of probably saying, you are a leader, yes, but we don't think this is right. Maybe you should do another line. 95.1 FM, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, this is my name.
You're welcome, AB.
Yeah. Sometimes when some of these politicians come out to speak with this kind of sugar-coated tongues, I become very skeptical because many a times what pushes them to come out to begin to, talk like decent people, very, concerned citizens and all of that is just because of what they are looking for.
Their ambition.
Their ambition. And an average Nigerian politician, his ambition is superior and uppermost to every other thing in his life. So whatever Omari has said, well, like they say, leave the messenger, take the message. But for me, Omari is not qualified to even come to preach to me about patriotism. Because one, no Nigerian politician, I repeat, not even one Nigerian politician is patriotic to Nigeria. And the same thing that they pass down to their supporters, listening to their supporters even when they call on radio show like this to talk. You never hear them talk with patriotism for the country. They rather talk, they are patriotic to their political party. They are patriotic and loyal to their principles. They are not loyal to the Constitution of Nigeria. And so before Omari will come to preach to me about what I have already known about them, I think what Omari should do is, number one, to begin to show that fear of God by himself. Let that change begin with him. And then they should pass it down to their supporters who will call to radio shows like this and begin to insult people, disparage personalities, and abuse people anyhow. Whether they take a shasha or something before they call, I don't know. They should teach them what loyalty is. That you don't go around insulting personalities, and then expect the supporters of that personalities to fold their arms or maybe keep quiet at you.
All right, AB.
The moment we have been able to correct ourselves, teach our followers what loyalty is, I think we'll get it right.
Thank you so much, AB. Starts from the top. We lose that one right there. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Hello, Lady West and Wisdom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Reginald, calling from Chekoti.
Reginald.
Saying that our rulers, those who are ruling us, because I don't regard them as being our leaders. Those who are ruling us are not pathetic. Both the present ones and our past rulers. Because if they are patriotic enough, they would have been considering life of the masses. The issue of the general masses would have been at the front burner of whatever thing they are doing. If they are patriotic enough, we wouldn't have been having the issue of electricity, hospital, education, and the thereabouts. Those basic things that they are supposed to do for the people, that are right for the people. We wouldn't have been begging them, because we are begging them to do it. We wouldn't have been begging them. If they are patriotic enough, they should be doing what they are supposed to do.
All right, Reginald.
Issue of unguided statements. Everybody is guilty of unguided statements.
All right.
Statement that can be denied to be a problem is something that most our rulers are guilty of. I am not talking of present one, but I am putting it in general perspective.
All right, you have to round up, Reginald.
Yes, both the present and the former rulers, they are guilty of this issue of unguided
Comments. All right. All right, Reginald, thank you so much for your thoughts. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon. Lady Wells.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, Mazi, our David Carlos talking.
You're welcome.
Now we talk about patriotism and misguided statements. Like the last caller just said now, everybody is guilty of his own misguided statements as a human being. That is why we say, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Now you talk of patriotism. Let me begin with the fathers of Nigeria, because I don't believe in Nigerian politicians. Sir Ahmadu Bello, he said this estate, this country called Nigeria, is an estate of his own forefather, not my own, no. His own forefather, Ottoman Danfodio. Therefore, they must ruthlessly deny power from any other part of the country. Is that a patriotic word? So when you learn from such a word and you are growing, metaphorically in this particular era that we are in.
Well, I'm not sure I've read all the history books, but I will need to find out where you got that comment from.
You can go Google it on your phone. Google it. And I can also tell you about Ojukwu. Ojukwu say the world is set at your marks. Let them begin to show the world what they have. Imagine a world for you to distribute to the world what he has in his own common brain, not oil. But look at the world from the other man. Today in Nigeria, you have people like Patani in that area. You have people like what do you call him, El Banawi.
So are you in any way trying to say, okay, Ojukwu was patriotic, Usman and Ahmadu Bello was not patriotic?
100% patriotic, even Agui, but let's not go that.
Okay, wait. Were they patriotic for Nigeria? They were patriotic for their own beliefs.
That's what I am saying. They are patriotic to Nigeria. They don't know any other like belief. They say Nigeria at your man. That's what he said. That he wants to show the world from his own country, Nigeria, what he has in his own brain. But today we have people that can do bomb on their own. Remember the last word when the DSS accused IPOB that they are trying to rob banks and apply weapons. What was the reply of IPOB? IPOB said that they distribute or they make weapons their own selves, not buying from Europe. Now imagine Nigeria going to Europe and buy weapons. I want them to respect such a country. And you said that is a country. Creating a country of patriotic point of view. You think that is a country?
All right.
I always say what's this.
All right.
Anything concerning Nigeria is just like the descendants of Esau.
All right.
Give me a point of view and then take everything that belongs to me.
Okay.
And the court is still
we have to leave it at that. Thank you so much. We got your point right
said
there.
You would always tell me.
But I find it really funny. I'm looking for the comments actually. Like I said, in our day and time with people excavating history books, so it's possible some things we don't get to see it. But most times, make your findings and tell us where you get these things from, so we can also go and check. Well, of course, not an island of knowledge. Where you said, so what did he say? Somebody said Nigeria belongs to his forefathers. Okay, tell us where you saw these things. Don't just put it out there and run away and tell us to go and check it on Google. You two go. You tell us where you got it from. Well, thank you so much for being part of the show. It was a pleasure. We are talking for development, and we hope that our leaders here would understand that you can be garrulous with sense. That means you can open your mouth, but talk with sense. Don't just come out and say anything, all in the name or the altar of politics.
I think
1,000 people and 1 million people depend on what you say.
I think if there's anything to take back from all of this is that hopefully people take out time on their own after now to think about whether or not they are patriotic to, and then how we can get it right as a people, because it starts with you and I. We all have to make up our minds and make that decision that we're smart enough to get things running right in the country. I mean, because obviously we are. Right? I mean, you hear some of those people talk away from their political affiliation, and you know that this are solution preferers, and we take the whole politics thing too far. So hopefully we'll learn what it means to be patriotic, and we start to act it.
Well, Wilson was here. Wisdom Obina is my name. Today's hustle makes a return, same time, same station tomorrow.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh, my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness.
Book club.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system. Red one, Shawty.
It's yet another time to feel the magic in the air. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of a premium news talk and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM right here in the garden city of Port Harcourt. Emeka Dena is my name, the Odogu one of sports. I'm not alone in the building, the guys are here. Superman, Wisdom Obina, the one that doesn't leave football for snowball, is right here in the building. Superman, good afternoon to you.
Emeka, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you listening. It's a pleasure to be back here again. I wasn't part of the show yesterday, but a lot going on. I said it earlier that there are many unexpected spots when it comes to a competition that is not exactly what it was, or maybe a new arrangement, and that's what we're seeing in the Nigerian Women Football League Super 6. Not forgetting what is going on in Europe. I mean, the Fiorentino Perez is saying the ESL is on standby. It's not dead yet. It's on standstill. But can we have an organization without members? It's great to be here, Emeka. Good afternoon to you.
All right, Queen Chikeze is also seated for this one. Queen, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Emeka. Good afternoon to all our listeners out there. It's great to be here. And then let me deviate a little to celebrate one of our own, who's today's his birthday. We're talking about John Mikel Obi.
The legendary Mikel Obi.
Yeah. He's got a lot of awards in his name. He did well, excellently, and we're celebrating him today. We're happy we joined the rest of the world to say happy birthday to you, Mikel Obi. More life, more money to your account.
If only he's hearing it now.
Yeah. Who knows?
All right. Okay, on the menu this afternoon, Rivers Angels have rekindled their hopes of winning the NWFL Super 6 with a resounding 4-0 victory over Bayelsa Queens. Who saw that one coming? Enyimba go to war against Al Ali Benghazi this evening with a depleted squad. That's in the CAF Confederation Cup. We hear from their coach talking about Fatai Osho. And in Europe, Manchester City are inching closer to the Premier League title after overcoming Aston Villa yesterday. Plus a wrap of the actions across the major leagues out there in Europe. The show is interactive, like you know. All you need to do is to be sending us your messages via text or WhatsApp to 070 19339962. That's 070 19339962. Send your messages via text or WhatsApp to that number. We'll read it here, the course of the show. On Twitter, we are Today FM 951 at Today FM 951. That's the station's handle. And tweet at us individually. My handle is at Dana Emeka. Superman is here. His handle is at Wisdom_OB. O for orange, B for banana. And later, we'll open the phone lines for you to have your say. Don't go anywhere. The show will be right back after this time out.
Comme d'habitude, on est calé. Comme toujours, ça va aller. On te met l'ambiance à gogo. Tous ensemble, on fait le show. On t'invite à la magie. Y'a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis.
All right, let's get the show started this afternoon with from the Nigeria Women Football League Premiership Super 6 ongoing in Ijebu. Before we go into the details of actions that have taken place today, we have Victor Oriai joining us on the show this afternoon. Victor, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Emeka. Good afternoon to you, to everyone listening. Good afternoon.
All right, and of course, we can inform you that Rivers Angels earlier this morning thrashed Bayelsa Queens 4-0. Yes, 4-0. After a cagey and barren first half, Rivers Angels resumed the second half with fire, pace, and intensity. The hard work on the pitch finally paid off with Mary Saiki getting the first goal of the day in the 59th minute. Now, in 5 minutes, Rivers Angels have tripled their lead with 2 quick goals from Ikechukwu Vivian and Ogene Brume Ikekwa in the 61st and 63rd minutes, respectively. Ikekwa put the cherry on the icing for Rivers Angels in the 85th minute to wrap up an impressive performance by the Port Harcourt-based team. And of course, their coach, Edwin Okon, is very, very delighted with that victory.
Well, first and foremost, I have to thank my Lord and Master, the Supreme Commander of all authority, for giving me the victory because it's not easy. There is no team that is in this competition that is pushover. If you watch a first and second match, we are supposed to be on top of the league at this level. Well, the journey starts today, as you can see. I have to remind the players that it's not yet over until it's over. This is our finals of the Super 6. Go in and play as if the cup is before you.
And it ended in a 1-0 victory for Rivers Angels. Hard-fought encounter.
Of course. But then I also picked out from that encounter that Rivers Angels are a team that put in more work at second half of the game. You know, initially in that game we saw that at the first half it was goalless.
And Bayelsa Queens even dominated that one.
Yes, in the first, and then second half we saw this reigniting of their energy, and they came and won that one 1-0. And then that also I said it that going into this Super 6 with that win already at hand gives them a boost and a high morale over ahead and Bayelsa Queens, and that is what played out. They again went into the second half and then did what they know how to do best. I think they are better off at the second half.
And of course, you could feel the excitement from the coach of the side, Superman, Edwin Okon, thanking his master and commander. Let's hear him again. Sorry, let's hear him again. Edwin Okon.
Well, first and foremost, I have to thank my Lord and Master, the Supreme Commander of all authority, for giving me the victory because it's not easy.
Feel the magic in the air.
All right, it's not easy at all. To God be the glory. Now they can begin to even think of the title, right, Victor? Even though they are 2 points behind the Robo Queens there.
Possible, but I would not want them to get their hopes too high. FC Robo Queens have been really impressive in this tournament, and you just have to applaud Gift Monday. I think
3 matches, 3 goals for her.
3 matches, 3 goals. She's one player that I feel needs to be integrated into the Nigerian Super Falcons.
She's already part of the team. She was there in the Turkish women's tournament.
Because Emeka, when you see, even from the group stages, from the normal season, the regular season, she was performing well, and right now she's also doing well. But for Edwin Okon and his Rivers Angels team, I think they just have to take it one game at a time. They have 2 games left before
those 2 games are against Edo Queens and Sunshine Queens.
You want to say that it's very possible for them to beat Edo Queens?
Edo Queens, they are the whipping girls now,
of the team.
Yes.
And for Sunshine Queens, well, if they could get a draw and hopefully other results at the other centers
go their way,
then we might just be seeing Rivers Angels representing Nigeria at the CAF Women's Champions League.
All right, here's the thing. The top team in this tournament will emerge champions and represent Nigeria automatically.
Yes.
But there's another slot for winners of the African Women's Championship, the zone that won the last African Women's Championship, which is what would be our own zone. And the country that won this is actually Nigeria. So it could also go to Nigeria. So it means Nigeria could get 2 slots at the end of the day. But automatically, we have 1 slot for the champions. So you have to win the Super 6 to be guaranteed a place in the qualifiers that will start next month at the zonal stage. Before we look at the second slot, which will be a white card slot there. Superman, at this point, would you want to go for Robo Queens or Rivers Angels?
Well, I think Rivers Angels will still be the paper favorites to get through. Reasons being that the FC Robo side, as much as I likened them before this started to you running a marathon and running a sprint, and the fact that they could pull up a surprise. I don't know if they might be, although just two games left, they might be able to hold on to the very end. But I think Rivers Angels have got the depth to finish off. Robo Queens might crumble on the last day, who knows? Because this might go down to that very last game for the 2 teams, their very last games. And that's when we might actually see Rivers Angels. I think Rivers Angels will definitely keep their heads above water going forward. We saw how they started the league this season. They started on a very slow note. They started with a draw, and we're thinking, okay, is this going to be that season? And they were, not even picking up themselves properly, because Bayelsa Queens were dominating the league table. Going into the match weekend, when we now heard that games will not continue, we are going to be going for the Super 6. But I would go for Rivers Angels. I'm only surprised that Bayelsa Queens they've not even gathered up to 3 points.
No, just 1 point. A draw from 3 matches.
It's really surprising.
It looks like they're even out of it right now.
Exactly.
Because even if they win their remaining 2 matches, they will go to 7 points. That's what Robo Queens have already.
So except Rivers Angels will have to lose their 2, and they will expect all the other results to go their way.
It's looking very unlikely.
But I think for me, Rivers Angels should be able to take this opportunity that's in front of them. Remember all the motivation. Your life might change, actually. Maybe. The good thing about the governor, and maybe our governors most times, is that they just wanted to let it be that Rivers State won it. Even if it's a very small tournament, then they'll be able to show how much love they do have for the ladies. The guys have disappointed us to an extent, losing to Enyimba in that particular one, and the ladies might just be the ones getting all the largesse that would come from the state government.
All right, so in case you missed it, Rivers Angels earlier today at the Super 6 tournament in Ijebu, they defeated Bayelsa Queens, their arch rivals, 4 goals to nothing. Yes, 4 goals to nothing. That's a result you can take to the bank. The second match of the day, FC Robo Queens, the leaders, defeated Edo Queens 4 goals to 1. It's a day of 4 goals. The last match will come up by 4 p.m. Sunshine Queens versus Delta Queens right there. And as things stands right now, Robo Queens are top of the table with 7 points from 3 matches. Rivers Angels are now second with 5 points, but they could drop that position if the last match of the day produced a winner. Then it means Rivers Angels will drop further down, because both Delta Queens and Sunshine Queens have got 4 points apiece. So a win for each of them, either of them will take them to 7 points. A draw will even take them to 5 points each. But Rivers Angels will maintain second position if that ends in a draw. All right, so that's how things stand right there. Impressive performance from Edwin Okon's girls earlier today. You want to give it to them, demolishing Bayelsa Queens 4 goals to nothing to rekindle their hopes of winning the title and going to the CAF Champions League for women. Let's go to the men right now, and of course our first port of call will be the People's Elephant.
This is Enimba Football Club of Aba. We have come from God's own state. We have promised not to tell our fans.
magic in the air. Aye, le ma ole, ale.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system, Red One, Shawty. Comme d'habitude on est calé, comme toujours ça va aller. On te met l'ambiance à gogo, tous ensemble on fait le show.
All right, let's go to the continent where the People's Elephants are in action. Head coach of the side, Fatayo Shaw, we hear is still sweating over the fitness of long-term absentees, Imo Obo, Sadiq Abubakar and Hassan Abubakar. Central defender Nessun Obunaya and striker Samad Kadiri, who picked knocks on match day 3, have failed to recover in time, while Farouk Mohammed, who served a one-match suspension on match day 4, Victor Mbauma Dayojo and Jean-Marie Gira add to the swelling injury list of Eyimba. However, Stephen Mayo and Orop Gabriel make the trip, having missed the fixture in Setif last weekend. Ahead of the encounter, let's hear from the Eyimba coach, Fatai Osho. That match will be coming up later tonight by 10 p.m. Nigerian time. And of course, the coach of the side is speaking ahead of that encounter.
As we are approaching the crunch time now, I mean, you really need a point on the road to slow down your opponent and gain momentum on your own and put yourself in a very good position to plead the ticket. And anything short of that in Benghazi will be a complete disaster. I can assure you, are going to see the complete departure from what we experienced in Setif, in as much as there are little challenges. So we still have to see what we can do to get results.
All right, that was Eyimba coach Fatai Osho speaking right there. And of course, we cross over to Benghazi in Libya right now. And we have the media officer of Eyimba, the one and only Zazi Bariza, joining us on the phone. Zazi, good afternoon to you and welcome to today's Sports Live this lovely Thursday afternoon. How are you guys doing over there in Benghazi?
Good afternoon, Emeka. I can tell you I'm having lunch right here in Benghazi. And a well-deserved one after arriving in the city this morning. And we all know of the stories before this game, but that's now in the past. We're focused on the game, which comes up at 11 p.m. here in Benghazi, which is 10 p.m. back home in Nigeria.
All right. Earlier, I did read out the injury list of Eyimba, and it's quite enormous. Nessun Obunaya, Samad Kadiri, a whole lot of other players sidelined for this one, including Dayo Ojo. How ready are the Elephants for this one, considering the fact that they have so many absentees, and Victor Mbamo, Dayo Ojo, and the likes, they're all missing from action today?
Well, Emeka, the injury worries are there. We cannot deny that. Let me just paint the true picture of the situation. Of all the players that were registered for the CAF Confederation Cup, only 18 are fit. So we just brought those 8. We just brought all the 18 fit players available for this particular game. So that's the injury situation right now. I heard you read it out, the names of those who will not 10 a.m. here local time, which is 6:10 a.m. in night some rest. We are hoping that they won't find any situation a bit adverse.
To go, what sort of reception have the Libyans given to you guys since your arrival this morning?
Well, it's quite difficult to describe because there was nothing harsh, but at the same time, that's because we did not see anybody from the Ali Benghazi team, from the Libyan FA. We just had the drivers there who took us to our hotel, and that's just been it. The match commissioner came around at some point to see us, but in terms of the usual case of the host team receiving the visiting team, we've not had any of that.
All right, thank you so much. That's it. We wish the team good luck and we hope you'll be able to do Nigerians proud later tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was the media officer of Enyimba International, Zazi Barrister, speaking to us live from Benghazi, Libya, ahead of the team's encounter this night against Al Ali Benghazi. It's one that they don't have to lose if they want to stand a realistic chance of advancing to the quarterfinals, Victor.
Yes, and the People's Elephants have got to do everything within their power to make sure they get that win. We know how difficult it is.
Time for the flight and order. They didn't train yesterday, and today they arrived early this morning, and they were not even trained to play the match. I'm wondering how you go 3 days without training and hope to.
That's the point.
Play in
That's the point. I'm also wondering the same. The truth be told is, I don't really think Enyimba will be able to give so much. I think what they should just probably work on is, if they get a draw, it would be such a massive point for Enyimba, because you cannot give what you don't have. We know the stress that comes with the journeys. They did have a very long ride from Aba to Lagos, and then yes, they might have flown, but even while flying, we do know how stressful it can be, especially when it's a long flight. They traveled yesterday. They arrived Libya this morning.
They actually left this morning, some minutes past 12 midnight.
Okay,
About around just very early this morning.
So that's almost 7 hours. It could get really, really tiring. That's the truth. The players could be jet lagged and what have you. So I'm not really expecting too much from Enyimba. Hopefully they will be able to just minimize the damage that Al Ali Benghazi will be able to inflict on them. But I don't blame them for this one.
All right, so Enyimba are the only team themselves and the Al Ali Benghazi playing today. The others played yesterday. Orlando Pirates, like you heard, played at a goalless draw with Anton Setif to maintain their top spot. Pirates have 9 points right now from 5 matches. Their last match will be against Enyimba. It's not even known where that match will be played, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, because of the COVID-19 restriction. In Group B, we have Cotton Sport Garou of Cameroon losing at home to Jess Kabylie of Algeria 2-1. And Napsa Stars beat defending champions RS Berkane of Morocco by 1-0. Now, what it means in that group is that Jess Kabylie and Cotton Sport Garou have qualified for the quarterfinals. The defending champions RS Berkane are out. They didn't make it. All right. In Group C, Giraffe of Senegal they defeated Etoile du Sahel of Tunisia by a lone goal, and Salitas of Burkina Faso lost at home to CX Sfaxien of Tunisia, who won 2-0. And as things stand right now, Giraffe and CS Sfaxien have qualified for the quarterfinals with a game to spare. Etoile du Sahel are out. They are powerhouses when it comes to African football, but they are out this time. And finally, finally in Group D, Namungo. The Namungo defeated, were thrashed at home by Raja Casablanca, who won 3-0. Yes, Raja Casablanca beating Namungo of Tanzania 3-0 away from home. And Nkana FC of Zambia were beaten at home by Pyramids of Egypt by 1-0. Raja are yet to concede a goal in the competition. They have played 5 matches, they've won all 5. They are safely through to the quarterfinals. Raja Casablanca, winners of this competition in 2018, they are safely through to the quarterfinals of the competition. It's really, really...
The permutations of them being
very, very easy.
We'd already start running. But Emeka, to add on the Enyimba game, sometimes it seems like before we go for some of these games, you're already set up for disaster. This is a team that first mentally they were struggling with, would we make it, would we not make it? The governor had to come in after some time. Check from maybe 7, 8 or 9 days ago, they've been facing different, from mental pressure to the physical pressure. Now traveling became a problem. Finally they landed. Look at the time they are landing. Look at the time they are playing the game. And somehow the game it's been pushed to 11 p.m.
Local time
in Algeria.
Yeah,
10
when men are sleeping.
When men are sleeping. You want to say that would be it would be one of the coldest of times, or some. I mean,
very cold.
Out there in Algeria, it would be definitely very, very cold. And I don't know, but I mean, just like Victor said, I just hope they would leave a little for Enyimba to come back with at least a point, because I will be shocked. In short, I will feel like it's something strange if Enyimba beats Al Ali Benghazi.
All right, we go to the newsroom for the news in 60. When we come back, we throw the phone lines wide open to hear from you. Okay? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this time out.
Today's news in 60.
Teachers of demonstration primary and secondary schools of Rivers State-owned tertiary institutions have made good their threat to occupy the Rivers State Government House in Port Harcourt over the failure of state government to pay their 5 years and 3 months salary. Congress of University Academics, CANUA, has faulted calls for reconciliation from the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing it as a distraction. National Coordinator Niyi Sumonu clarified that CANUA is an independent academic staff union whose vision and mission are different from ASU. The Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech, has released the cutoff marks for its full-time national diploma program for the 2020-2021 academic session. Joe Ejiofor, the deputy registrar, said that the cutoff marks were fixed by the admissions committee for departments. On foreign news, Northern Ireland's Children's Commissioner has said she is furious at the approach taken by some schools to assess grades for GCSE, AS, and A-level students. Kuala Yosoma said she was disappointed by the overuse of controlled assessments in test conditions reported to her office.
Today's news in 60.
All right, welcome back. Still today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. In case you're just joining us, earlier today, we reported here that Rivers Angels thrashed by Yosta Queens 4-0 at the ongoing Super 6 tournament out there in Ijebu to rekindle their hopes of winning the NWFL title this season. They are the defending champions. They want to retain it, but Robo Queens are doing even better than them because Robo Queens are top of the table with 7 points, 2 more than Rivers Angels, and we have Delta Queens taking on Sunshine Queens later. I
think it's something we can actually do,
especially then they could have leverage on their success on the continent, winning the Champions League back to back. Then, sorry, let's hear from this caller. Hello.
Hello, Mega. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, my name is Tonko. I'm calling from Krasamade.
Good to have you on the show.
Emeka, this thing is not fair. We don't used to hear of this thing in Europe. That's why our football is going down every day. In this case, how do we want this person to cope? Sometimes we hear something, we feel like crying. Are we going to blame them if they lose the match? How can somebody you are going to blame like you didn't train for 3 days? It is not fair now.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to the other caller. Hello. Oh, really sorry we lost that one. You can keep those calls coming through. Alternatively, you send us messages via text or WhatsApp. Okay, it looks like the portal is down, so don't bother about the text or WhatsApp messages. Concentrate on the phone lines. We have another caller on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Your name and your location? Good to have you on the show. Yerikachi, I hope you know the news coming from the camp of Eyimba is not very good.
Well, that is football for you. In football, injuries are not out of it. Injury is still in football.
Aside the injury, the financial motivation is zero.
Well, let me say that to me personally, I am happy that Eyimba finally honored the match in Bengal.
It would have been worse than that if they didn't travel.
It would have been worse. Yeah.
They would have been thrown out of the competition and even sanctioned, yes.
Yeah, some of us, we have the opportunity to see the FIFA, the CAF rules if Eyimba fails to honor. Okay, now look at it. To me, I'm happy that Eyimba have lost 1-0 or 2-0 than walking away 3-0. It's so dangerous.
All right, thank you so much, Oyedekashi. Sorry, let's leave it there and hear from another caller.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, I'm Cornelius calling from Oyibo.
Good to have you on the show, Cornelius. Talk to us.
Yes, I actually get surprised at what is wrong with our government. If the government of Abia State is sponsoring Eyimba, why delay to this point? Why? It is better the Eyimba were kicked out than this delay.
No. It wouldn't have been better. Sorry.
No. It would have been better because
it means they would have also been sanctioned for 2 years. They will not play in the CAF Confederation Cup, and Eyimba used to play on the continent.
Of course, we are not aware of all these rules. The government were aware of these rules. You get. So from the beginning, they were aware.
This one had to do with visa application and what have you. They didn't apply on time. They didn't come back on time. They even got the Libyan visas. No, they didn't have the Schengen visas because they were supposed to travel through Turkey.
In Nigeria, this is what we get. We are never prepared for anything. Even to the Super Eagles, the same thing. It's really bad.
All right, really bad. Let's leave it there. Thank you so much. Let's shift to Europe. And of course, first port of call will be England. Yesterday, Manchester City were in action. They came from behind to beat Aston Villa 2-1, and they are inching closer to the title. Superman, how close are they to the title right now? With the victory over Novilla yesterday.
Very, very close. Just few games to the end of the season, and nobody's even talking about the title anymore. Yes, in the past few days, we've been bothered about other matters. That would be the ESL thing and the competition with the Champions League. But I think everybody below them, they all know that it's all almost done and dusted right there. You look at Manchester United, who Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was saying that they will fight till the very last day of the season.
They might not get to the last day.
They might not get to the
before
last
City are crowned champions.
Exactly.
5 more matches left for City to play.
33 games, yes. Play. Five more games.
And they need a minimum of 8 points or so, right?
Absolutely. Just I think about 11 points above Man United, which ultimately means in less than 2 or 3 more games, if they can get all 3 points in 3 matches, it would be sealed for them. I think everybody's eyes would be on the top 4, who goes in and who stays out. Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, Chelsea, all locked in that battle now. Although Liverpool and West Ham would have a game in hand, same with Chelsea.
All right. Also yesterday, Spurs defeated Southampton 2-1. Victor, that was the first game for the youngest Premier League manager.
Yeah.
Albeit let
it sleep, because at the first half they were completely dominant. I was right here in the studio watching that game with Reliance, and we were just shell-shocked at the attacking power of Southampton. At the end of the day, Tottenham Hotspur were able to bounce back, and they did have a goal, first of all, disallowed, and it took that last-minute penalty from Heung-min Son that guaranteed them the lead after Gareth Bale did a wonderful strike from the Welshman. Draw level for Tottenham.
All right. So let's look at the top 4 as things stand right now. Some of them have played fewer games, like Leicester City, who will be in action later this evening. Man City have got 77 points, first position right there after 3 matches. Manchester United have got 66 points. They're 11 points behind City with a game in hand. Leicester City have played 31 matches. They have 56 points. They are third on the table. Chelsea are fourth with 55 points. And of course, West Ham United occupy the 5th spot. The likes of Tottenham, Liverpool, Everton, Arsenal are all outside the top 4 right there. So is this how you think it will end at the end of the season? The top 4 right now. Man City, United, Leicester and Chelsea. Do you see anything changing?
Yes, there is lots of changes a lot of changes are going to happen, because right now I think the spots that are sealed are just the first and the second, because Manchester United are already 10 points ahead of the 3rd position, Leicester City. So it will take a lot to equal that. But then from Leicester City even down to Liverpool, which is the 7th position, are still very open, because it's just 1 point and then the maximum of 2 points.
So you see any of these teams taking the position of the 3rd or 4th team right there?
Because it like Leicester City still have Chelsea to play, and it's likely that they might not be able to even get that one ahead of Chelsea. So a whole lot of changes will come up at the end of the day before the last match of the season.
Okay.
You see 1 or 2 persons dropping out.
We'll wait and see. In Spain, Real Madrid moved to the top of the table with a convincing 3-0 victory over Cadiz yesterday. Karim Benzema cannot stop scoring. He scored twice yesterday. Odriozola also got another goal there for Real Madrid. So they are top of the table. But the likes of Atletico Madrid and Barcelona have got games in hand. Those two will be in action later today. Atletico face Huesca by 6 p.m. and Barcelona are up against Getafe by 9 p.m. Nigerian time. Superman, what do you see happening? Do you see Real remaining there, or you see Barca or Atletico? No, Barca will not go top because even if they win, Real Madrid have got a better head-to-head over them for now. They will still have a game in hand, as it were, but for now, it's only Atletico that can overtake them. And Atletico are facing Huesca, lowly Huesca, right?
Yeah, a team they should be able to beat. Huesca, I think that they should consider themselves all but down, even if there's still a hope for survival. They've got 27 points, are in 17th place now, 18th place exactly. So for Real Madrid, fine win yesterday, but Atletico Madrid definitely will beat Huesca today. I think it will be something, to take something out of the ordinary for them to draw or even lose that game. But it just shows you how bad it has become for Diego Simeone. I think they had it in their hands. They could have just held on, even if it was 10 points.
But even now, their destiny is still in their hands, you know. Well, all they need to do is to win their remaining matches this season and they will be crowned champions.
Well, can they win their remaining games now? Because they're very good at dashing points to the young boys. That's why I said I will be shocked, but of course I will not be totally surprised if something happens today against USK. But kudos must go to the Real Madrid side for, despite their poor form, their poor status, in some people's eyes.
Consecutive titles in Italy is now or never for Inter Milan. Yeah, even though
they did draw
yesterday with
Spurs, but right now won for a very long time. At the end of the day, ended 2-1 in favor of Sassuolo. Yes, Juventus did win yesterday. They won yesterday, 3-1. But I think it's a little bit too late for the old lady. Whether they like it or not, the destiny of Inter Milan may be delayed, but it cannot be changed. At the end of the day,
Inter are even 10 points clear of second place AC Milan.
At the end of the day,
Juve are third right now, but Atalanta can overtake them from the look of things. All right, time to go back to the phone lines to get more reaction from you guys out there. Feel free to share your thoughts with us regarding what we've discussed already on the show. European leagues, the major leagues right there, Inter coasting home to the title, Bayern Munich almost home and dry, Real Madrid now top of the table, but Atletico will overtake them if they beat Huesca later this evening. And of course, in England, City are inching closer to the title as well. Enyimba in action tonight by 10 p.m. Nigerian time. Rivers Angels demolishing Bayelsa Queens 4-0 earlier today to rekindle their hopes of winning the Super 6 out there in Ijebuode. Back to the phone line, 0817 000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Albert. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah, there's something I want to talk about. You know, when Rivers United was about to play, when the government told them to go to Abba bid and you get 20 million.
Oh, yeah.
And you can even see the reaction from the Abba fans that the government said they don't have money. That a single man can give anybody 70 million. Now, it is.
But let's also put it out that we said it here then too. The Abia State governor gave Enyimba $10,000 cash ahead of that match. Yes.
But it's not up to what the governor.
It must not be up to. Rivers State is richer than Abia State.
But why? It's for the first man to come out and display that thing they said on radio. But why they wait? When your team is sinking, it's for you to come out and help the team. And nobody wants to do anything. It's a shame now. You understand? The government cannot do it. We are businessmen now.
But he has done it now. He gave them charter flights to fly them to Libya.
They have men there now. I just said that's big men. They are businessmen. I know them very well.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's leave it there, Albert. Okay, and go to the other caller. We lost that one. Do well to call us back if you can. 0817 000951 or 0810 9510951. Those are the numbers to call, and you'll be live on the show today, Sports Live, this afternoon. We'll have time for 2 more calls, and we'll be out of here. We have a lucky caller. Hello. Simon from Rumoduma. Let's hear you.
I said it yesterday. Football is not, football is not mathematics always.
Not at all.
But the only thing
football is like biscuits.
This is opportunity for those players that are not been playing, that they are giving chance now. It might be a blessing to the team. Yes, the players that are injured now, we are the one that lost. Some of them, we are one of the people that lost that 3-0 away the other time. So this time around, now these people now that are not been playing before now.
Do you see him back getting anything from the match tonight?
Well, just as I told you yesterday, I don't have any hope of anybody getting anything. But just because of in football, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Simon. Hello. Oh, sorry about that. We lost that one. Do well to call us back. Okay, let's see who that last caller will be, even as we prepare to wrap things up. We'll have the last caller. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. You are the last caller on the show. Please make it count.
Yes, I'm Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Chris, good to have you on the show. Talk to us.
We are Enyimba. We win. Our match to we march to Benghazi as lion. I'm not sorry, as elephant. We are not like ragtag Heartland.
All right. That's a very big job there at the Heartland people. Thank you so much, Chris, for your call. And that's part of the package. Many thanks to Victoria who put this one together. And of course, to Queen and the Superman, who are also part of the analysis team right here. And the biggest of thanks will go to you out there for being a part of the show. All right, we'll be wrapping things up here. We'll be back same time tomorrow for yet another exciting edition of today's Sports Live. Do well to join us for that one. Before then, Sports Attack will come your way 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And until then, do have yourselves a wonderful evening and keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Morakosi!
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Good day, everybody. Right now in the studio, I have a special guest from Omega Pro, and he's here to talk about his business. So please introduce yourself.
I am Engineer Kaudi, a civil engineer by profession, but also a serial investor. I have always believed that you do not have to depend on salary alone to make wealth. I'm talking about the kind of wealth that empowers you to be comfortable, to live your dreams and still be able to impact the lives of other people around you. This spurred me to go and learn how to trade forex, but rather disappointingly, I was constantly losing money. And I told myself there has to be a better way. Along comes a company called Omega Pro, and they say you can work smarter. You don't necessarily have to work harder.
So what is Omega Pro all about?
Omega Pro is a forex trading company that uses artificial intelligence to trade forex, and they pay you a consistent and sustainable profit every single day. Secondly, Omega Pro is in over 100 countries around the world, and they have about 400,000 satisfied customers that they are presently trading for. All these customers are satisfied, they're not complaining, as every one of them is making money. This is because Omega Pro uses traders that are very experienced, traders that are licensed, and these traders are regulated by the FCA in UK. Finally, Omega Pro says you do not have to be a forex trader to make money in the forex market. Just like you did not need to be a fashion designer to wear beautiful clothes, or rather you do not need to be a shoemaker to wear good shoes. Omega Pro says they will trade forex for you and they will pay you every week and every month. How better can it get?
Wow. Are there any other benefits of joining Omega Pro?
Exactly, there are. Omega Pro says you do not need to have any skill to trade forex or to make money in forex. All you need to do is simply purchase a package in Omega Pro and let the professionals in Omega Pro trade for you. As a matter of fact, you don't need to have the skills because you don't have the tools, you don't have the right environment to trade forex profitably on a consistent basis. Rather, you don't need to continue to lose money. Let us trade for you, and you too can begin to make profit from the forex market. Secondly, Omega Pro is making it easy for everyday people like you and I to make passive and residual income from the forex market. Regardless of your educational level, your academic ability, your social standing, your age, your sex, Omega Pro says we will trade for you and we will give you consistent and sustainable returns every day.
At this point, I would like to know what makes Omega Pro different from other forex trading companies.
That's a good one. Omega Pro is different in the fact that they are the first forex trading company to own their own bank, and it is called OMP Money. This bank is regulated by the FCA in UK, and with their OMP MasterCard, it has become easier for anyone that is trading with Omega Pro to withdraw their profit anytime and anywhere around the world. You can also withdraw your capital whenever you want to. Omega Pro does not promise you huge return on investments like some other companies do, and along the line they are unable to deliver on these promises. Omega Pro pays you a consistent, sustainable daily return. Finally, Omega Pro is a global ethical company that is totally transparent in their businesses. They have made it very simple for everyone to participate in the Forex business and to make serious money in Forex. With Omega Pro, there are no hidden charges or monthly subscriptions. Other companies require a monthly subscription to train you and to give you signals to trade, etc. But with Omega Pro, you are always making profit, as there is no such time that you pay any hidden charge or any subscription. You simply purchase a package and they trade for you. Finally, Omega Pro has traders who have been trading Forex for over 15 to 20 years. These traders are very experienced. They are highly skilled, and it is this same select set of institutional traders that the banks and other major financial institutions are using to trade and make profit consistently. Regular people like you and I cannot afford such traders, but Omega Pro gives you the platform to link up these institutional traders, and they trade for you and they make profit for you every single day.
So who exactly can benefit from Omega Pro?
Basically anybody who is 18 years and above can benefit from Omega Pro. You don't need to know anything about Forex. You just leave it to the professionals in Omega Pro. Just like the same way you buy shares without being a stockbroker, with the hope that the shares will appreciate. It's the same way you make money in Forex. Housewives can trade Forex. Students can trade Forex. Workers, business people, politicians. Everybody who desires to make money in the Forex business can trade Forex.
I'm so excited. How do I become a part of Omega Pro? We now have a new Omega Pro training hub in Port Harcourt. It is located at number 79 Stadium Road, directly opposite the Federal Inland Revenue Service FIRS office on Stadium Road, just after the Mommy B Junction. Exciting news. There will also be an Omega Pro live presentation
taking place on Friday, 23rd April 2021 at Happy Bite VIP Mall, Aba Road, opposite Air Force Base, Aba Express Road, Port Harcourt, River State. Time, 12 noon.
For seat reservations, text VIP to any of the following numbers: 0803 547 9947 or 0809 120 8398 or 0816 236 4769. Again, the numbers to text VIP to are 0803 547 9947 or 0809 120 8398 or 0816 236 4769. Please come with your face masks. If you're tired of working hard for money and want your money to start working for you, don't miss this presentation.
So you have been talking about this training hub. What exactly is it about?
At the training hub, we tell you everything you need to know about trading Forex at Omega Pro. For seat reservations, text VIP to any of the following numbers: 0803 547 9947 or 0816 236 4769 or 0809 120 8398. The numbers again to text VIP to are 0803 547 9947 or 0816 236 4769 or 0809 120 8398. Well, that's wonderful. Engineer Kayode, do you have any last comments?
Yes, exactly. At a time like this, when so many businesses are shutting down, people are losing their jobs in droves, and there's recession all over the place, Omega Pro says you don't have to groan and complain again. Omega Pro makes it possible for everyday people like you and I to participate in the Forex market and to begin to make serious money in Forex every day. Why not let Omega Pro trade for you? Pick a package today and begin to earn money every day, every week, and every month. Thank you, and I'll see you in Omega Pro shortly.
Thank you very much.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update at 4 and Today 95.1 FM. I am Kala Dakaribatabo. President Muhammadu Buhari is presently in a meeting with some northern governors in the presidential villa Abuja. Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, is also in the meeting. The governors were led by Chairman of Northern Governors Forum, Simon Lalong of Plateau State. Others in the delegation are Governors Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi, Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna, Mai Malabuni of Yobe, Abubakar Bello of Niger, and Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa States. The Governor of Kaduna State, Nasser El-Rufai, said the only way to end banditry in Nigeria is for the military to kill them all. El-Rufai suggested that the military should storm forests where bandits stay and bomb the whole place, thereby eliminating them. The Kaduna State Governor said this when he spoke at a dialogue in Abuja. El-Rufai also disclosed that all governors of the North have agreed that bandits must be wiped out, adding that both land and air powers were needed to confront bandits. Armed bandits have again invaded over 6 communities in Zamfara State, leaving at least 50 persons dead and others wounded. The bandits carried out the attacks in more than 6 communities in Magami ward of Gusau local government area and Maru local government area of Zamfara State. Those killed are mostly members of the local vigilante group known as Yan Sakai, keeping watch on their communities. The bandits stormed the communities and started shooting sporadically in the air to scare the locals before unleashing the mayhem. Members of the vigilante group who attempted to resist the attack were overpowered by the criminals. According to reports, the exact figures of the casualties cannot be ascertained as at the time of filing this report, but locals said at least 50 persons were killed during the simultaneous attacks. Bandits suspected to be kidnappers have abducted 2 nurses in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of today, comes barely 24 hours after several students were abducted and 1 person killed during an attack on Greenfield University along the Kaduna-Abuja Highway in Chikon local government area. The chairman of Kajuru local government area, Kafra Kaino, confirmed the incident. Newsmen said the bandits stormed the general hospital through the fence with deadly weapons and started shooting sporadically within the hospital premises. He explained that 2 nurses who were at the plans were underway to boost the security in the hospital and environs to avoid the future occurrence of such an attack. On the foreign scene, U.S. drug maker Pfizer has confirmed that doses of its coronavirus vaccine that were seized in Mexico and Poland were fake, with doses going for as much as $1,000 a shot. A report in the Wall Street Journal said in a clinic in Mexico, some 80 people received fake doses of the drug, which appeared to have been physically harmless, though offering no protection against the potentially deadly disease ravaging the country. Mexican officials said the bottles containing the vaccines were found in beer coolers and were initially identified by fabricated lot numbers and expiration dates. Mexico is examining a shipment of 6,000 doses of what it claimed to be the Russian vaccine Sputnik that were seized on a private plane headed for Honduras last month. And that was the news update at 4 on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands on the regular with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good evening. I am Kala Da Koribatabo. Stay tuned.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves all the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English? Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use this for?
Okay, carry your paper. Carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply the answer you get now waiting, they make come and they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting, they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then agree to grant a bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, oh yeah, oh, join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so you both say about mass, we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
Oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen, ladies.
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, never military.
Now M for modification
of our behavior, let's down to the same behavior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take time easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand, divided, oh my share, oh.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion.
6 billion.
Divide that one by 120 million all together. Oh yeah.
All together.
The answer you get now waiting, they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting, they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting, they make people they sleep for embassy, for visa. Answer you get now waiting, they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it. Then they travel, see. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah, oh,
join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so
you both say about mass,
we go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis.
So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
Oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen, ladies.
Be for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, never military.
M for modification
of our behavior, let's down to the same behavior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take time easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand and divided, oh my share, oh.
You just the HSCity.
Shut it go.
And there's the VG City.
Shut it go.
Right go level
for AJ City.
AJ City.
Rich man corner be VJ City.
VJ City.
You try at AJ and VJ City all together. Oh yeah,
all together.
The answer you get now waiting they make rich man oppress and then suppress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man depress, but then aggress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man they try to keep up with the Joneses. Answer you get now waiting they make poor man begin they try to prove a limit. Get it. Now go get money then they finish. Get it.
All right, good evening to you. 11 minutes going past the hour of 4, and you are officially welcome to the Thursday's edition of the platform on radio on your premium talk radio station. I'm talking about the voice of the people, Today FM it is, and you're welcome. I'd like to start by saying that today there will be no Cut the Eye segment. I want us to postpone it till next week, but I will give each and every one of us an assignment, including myself. Now, you will remember that last week Monday to be precise, we saw the reports on various news pages where Obaseki, the governor of Edo State, came out and said there wasn't enough money for the government to use to fund expenditures or fund their responsibilities, and they had to print between 50 to 60 billion naira to add up to the allocation for the month of March. Yesterday we saw a report where the Senate is approving or was approving or did approve that the federal government and the states can actually go borrow some more money to be able to fund certain infrastructural development and, of course, fund agriculture as well. So, bottom line, there is not enough money in the system. There is not enough money in the Nigerian coffers. So, I want us to do this assignment. What do you think should be the opportunity cost for government? Because this is the time where we need to prioritize, or else we will be sinking deeper and deeper and deeper into the hole until we are overwhelmed. So what do you think should be the opportunity cost? What should be the responsibility that we should forgo, or responsibilities that we should forgo as a people? What should the federal government do and not do? What should be top on the list of activities funded by the federal government? And same for the state governments. Plus, what can the state governments do to help the current situation in terms of productivity, in terms of revenue generation, and in terms of making Nigeria a producing nation? So that's the assignment I'm going to give to every one of us, every critical, is critical the right word? Every listener of the platform on radio. I'm looking for the right word. Is it avid? Okay, my vocabularies are very messy today. Okay, so we just go into the platform proper. The time right about now, 14 minutes. Remember, the platform on radio is that program where you and I come together. We look at the most trending issue or issues for today. And we do that alongside our correspondent reports, because when the news does break, our correspondents are out there to find out why the event is happening, where the event is happening, how the event is happening, and what the people in the areas where the events are happening feel about the events that are happening. So we get to talk from a place of total understanding. All right, what's on the menu for today? Stay tuned and you'll get to find out. All right, right, on the menu for today, Governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, says killing of all bandits is only way to end banditry in Nigeria. Former Assistant Director with DSS, Dennis Amakri, reveals DSS informed the federal government of past pro-Taliban views of Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami. Wow, that one there is top on the list of conversations for me this evening. All right, Senate directs Minister of Health, Osage Eyanire, to put together a policy to compel all government hospitals to procure locally manufactured syringes. Interesting. Let's see how that works out. All right, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has said the only way to end banditry in Nigeria is for the military to kill them all. El-Rufai suggested that the military should storm forests where bandits stay and bomb the whole place, thereby eliminating all of them. The Kaduna State governor said this when he spoke at a dialogue in Abuja. El-Rufai also disclosed that all governors of the North have agreed that bandits must be wiped out, adding that both land and air powers were needed to confront bandits. Okay. Now, some persons have called for blanket amnesty for bandits terrorizing the nation as a means to reintegrate them into the society. And of course, we've seen some of the governors go ahead to negotiate with the bandits and see how they can bring a lasting peace to their various regions. But however, I mean, wipe them out from the face of the earth. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to use all our aircrafts and also the army on the land, and we will bomb all of the forest. What do they call those aircrafts again? Reconnaissance, I think reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, so we're going to use all of those, and we're going to wipe them all out from the face of the earth. Reminds me of, is it a Bob Marley? Is it Bob Marley's song? I can remember now. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to open the phone lines now, and I'm going to take your views on this very issue. 0817-000-0951 and 010-9510-951. Take your text messages or send your text messages to the number 070-1933-9962. To that number doubles as the WhatsApp message number. Remember, you can also reach out to me on social media. It is at Thekalada, THEKALADA. Let's find out who the first caller is. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Pastor Gajas from Buguma and Kalabana. Good evening, my brother.
Very welcome.
You see, now, I think El-Rufai has said it also. Look, because if he starts, what the man is looking at from the onset is that when you start paying them, giving them money, you begin to encourage others into the business of the crime. And that is what actually happened here. You see, most of these ransomic payments that we see, I think it is being learned from what actually happened here in Niger Delta, where we begin to militancy here, giving a facelift payment and try to do all kind of things. And our people say, yeah, because they have a genuine reason of agitation and all of that. And what is the not agitating? What kind of agitation that is genuine over there? So, as northern states, we know that financially they are not buoyant when you compare them to the southern states.
Hello? All right, I guess we lost him, or lost that call. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Man of the people.
I'll from Yanigua, welcome.
Thank you. Canada.
Yeah.
We talk about not negotiate
even in one of the interviews, he was talking about even if they kidnap my son, I'll negotiate with them. He just blabbing. He just blabbing. Who was the first person on?
But that's not where we're concentrating right now. We're looking at the fact that they're saying they should bomb all of the forests and wipe all of the people in there and wipe them all out.
That is what I'm saying now. Wipe them all out. Before this time, this very man negotiated, paid, even went outside of this country. No other governor has tried it. Traveled out of Nigeria to go and negotiate with bandits. He paid them huge sums that make people to shout. Where on this earth you want to go and bomb when either Gift is being kidnapped or Alada is being kidnapped, to bomb the victim and that very bandit together? If it is your son, will you agree to this proposal? Forget about this man. This man does not even know what he's saying. That is the simple truth. If it is your mother, yourself, will you allow any government to come and bombard you with the kidnappers? That is the question you need to ask. I don't agree with him. Let him go and negotiate and bring those innocent girls and boys that were kidnapped. Now, 2 nurses were kidnapped again with other persons. As I speak with you, what is happening in Kaduna State?
All right then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling in, Gift. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Hello, good evening, Canada.
All right, welcome. What's your name?
Odalotus, calling from Amaru community.
Welcome.
Yeah, I want to talk about the person that was saying to give them mandatory amnesty and to reintegrate them in the society. Were they out of the society before that they were killing people? The people they were killing, are they in the mood? Already they are here in the society, living among the people. So what is the person talking about? I adopt the issue of aerofire. Wipe them off once and for all. No need for what are you negotiating for? Sometimes when we callers call you, ask questions. Don't give respect to a particular person. Don't take this person that is too much. Ask questions. Wipe them up. No need for negotiation.
Thank you very much for calling in there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Let me conclude. I was talking on the network. You see, I was saying that now, if the North against the state, we all know that financially the northern states cannot be compared buoyantly with what we have here in the southern states, where we produce the natural resources that
What's your point, please?
Now, the point is that where will the money be coming to be paying them? Because the moment you start paying them, more of these northerners will be diving into the business. And you know that in the north, everything in life in north over there is much more. When you talk of criminality, when they are coming up in their multitude numbers. Good and bad thing, everything over there, you have it in a very large number. So when you begin to pay them, my brother, you now begin to encourage criminality and is giving liberties to it. That is where I think the governor is looking at and is coming from. So the best solution to it is total crush. You meet them, you don't carry them to any court of law. You clear them so that others at home, side watchers, will not see that it is not business as usual. Are you getting me, my brother?
I can hear you.
I think that is it.
All right, thank you very much for calling in there. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Yeah, good evening, Kalada.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Yes, my name is Ugo. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome.
Yeah, my problem with Aerofy, yes, he has made a good suggestion. But my problem with him is that he talks with the two sides of the mouth. You know, he will talk here and come out here and tell you another thing. Now, look at what is happening in southern Kaduna. This is a place we've been to. We lived here for many years, honestly. Now, what has he been able to? Is he going to negotiate with who before he can deploy forces on these people terrorizing southern Kaduna? He does not need to take permission from anybody. If he has the arsenal if he has the whatsoever it takes for him to launch heavy attacks on these people, what is he talking about? Let him start with example. We want to see actions. We want to see something in place. Not talking. They will take all the years they are in power talking, bringing suggestion, what people have already known. We want to see action. We want to see something on ground. You know? That is me. We'll go.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. Let's move on now to the next story, where the former assistant director with the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, has said that the DSS informed the federal government and the National Assembly of the past radical pro-Taliban views of the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Isa Pantami, before his confirmation as minister in 2019. I think I should take that again. Former Assistant Director with the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, said that the DSS did inform the federal government and the National Assembly of the past radical. I need you to underline the fact that they did inform the federal government, that is the executive arm of government, and the National Assembly, the legislative arm of government, of the past radical pro-Taliban views of the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Isa Pantami, before his confirmation as minister in 2019. And Macri's comment follows the claim that the Federal Executive Council, FEC, said the alleged link of the minister with Al-Qaeda and Taliban some years ago was not discussed at its meeting. The minority leader of the House of Representatives, Ndudi Elumelu, had at plenary moved for the immediate resignation or sack of the minister for showing sympathy to the deadly activities of insurgents. Amakri, who spoke in an interview with newsmen, said the minister must have been confirmed by the National Assembly due to a lot of factors, including federal character balancing. Pantami, former Director General with the National, I cannot remember now, but what was the DSS doing at the time when they were screening? And I also pointed fingers to the National Assembly, and I wondered what the screening exercise that they held was all about. But cases where the DSS, says someone is a bad candidate to occupy, any office in government in Nigeria is usually made public to, you and I. It's not hidden. It's usually displayed in the media. For instance, when the former acting chairman of the EFCC, Magu, was claimed to be not fit, it was all over the media. The DSS, made the report known. I'm wondering what did change with these very one, this appointment from Gombe State. What did change? But if the claims by the former assistant director with the Department of State Services is true, I'm wondering why it was never made public. Why? But then again, what's your reaction? What's your reaction to it? I mean, federal government had in 962. Lost that call. 95.1 FM.
Good evening, Calabar. My name is Ololoki, calling you from Baimeche.
Ololoki, welcome.
Yes. That report on the Minister of Communication, I think that the people proving that is still allegation, probing him, they should probe him not sentimental or biased. Now, the man has already said, yes, some of all these things that maybe when I did not, when I was young or something like that. I'm not trying to cite, but my point is that let them probe him and make some of their findings before we come to conclusion of him resigning. Kalada, are you there?
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yes, fine. Before we come to conclusion of him and the minister coming to resign, so that it won't just be like something he is not, everybody is not aware of, such as the claim he made, which he has already said, yes, he's not in denial of this claim. Nobody has seen him in a war. Nobody has seen him in a Boko Haram set of a thing. But my point is that let the senators or the reps members probe him, come and make some findings before we now say, okay, step aside. Now, even if we want to say, okay, step aside while your the investigation is going on, no problem. No problem. I know the President Muhammad Buhari is not that kind of person.
All right.
He did it in the EFCC chairman Ibrahim Mago. At the end of the day, he stepped aside.
All right, thank you very much, Lucky. Thank you very much there. Moving on now, 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Yeah. Well, let's say Inca said that nobody can defeat an ideology. These people have an ideology. And Obasanjo said that there is an agenda for Fulanization and Islamization of Nigeria. Yesterday, Deji Adeyonju posted something on his Facebook page. He said that he doesn't know how many times that he's going to apologize to Nnamdi Kanu because he is an added critic of Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know that since this guy has been championing the Pantami resign issue, the attack they have been giving to him, trying to religionize it, he's fighting him because he's an Islam. You know that kind of a thing. This guy was disappointed. He said, I am a nationalist. I am just an activist trying to fight for the betterment of Nigeria. The people are now trying to, even they posted something that this is their fatwa. You know, when they say fatwa on you, it's alleging something that anybody that sees you can remove you on earth. So this guy has been disappointed. These people have an agenda. No matter what happens, he will not be removed because it is the agenda that they are executing. Thank you very much. No matter how your CTC expose them, that exposure.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on now. Thank you very much there. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Pastor Zach.
Welcome.
My brother, you see, let me tell you. You see, this attitude of allowing things to go was for coming out before state entry report is what is killing this country sometimes when I look at it. Now the time you are supposed to be telling Nigerians this thing is it the right time now? When the man has gotten the job, confirmation has been made, he has been there for over at least, he has been there even the second time. If I don't know whether he was there the first time, but
2019.
Yes, 2019. Since 2019 up to date, okay, second time minister. Okay, you can see. That is not the best. I think the same people who are trying to bring him on board, trying to reveal all these things, they are there when he got the confirmation that is the right time to shout, tell Nigeria, this person is not fit for this job.
But did he hear the part where I read that he said the DSS informed the federal government and the National Assembly?
But he said a particular part was not discussed. That is why that area.
He said the National Assembly did not discuss it, not he. They gave the information.
Yes, but it was not out of your answer.
Okay, I think we lost you there again. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Canada.
Yes, good evening.
I'm Noble from Elios.
Noble from Elios, welcome.
Canada, he just asked the last speaker to pretend that some people that also pretend to just question.
Can you just move on? Can you move on and go to your...
I'm sorry about that, but I have to tell the truth.
Go to your own conversation, please.
Yes. Is he not Senate President that said whatever Buhari brings on board, that we're going to approve it? Do you remember that statement?
All right.
So, is he not... Is it something new to us? See, I think that this administration is sympathetic with terrorism and corruption. Because if they are not, that will be the first people that release these guys is work. He's still there. They are pampering him. Like, what do I call it? The Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, said that did not discuss about him in first meeting. How can they not talk about such information, such damning information that is happening in Nigeria? They are keep together, even talk about it, but Nigeria are talking about it. Eh? Right. So, they are sent the information to Senate, and Buhari also is aware. If Buhari did not support this guy, he is not aware of this thing, he could have done something. Are you telling me that all this thing that this guy did, he did it alone, of his own? There is people that plotted him, there are people that he did it with. And
that he did what? That he did what exactly, please?
Okay.
That he did what exactly?
He was in meeting when they killed this Kano State, former Cabinet State Governor.
He made certain comments, and he had nothing. Yes. He made comments. He made comments that were sympathetic. It did not show that he was a part and parcel of any terrorist attack. So get your facts right.
No, Canada. As far as this thing is on air now, everybody will deny it. Even if it's me, I will deny it. I won't say that I'm involved. That is how Nigeria runs about.
All right, then.
Oh, okay. Do you expect this guy to come and say that, yes, I'm a member?
All right, moving on now to the next caller. Thank you very much there. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Hello, anybody home?
Hello, Canada. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you. What's your name?
My name is Gochi, calling from.
Gochi, welcome.
Thank you. Concerning Senate and this campaign, I don't know what people are calling him, and the Buhari himself. Buhari told us before Buhari is today the ministers or whatever they call it. It was 6 months, and we are hearing that he wants
that was the first tenure. The second one, I think he did not waste so much time.
Yes, listen to me. Then he said he is appointing those that can be able to work. Okay. Okay. This man now that people are calling Minister of
Communications.
Buhari knows whom this man is. Two of them are the same thing before now. You could remember the comment Buhari made. He said during the time, if you contest the election now again and not win, that Babu Samokis will be stuck with their own blood. Did you have that
but how is that pro-Taliban? How is that pro-terrorism? That statement, how is it pro-terrorism? Insightful, yes. Insightful, yes, but how is that pro-terrorism? That's the question I'm asking.
Okay, listen to me now. I want to let you know that this man, Buhari knows who he is before he appointed him.
All right, then.
Buhari came for a purpose in this very Nigeria. And he is picking those people that can be able to do what they discussed before he come to this seat, before he came there. He is picking them, which people will not know. And what happened to our people are too sentimental. So that they say, look at the North. Whatever that happens to the North, they cannot come out like this, both like that and say the person is wrong. They will find one way or the other to defend the person.
Right.
So it is our people here that will start to tell us if they are too good.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ugochi. We've got to move on now. Thank you very much there. Of course, if I'm president, I will appoint people who, of course, will take my ideas to the next level. Well, what do I know? I lost that call to call us back. I lost that one as well. I think it's time for us to move on now to the next conversation. And it has to do with the report that says the Senate has directed the Minister of Health, Osage Eani-Red, to put together a policy to compel all government hospitals to procure locally manufactured syringes. The Senate Committee on Health gave the minister a 6-week ultimatum to carry out the directive. The committee gave the directive during an interactive meeting with local manufacturers of pharmaceutical products, the Ministers of Health and Trade and Investment, as well as the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. The committee is investigating the failure of government agencies to implement the backward integration policy on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Members of the committee say it is alarming that despite the capacity of local manufacturers to meet the market demands, an estimated 1 billion units of syringes and needles are imported into the country per annum. The Senate had earlier in April summoned the Minister of Health, Osage Eyanire, Minister of Trade and Investment, Niyi Adebayo, and the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, NAFDAC, Professor Mujisola Adeyeye, to appear before it over failure to implement the backward integration policy on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Chairman Senate Committee on Health Ibrahim Oloriegbe at the investigative hearing took a swipe at NAFDAC for licensing companies in India and China to import syringes into the country. Let's localize this conversation. Now, we have a syringe factory in Rumosi in Rivers State. This symbolizes what Nigeria is all about, where local industries are left moribund while we import things from other countries, and yet we shout every day. Every day we shout, made in Nigeria, made in Nigeria, made in Nigeria. But hey, every one time we make a policy or we take actions to import things. I mean, the syringes are imported into the country every year. 1 billion. And I can imagine if the syringe factory in River State, I hope the governor is listening, it was operational, or the ones all over the country were operational, we probably would be generating revenue, not just for Nigeria. I want to think that Niger Republic would also need. I mean, we're building railway to Niger. I want to think Niger Republic will also need. I want to think Somalia would not just need police officers, but syringes as well. But what do I know? I'm going to open the phone lines right about now and take your thoughts on that one. But more importantly, since we are fighting corruption, I mean, that's been the mantra for this administration 5 years on. What has happened to the funds provided for the production of locally made syringes in the country in the past 5 years? Were they used to import? Were they used to line the pockets of a particular individual or individuals? Canada would like to know. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Let's find out who's on the line. 95.1 FM, lost that one. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, Canada.
Yes.
So I called again.
Yes, welcome.
Now, this one is to further kill Nigerians the more. Now, the reason I'm saying this, let the ASO Rock, what do they call it, clinic, be stocked with these locally made syringes.
We have not made locally made syringes just yet. So what are they stocking?
If it is made, if they make it, let them stock all these government houses first with it. Yes, not after making it now. They push it to general hospitals and public hospitals.
So what's your point? Are you saying we shouldn't make it locally? We should import? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand.
They will go out and see good things. They will not bring them here. You will see that government Asoro clinic now and our government house whatsoever hospitals will be stocked with foreign syringes. But the locally made ones now is what you will see in our local hospitals and markets.
What you are saying is we should not make them locally. I'm trying to understand you, please.
Yes.
Okay,
If they make it local, let everybody use it. If we are going to die, let us all die.
All right then. Thank you very much. I'm wondering why you think locally made syringes will kill Nigerians. Well, you have your opinion. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, this is George. My brother, I see Nigeria is industrially backward. That is why you see most times people look outside the country for everything. When you are industrially viable and the market world see you like they see China in everything, or even the little ones that you are able to manufacture or produce, then and you stay with it and you bring out the best out of it. You see, Nigerians will go far, and the other parts of the world. You talking about Nigeria, Somalia, Ethiopia, and they will look inward, and will find a way to also patronize the market. Is one thing, but another thing is having the quality, the type that they will need. Now look at.
Is that not why we have NAFDAC and the likes, as agencies to?
NAFDAC is compromised now. How come many people who have not, who don't have never interfaced with NAFDAC, as NAFDAC registered number in their product? Some of them they just pay 50,000, something that you are supposed to be scrutinized, and millions you have to be paid before you are recognized by NAFDAC. But you see, one official will go behind, take 50 or 20,000 and give you one fake registration number. You start the product. See, this attitude of not being at the right track. You see one person bring a thing today, the next morning somebody has faked it. And this is why many Nigerians will not have faith in all these things, and they will begin to look outside. Nobody who is born by or created by God that do not love the best things of life. Nobody will say, let me use my money and go and begin to take fake products that tomorrow it will be harmful to your health. That is another thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. Let's find out who's here. We lost that one. Okay, keep your calls coming in. When you say we fake things, I mean, do you think the one coming from India or China is also not faked when it comes into the country? Anyways, moving on. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good evening. You have paid that money, withdraw it. If you want to pay, come back to Port Harcourt here. We have our own. Let this manufacturing company come to a chair where I reside. I have a land to give them where they can begin to manufacture this thing and employ youth. What are we saying? Everything, including toothpaste, you import it. It's bad. And Prince Mama Buhari has been here talking about people and going outside to import some of these things that we in Nigeria can produce here and employ our people to take charge.
Everyone, FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Canada.
Yes.
Good evening, Canada.
Yes, what's your name?
Lucky, calling from
Lucky, welcome.
Yeah. Talking about the local manufacturer of spring, you made about that we have it here in River State before, right? Yeah, the former commissioner of health in River State should give account of it. You know, the former commissioner, I've forgotten the name.
That's not the conversation we're having. We're saying we have it and it should be functional. I don't care who made it or who did not make it work. It should be working, and that's what we are concerned about.
You asked a question before that we have it here in River State and now it's not functioning.
That's not what I said. That's not what I asked.
You said yes, we have it before. You didn't say it's not functioning, but we have it here in River State before.
All right, then.
Okay, but let me leave it at that. Well, thank you, Canada.
All right, thank you very much. This is the point where we get to do a summary of the show, so you can call in and any of the topics that you've not touched and you want to touch and you want to talk about, you have an opinion or two about and you want to share it with the public and for the betterment of our country. You can call in right about now, 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. Let's find out who we have here. 95.1 FM. All right, we lost that one. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good evening. Canada.
Chris, welcome.
Yeah, it's Chris. Let me talk about Erufai suggestion.
All right.
If they should bomb terrorists, they should ask Erufai because he is the one that's encouraging them. He told us last time that he paid them. He has been paying them money. So if armed robbers are stealing and you are supplying weapons, when they caught the armed robber, they will still call you. You join them. So Erufai, you will continue paying them. Don't stop. So I don't support this Erufai idea. It's no good area. Nigerian government must negotiate with the terrorists They must continue to pay them. Any day they stop, they will bring Erufai and join because he encouraging them. Nobody should stop paying terrorists because we said it before. They call us sort of names. They say that we don't know what they are doing. Now, they are tired. No, they must pay them. Any day they stop, Erufai must join them because he is the number one person that are encouraging them. On the string, if they are bringing some special this thing so that we should use it, no, they should import it first to ask to us. Mr. Number One President should test it. You cannot give me something that is not good. You want to take your own injection, you don't go abroad. No, it's only 9 months that your own mother carried you the way they carried me. So everybody I have one. So you cannot bring the syringe, bad syringe. They will use it and took me injection next year, next morning. My
All right, thank you very much.
You want to take
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much. There, moving on. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Hello, my good friend.
Obina, welcome.
I want to talk about Erufai. I don't want to start blaming Erufai. Correct. Everybody is calling on Pantami to resign. On a good day, if it's from another place or another tribe, you see them, the experts will invite him. Like the person impulse, call Apostle Suleiman, call Bishop Kuka. But all these jihadist people that is committing this atrocity, that is in President Muhammad Buhari office, nobody will do them anything. You understand? So what I'm calling now, DSS should call Pantami in order because he has some of his boys there. These people that are calling bandits are Boko Haram members. They claim they want to do amnesty. We have seen corrupt people in Buhari government. We have seen people that have a terrorist allegation against them. In the same government, people are fighting corruption. People that claim they are fighting corruption, the people are being killed. We are seeing the sponsors. Every time presidents will say, no, don't tell killer herdsmen to leave Ogun State, or don't tell them to leave Ebonyi State. Where are they going now? Since you don't want them to leave. They have given the order, stop killing innocent people. I think this killing will not stop in Nigeria and kidnapping because some people are using it as business. All of us should come out and condemn it, my brother.
All right, then. Thank you very much for calling in. All right, 95.1 FM. All right, lost that call. Lost that one as well. Keep your calls coming in. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Mr. Canada.
Well, yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. I just want to talk about the economy, local production, and all of that.
All right.
I think the federal government is not serious. Is it that they don't know exactly how to grow the economy, or they are not serious? You understand? Because I know if someone is serious, the principle of economics is very simple. You know, cost of production for any manufacturing company is what they look at. They look at their overhead costs. You don't even need to beg a businessman where to start his business. If it's conducive, you'll be the first person to even beg you to run to that place.
All right.
Now, Canada, let me just paint a picture. You know, if you come to importation, to me, if you want to discourage people from importation, you understand? What you do, because most of the things used in manufacturing, we don't get them locally. The machineries, does Nigeria manufacture machineries? No. Does Nigeria manufacture some chemicals? No. These things come from outside. So what you do is you bring down the tariff of those who are importing. In 2015, this government came in for no reason, increased tariff. There are some goods imported in Nigeria, even not finished goods. They put about 80 to 100% increase in tariff. Why are you doing that? They want to make more money. Make more money on innocent citizens, because you know very well that once people pay more to get their products produced, it's going to reflect on the pricing. Have you ever wondered why each time you go to the market, the price you bought something yesterday is not the same price you buy it today, Canada. So these things are very, very simple. People are putting around it. The government doesn't know exactly what to do. Now, let me give you another instance.
Summarize, please.
I'm summarizing now. Twitter wanted to cite the Africa headquarters. Why didn't they come to Nigeria? They looked at all the factors and see that Nigeria will not favor them. They went to Ghana. It's very simple. Do you know that most of these goods, some goods that we use here, our own people, Nigerians, because here is not conducive, they go to Indonesia, they go to China, they own these companies. Go and make your research. They go to China and cite the company, produce it there at a less cost, bring it to Nigeria to sell.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got to go now. Thank you very much. And that's the much we can take. That's how we draw the curtains for this evening. Remember, the platform is always a production of our news department, and today's edition was put together by Ufanaya, Bema, and Clay. Take responsibility. Wash your hands on a regular with soap on the running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I am Canada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. I will be with you same time, probably tomorrow. But for now, I'll leave you in the hands of Vivian Douglas. I don't know what she has for you today, but you get to find out when she comes on air.
This is the Vivian Douglas Show. It is an avenue for paradigm shift.
We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
on the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and log down every Thursday. Hello and welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show this beautiful Thursday evening. A lot has been going on in Nigeria today, and sometimes it looks like we don't really know where we are. We don't even know where we're going to. So the drama sometimes can be very, very unnerving. But I'm excited to sit with you this evening to talk about one of those issues that affect us locally. Don't worry, we are not going IPOB. We're just going to respect. In fact, we're not going there. Let's talk about something that really affects us as a people here. For about 5 years now, the demonstration schools around Port Harcourt, Rivers State, as a matter of fact, there are issues that have been going on with them and the Rivers State governor. The question I've always had in my mind when that issue comes up is this: why is this such a big deal? Why can't this issue just, why can't it just be something that has been taken care of so that everybody can rest? So yesterday, interested persons, the civil society organizations were out in the street to protest the same situation, which is understandable as a matter of fact, to protest the same protest. Now, in their protest, a lot came up. The questions are still there. Well, we cannot have this conversation without having one of the interested parties who happen to be Judge Will and NEFA. And of course, whenever there are such issues, you will always have Judge Will there. But what do you think about this situation? How does it make you feel? What are some of the reasons why you think that teachers who were employed by Rivers State Governor will be there and then they will not be paid? They are working. These are humans. These are humans like you and I. Is there any reason good enough for this? But in case you are not aware on what is really going on, let's get to have and if I Judge you to join us in the conversation now so that we can be part of, we can get us to fill us in. So, and if I good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show once again.
Yeah, good morning, Vivian Douglas. Good morning, Rivers people.
Why are you telling us good morning in this evening? Is it that serious?
any day you wake up is your morning.
All right. Now, the issue about
actually Rivers State owned, as in primary and secondary schools, owned by tertiary institutions of the Rivers State government. What that means is that every tertiary institution of government operates a school called demonstration schools, primary and secondary schools, outside the regular universities. Of course, you know, tertiary institutions by their name or nomenclature simply means higher education.
Yeah.
But then the schools, both at the national and state level, operate primary and secondary schools. It's a model. And over the years, like for me, most of my younger ones, you know, attended those schools. So that is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, so the former students, family members of these teachers have not been paid for 5 years and 3 months.
Wow.
And of course, the civil society marched to government as demanding to know why government have not paid.
Okay.
And there are two questions. One, why government have still not paid 5 years and 3 months? Then secondly, why have governments not obeyed the court orders? So now to answer
okay, there is a court order?
Yes, 2 court orders. So let me just take us back to memory lane.
Okay.
What are the issues? The issues are that about 5 years and 3 months ago, the Rivers State government stopped, the Rivers State government headed by Governor Ezemonye Sowike, POS Africa, stopped the salaries.
What do you mean by POS Africa?
That's the
are you trying to insult our governor?
No, that's the title.
Okay.
You understand? Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that out.
No, that's the title.
Okay.
That's the title. So the stopped 5 years and 3 months ago, stopped the salaries of these teachers. It's not saying we are sacked. These teachers.
Okay.
It's not saying we are
so
sacked.
You mean in these 5 years and 3 months, they are still teaching, they still go to school and do their jobs?
Let me shock you, Vivian. These schools still shun out graduates. Wow. As in, they still write terminal exams. They still write external exams like junior WAEC, senior WAEC, supervised by these teachers. It's not as if the government employed new teachers.
Okay.
You get the point? They just stopped the salaries. So
that doesn't make sense.
So now,
did something happen?
Yeah, I'll come to that. These teachers try to meet some prominent persons in the state. Religious leaders, traditional rulers to intervene.
When you mean, sorry to interrupt you, please. When you say they went to meet prominent people in the state, there's something called schools board, both for the primary and the secondary school. Are they not under the schools board? I mean, isn't that the normal process to go for things like this?
You know that primary and secondary school is not like the regular Rivers State primary and secondary schools. They are a special kind of school. Okay. And like I said, it's not peculiar to Rivers State. Okay. It's generic. In almost all the states. With
higher tertiary institutions.
Yes. Then at the federal level, of course, Uniport have it. They call it demonstration schools. Yeah. Their campus is in mile 3. You get the point.
Yes, yes.
So that is how Unijos, Adamawa and Co, they all have it. So it's not new. And if you look at their employment letter, it is clearly stated that they're employed by the Rivers State government.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that.
Yes, just as they employ the lecturer, just as they employ the cleaner in university, just as they employ the typist, just as they employ the computer operator and the grass cutter and gardeners and what have you. That is how they employed these teachers.
Okay.
And all their employment letters are bearing Rivers State government. So they are the property of the Rivers State government. In fact, to further clarify this, some of them who are teachers have been transferred to other departments in the university. You get the point?
Okay.
So what it means is that they are not like the regular teachers you have in GSS Borokiri or Government Comprehensive Secondary School Borokiri. No. They are a special school within the universities. So,
Yeah,
so
I get that, but where they were officially employed by River State government.
far even before the River State governor got to the university,
Okay.
many of them, their employment predates even before the governor even gets into the university.
Okay.
Even before the governor even got into UST, for instance, where he read law, these persons are already teachers. What that means is that they were staff of the university, some of them, or a majority of them, were staff of the university while he was a student.
Okay.
You get the point?
Okay.
Now, and government have been responsible. Government have been paying.
Okay.
But when
why did he now stop?
Yeah, very well. So when he came into office,
Was the previous government paying while he was there?
that's what I'm saying, that the previous government, the immediate past, that's the Amechi government, the one before Amechi government being Odili's government, even before the Odili government, they have been paying.
Yeah.
Since the inception of these tertiary institutions, they have been paying. They have these schools. You must have heard about Seabed and Co. These are all part of these schools, and they have been paying. They are special schools, like I said. They are not like the regular schools you have in the state. Now, when stop paying, they met the religious leaders to talk to, because for them, how many persons in government can actually walk up to the
Easily
governor?
have access to the government.
Yes, to start asking critical questions.
Okay.
We don't want to be reminded of what happened to the Commissioner for Environment, but that is not why we are here.
Yeah, exactly.
Why we are here is when they made a lot of efforts together from informal sources. What they hear from government is that government argument is that private schools pay their teachers.
But they're not private schools.
Hello, yeah, I'm coming to that. Private schools pay their teachers. Therefore, they too should pay their teachers.
They should generate money.
Money and pay the teachers. The teachers now asks a very silent question. You are saying that we should pay our teachers. Are the lecturers paying themselves? No.
No, they
Are
are
the
not.
gardeners paying themselves? No. Are the typists paying themselves? No. How come you in the university? Because they are members of non-academic staff in university.
Okay.
When non-academic staff holds their meeting, they attend.
Okay.
In fact, some of them have become ESCOs in the non-academic unions historically.
Okay.
Now, they don't ask, if you now say that, if you now in the entire university, you now single out only teachers to say they should pay themselves. How is that possible? That is one aspect of it. And the second aspect is this. You are saying that teachers should pay themselves. These teachers, they don't have access to the account of the university. They are not.
Who controls the accounts? Because when you say they should pay, are you saying they should open a new? Is this saying they should open a new account? Are you saying that the students now begin to pay certain school fees that is more than if they were paying?
Even if you say they should pay a new account, it's not possible because it's a university. They are not the ones who set the school fees for the students.
Okay.
They are not the ones who set.
Basically, they don't control the.
Nothing. They don't sign.
funds.
They don't sign checks. They don't receive checks. They don't make amendments. Not their duty is just to go and teach,
deliver services
and score, and of course supervise terminal exams and external exams. That's all. Now, and again, this.
Why then? Sorry,
Yeah.
so that because a lot of people want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah,
I've seen their calls already. So why exactly would the governor then wake up one morning and say, "I'm not going to pay you"?
Now,
has he said anything? Has he given any reason for this position?
That's what I'm saying. That officially, government have said nothing. And that is where.
How do you? They've gone to. How do you mean he hasn't said anything?
I am coming. I said official. You can use your phone, Google.
I don't want to.
You cannot get an official statement of
on
government
this for 5 years
on this matter. But I am telling you informal sources. Informal sources. That government's position is that these teachers, because if you want to get informal sources we have busybody in government. Those who carry bag for commissioners, those who do busybody for God. So
let's talk about.
They will be the ones be saying, but these teachers now, other private schools are paying.
All right, because they are informal sources. Let's not even go into. Let's talk about the courts.
Yeah, so that's where I want to go to now.
Okay.
Now, these teachers ask critical questions that we don't assess the account, we don't pay, we don't know how much is even inside this account. We are not. In fact, and very importantly, those who manage the account of the university are appointees of the government. That is to say that if there is anybody that should be punished, it's not the teachers, but the vice chancellor, the pro chancellor, and all these persons are persons appointed by government. So you don't leave if at all that is your reason.
This is not making sense, and I'm not going to lie to you, because when this story has been on for some time, and then when I saw, because when the court case came out, I felt okay. I know the states appealed and all that. I felt by now this should have been put to rest.
No, and that is where as civil society we are really surprised. Now, this non-paid teachers, now after exhausting our backdoor channels, they now went to industrial court over.
Okay.
The court gave, the court asked the River State government, said these persons are your teachers, clearly.
Because they have your appointment later.
Yes, they are your teachers, clearly. The River State government, surprisingly, that same day, as if they knew that they are going to lose the matter, now file notice of appeal and appeal the matter.
Are you kidding me?
This hungry
so
teacher,
that's the second issue.
These hungry teachers had to contribute their money, those that would trek, and they went to court of appeal. After several years in the court of appeal, they finally, and the court of appeal, the same thing, the court of appeal said that
what was the court of appeal
verdict?
The verdict came up.
These are your teachers, and that the court of appeal now went a bit further, a step further, and said that neither you, the River State government, or your agents should tamper with their employment.
Wow.
Now, despite that, since October 2020, a government headed by a lawyer, a government headed by a lawyer who is a member of the body of benchers, that is one of the highest authorities as far as legal profession is concerned, refused to obey a valid industrial court order
I find
and the court of appeal order.
I tried to read talking about humans, parents with children whose future are dependent on the outcome of their own parents today. So if you're not paying them, what do you expect these children to do? We have a lot of children who are practically abandoned every day. We're talking about the who's, how we can get to reform these children and get them to life. And then you're making life difficult, because when a parent cannot pay his children fees, if you cannot feed your children, what exactly do you expect these children to turn out to be? So, sometimes when we see some of these things, we fail to deal with the root causes. So you're leaving parents who may be turning into angry humans, pouring this out on their children, or going through things they're not supposed to be going through, or doing things they shouldn't be doing just to see that they put food on the table, or take care of their own children. I do not understand how this is fair. And this is really... this is weird. It doesn't really, it's not something that really comes down well inside my head. I don't know how to accept it, because yesterday the conversation was going on social media, and practically everyone was asking the same question when the clips of what your protests at the government house came. So yesterday, before we open the phone lines, who came out to address you people yesterday?
Nobody. We were there from around 9 a.m. and left there around 3 p.m.
Are you saying that the governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Wike, who is a lawyer, his wife is also a lawyer, are you saying that
judge for that matter?
A judge, as a matter of fact, are you saying that in this Rivers State, court orders are not being obeyed? Even when we talk about these are teachers. These are people who impart knowledge into the future of this state. Are you saying that we sit down in this state and we pretend that this is okay? I need someone to call to let me know how this is okay, or what makes this okay. Maybe there's something you and I don't know that someone might get to help us to understand why this should be happening.
Video, let me shock you. 90% of the persons involved here are Rivers people. 90%. insult to this injury, some of these persons can even be my grandparents. I saw someone as old as 70 years.
This is so sad. This is so sad. And there's nothing that in my head. There's nothing that makes this okay. Sorry, if their appointment has been relieved, they've been relieved of the appointment. Yet you still need to pay them.
The law is clear.
And now the Court of Appeal is saying you shouldn't tamper with their appointment, and we're still having this since October last year. Is there something we don't know that someone needs to tell us? Just before we go, let me quickly open the phone lines so that people can be part of the conversation. We are looking at the demonstration schools, primary, secondary school. These are schools attached to tertiary institutions, universities, as the case may be in the state. For 5 years and 3 months, the teachers themselves have not been paid. Let's have this conversation. Maybe someone from the government is listening. Maybe there's something you can say or suggest that will touch the hearts of the governor or the commissioner for education or whoever is in charge at the schools board to see that these things are sorted out. Because in my head, sitting down here talking to you, there is nothing in my head that makes this okay. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. What do you think could be the reason why these people are not being paid for 5 good years? Feel free to call in to be part of the conversation. What exactly is going on? What do you think may be the reason why they are not being paid?
When they will do all this, even if these people did anything wrong, is it enough for you to hold them 5 years and knowing fully well that these people they are mothers and fathers?
My dear.
They have children. That is, I doubt this very man. Whether he has gone with Idi Amin. Let's remember that at least Idi Amin later died. That one day he would have faced the judgment of God. It's very wrong. He has sinned against God, and God has not killed him. Why is he behaving like this? It's too pathetic. I'm honestly speaking.
It is. It is very pathetic. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I understand, and you see, you can't really play down on this. Hello. Good evening, and welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show. Hello. Yes, good evening. Can you try to be a bit audible, please? All right, good to have you here. So what's your take?
So, our teacher output 5,300 teachers have been paid. And this is why we also support this government support the if they decide to borrowing money, should support them. If it's to print more money, they should print more money and circulate. By circulating money, this is how people the money will be circulated. Is by paying teachers and pensioners. So if it is to borrow, they should borrow. I know that since we start borrowing, I have not seen any lender that come from any country, say Nigeria is free. They should borrow or print more money, just like Obaseki. If it's possible to print money, federal government should print money instead of borrowing. If they can also borrow, they should borrow and develop our country.
All right. Thank you very much.
Nobody should be being against them that they shouldn't borrow. They should do what they borrow. That's what they borrow. No, we should give them the support. We should give them courage in every side. So that our country will develop. Let them borrow or print more money. They can print money. Central bank.
All right. Thank you very much.
By so, the money will take place.
All right. Thank you very much. We can see. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from, please?
This is Honorable Christian. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, good to have you here. So what's your take on the issue of unpaid teachers?
You see, that's why at times our government people, governors, I don't have pity on them because that first tenure, you see them, they will be behaving as if somebody that wants to die. Please now, put for me. Mr. Governor, is he owing anybody again? This is the last tenure now. This is now you know that some of them are wicked. In their second tenure, you will know if they are devil or they are human beings. Look at what is happening. You are owing somebody. How much you want? I have 20,000 or 30,000 naira. Minimum wage. Now they punish people more than. Look at some people bring their children, the condition of their children. It even touch you. And you even on the top boy, you even see the age mothers, you don't want to pay them. That's why I told you, our leaders, if God will come, if I go there for heaven that day, I don't think I'm going to do if you record. I go come. If I see you that place there, one day, I will say, God, put this person this time. Now we get person. They don't even need to near heaven, talk less of this our leaders. Take all of them that is doing this thing. Their children are they schooling here? They are not here. But they claim they are patriotic Nigeria. They are not patriotic.
All right, thank you.
They don't eat our food. They don't like Nigeria. None of them like Nigeria. All of them that you see doing this thing. Take all our governors. Very wicked. If you see devil, you don't see some of them.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chris or Chris.
Very bad.
Thank you so much. Hello? Hello?
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me? Your line seems to be breaking.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
All right, if you don't mind, maybe you should cut and call back. This line is breaking. Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good to have you here. For 5 years and 3 months, teachers hasn't been paid. It's teachers in a demonstration schools. What's your take? What do you think could be the reason? What do we need to do to get the governor to, pay these teachers? So basically, what's your name and where are you calling from, please? Sorry.
Okay, my name is Eze. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
It's good to have you here. Please go ahead.
It's a sympathetic situation, actually. But the governor himself is not doing the right thing. He was represented fully in court. And when he didn't win the court in first instance, he appealed. And the appeal court struck out his appeal. I see no reason why he shouldn't pay the teachers. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So another way that I think that the teachers should be is that they should carry their protest to the government house and remain there permanently.
Okay.
Remain there permanently. And the other schools, secondary schools, should all just join the strike in solidarity.
All right, I think that's one suggestion. Maybe by the time they camp there for 1 week, and that could now get the right attention, or maybe get the national media attention to the matter. Maybe when they begin to discuss it in national television which goes across Africa, maybe that could get attention. But whatever it is, thank you very much. I really think that these people really need to be paid. Thank you very much. Hello. Okay. Hello. Okay, we lost that call. So the live phone lines are still open, but let me come back to you right now. A lot of suggestions here, what should be done. So what do you have? You and the civil society people have been talking about this for as long as we can remember. What do you think has been achieved so far? And what do you think, how can the people come in? What is it that we can do to get the people's attention to this? And actually, I don't know, what are some of the things you think we can do to get the governor's attention, to get to his mind, to see that he listens and begins to do the needful? Because this doesn't make sense. I cannot believe that Governor Nyesom Wike will disobey court order. This is way out of normal. I never saw this coming in whatever anybody thinks of him, but I never saw this coming personally.
Well, our political leaders have always been hypocrites, with due respect to our political leaders, but that's the reality. They only cry and shout when it affects them. Buhari is bad. I'm not holding brief for Buhari. Everybody who knows me knows that I'm not friends with Buhari or his party, the APC, or his wards and surrogates. But the truth about the matter is that our political elite from all divides, especially the two major divides, are largely the same. And hypocritical, you see them shout. Look at the Cham local government election that was done. But yeah, these are the same persons who call out INEC, Mahmoud, Buhari. Wow. So it just goes to show that if they have the opportunity Buhari have, they will even be worse. I've said that on my social media platform, and yes, and I stand by it. They will be worse from their attitude. So Now, on what the people should do, I think the people should stand firm on the side of truth. The teachers have said every month they are going to occupy government house. Of course, if you remember the last time we were there last month, they thought we were joking, and the teachers called us this month. So we were there yesterday. We'll still be there in May. The idea is to do something that is sustainable. You know, it's one thing to say that you are going to occupy and stay for days. It may be because the resources to sustain that may not be there. This process is largely supported by civil society and former students. You know, being the ones holding the teachers are extremely poor, very, very poor.
I mean, how much is the salary for?
They don't even have it for 5 years plus. So they don't even have it.
Yeah.
You know, so largely, we want to do things that are visible. You know, so every month we'll be there until the governor pays. If he doesn't pay until he leaves office, we'll make sure that every month we visit the government house. So we just need solidarity from people. Each time you hear that we are going to the government house, please, if you are free, join us. If you aren't, if you're in your offices, go to social media. Make sure that you go about it. Another thing we want to do is that we live in a new world.
Okay, I will just have to pause you there, and then I will come back today. So this is still the Vivian Douglas show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In 60.
Teachers of demonstration primary and secondary schools of Rivers State and tertiary institutions have made good their threat to occupy the Rivers State Government House in Port Harcourt over the failure of state government to pay their 5 years and 3 months salary. Congress of University Academics, CANUA, has faulted calls for reconciliation from the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing it as a distraction. National Coordinator Niyi Sumonu clarified that CANUA is an independent academic staff union whose vision and mission are different from ASU. The Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech, has released the cutoff marks for its full-time national diploma program for the 2020-2021 academic session. Joe Ejiofor, the deputy registrar, said that the cutoff marks were fixed by the admissions committee for departments. On foreign news, Northern Ireland's Children's Commissioner has said she is furious at the approach taken by some schools to assess grades for GCSE, AS, and A-level students. Kuala Yosoma said she was disappointed by the overuse of controlled assessments in test conditions reported to her office.
Today's news. In 60.
All right, good to have you back. You're still on to the Vivian Douglas show, coming to you from 95.1 Today FM. And we've been talking about several issues, and no matter how you look at it, no matter how you look at it, when we talk about issues that affect these people, they are issues that should concern each and every one of us. And until we make it a habit to have these conversations and ensure that those who are involved in these issues are well taken care of, one day, like we always say, it could get to you. It could be me, it could be you, it could be anyone. And the question is, what are we going to do when it gets to our turn and there is nobody to turn to? When the teachers of a demonstration primary and secondary schools are asking for help, are crying out for 5 years plus. They have been teaching, they have been working, and nobody seems to listen to them. When I mean nobody, it is the responsibility of the state governor. It's part of his duty. These people were employed by River State government, and he is the governor right now. We don't know what is going on. There's no official statement on this, to the best of my knowledge, concerning this issue. So the phone lines are still open. This is a conversation we're having on the Vivian Douglas show this evening. The phone lines are still open, and then we're asking, what can we do as a people to support the civil society? They were there yesterday, they've been there last month and all that. For how long are they going to stand there? What can you suggest we do to see that this thing comes to an end? This is taken care of. These are our people. They are relatives. I mean, I don't know any relative who is affected by this, but I believe they're my relative, because if I have a sibling or a friend or a niece or someone who studies in this school, so one way or the other, they are also affected. An hungry teacher cannot give the best to these children. An angry teacher cannot be the best administrator or principal, to these people. So what can we do as a people? Can we begin to have this conversation on social media? Are there people who are willing to actually donate to see that, or do we, what exactly do you suggest? It's our problem, so that's why we're having this conversation today. So feel free to call to be part of the conversation. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is George. George, calling from Romeo community in Odegging Clan. I want to, yes, you are talking about the refusement of the government to indicate to the teachers of demonstration secondary school.
I am primary school.
Yeah, my sister. My sister. I pity for those parents. I pity for those teachers. And the government of Wiki refused saying this thing based on watch grants. And they have existing court order that gives them the verdict for him to do the netto and pay those stuff.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, you're correct.
So why is it trying to create an issue where there is no issue?
My brother, I wish I have an answer.
Okay. I also know that vividly he told the paper that all the local government chairmen, especially the chief Malaysia, they should pay all the councillors and all the people that is working with him. Why can't you do the needful and reciprocate and pay people for 5 good years?
Honestly,
these teachers that have the passion of teaching students, where do you want them to? Is not creating employment in River State. Where do you want these people to occupy in these sectors? And you kept them like that. Some of them have children. Their children are going to school. Some of them cannot even pay their medical bills. According to one of them, they say a lot of them have died due to hardship. Please, I am pleading with the governor of the state. I know he's his own turn this time. But tomorrow, you don't know. You will not be a governor forever. That is why my own state there. Let him do the needful and pay these people. How much is the money that the governor cannot pay these people? I think we should not extend to what I title wickedness and other things. Governor needs to do the needful, pay these people so that they can take care of their needs. Their needs are more important. You see, let me tell you, when you are working and you are not being paid, when you have to work for how many years you have not been paid, or you want things to happen, you have not been paid. Where do you want to send this to? Do you want them to be miscreant in the society?
Exactly.
Do you want them to train children who cannot? Do you want to train children who cannot even try their best to do what is right? Oh, Governor Yeso, please listen to the plight of these teachers.
All right, thank you so much, Judge.
They are indigenous of River State. They are indigenous of River State. They are your brothers and your sisters. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, George. You know, if what it takes is to have this plea, maybe we should begin to do that. Hello?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from, please?
Yeah, Chief Warbo calling from Okri.
All right, so what's your take?
My take is that the governor refused to pay those teachers. We don't know the actual problem. At least, governor must have said something that the teachers has not told the public. Why this morning? There must be something wrong.
All right, so what do you think is wrong? What do you think could be the reason for not paying teachers that are legally employed by River State government, even with 2 court judgments to this effect?
Yes.
What do you suggest? What do you think could be? Maybe there's something you know that we don't know. What do you think could be wrong, sir?
I don't know anything.
All right, so we are just asking for suggestion, and because this matter has been on for 5 years, he hasn't said anything. You don't just stop paying people without telling the state or the people the exact reason why you stop paying them. That is an error that shouldn't even be happening in the first place. If there's any reason why you think they shouldn't be in the employment of River State, make it public.
Tell the people.
It shouldn't be a secret, because this is not telling good on his name right now. Hello?
Yeah, my sister.
What's your name, please? And where are you calling from?
Yeah, please. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Let me give your guest advice. I don't know if you follow them. I have been following this government since 1980. You know, at times, government...
All right, can you kindly go straight to the conversation so we can take other calls, please?
Okay, now let me give him some advice. Now, you people should be careful. with the way you people go to government house to avoid fracas, allegations, this and that, please.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, this conversation, we don't have all the time. We have about 5 minutes to go. We're simply saying these are Rivers people. There is an issue. We're saying, what do you suggest? What can we do? I'm just going to take one more call, and that will be all for today. Hello. Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Professor Etik. I'm calling for United States of Allah.
All right, good to have you here. So quickly, what's your take?
My own thing is that I just want to appeal to our excellency to pay these people money. People, because I believe it's not our excellency that is in charge of this money, but I want these people that they are in charge of this money to know something that before they become what they become today, it was this teacher that trained them. That teach them. So they should not even suffer them, and I want them to even believe that one day they retire and leave that position that they use that they have today. So they should use all the power that they have to pay. Because it's not easy for somebody to just looking at your children suffering before they can eat. Many of them they have packed them out of their house. So they should
because they couldn't
pay the money. Yes. So that the kind of people pay their money. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for your contribution. So let's come back to you. I can take more because we have just about 4 minutes to go. You know, a lot has been said. What is the next step? Because if you keep going monthly and then there is no answer, what do you think other organizations or individuals can do? Do we need to begin to write an appeal letter to the governor? What do we need to do? Because right now there are 2 court cases. He's not obeying any of them. He hasn't said anything as we speak. So what can we begin to do for this? Because this is the life of people, the future of children. Someone just said right now, if teachers had been treated the way they are being treated when he was in school, or when some of these politicians were in school, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They wouldn't have been able to get to where they are today. So
Vivian, because of time. Let me just quickly respond to 2 of all the calls. Let's just to one. One is the first person that talked about that is a secret the teachers are not. See, government is an open thing. We are not in a military government. It's a democracy. If there is anything, for God's sake, the government should talk to Rivers people. We are employers. We are the employers. The Rivers State government is our employee. If we live in a country that is working, we even have the right to sack the governor. So that should be put
in a normal country.
Yes, that should be put on record. Now, I will say that. Then no matter the governor's grievances, no matter me and Vivian's grievances, immediately the court say yes. Me and Vivian must agree with yes. No matter how Vivian thinks our opinion is, or how my opinion is, anything the court say, we have to stick by the court. That is on that. Then another issue, the issue of subtle threat. Let me say that I'm not the type of person anybody can just threaten. So the government house is a government house owned by Rivers people.
Absolutely.
All of us have the right, if we have any form of disagreement, have the right to peacefully protest. I repeat, nobody can intimidate Rivers people. We are saying that insofar as the teachers are ready, insofar as the people are ready, that we are going to peacefully march to government house on monthly basis until the governor obeys the court order. On issue of appeal, the Parents and Teachers Association was part of the protest. In fact, I've been part of the 2 protest marches so far.
Okay.
I can tell you for free that several letters have been written, soliciting, begging that the needful should be done. Up till now, nothing is done. We of course we have no other choice than to call government out. We'll go to Twitter, we'll go to Facebook, we'll social media handles while we are waiting for the next protest. Thank
you so much for what you have been doing. Thank you for also pushing for this. And therefore, Judge Will, thank you so much. This has been a show for today, but wherever you are, you're listening today, whatever you think we can do, if you know some of these teachers and you can also support them in any little way, please feel free to do that. If you're financially capable, you can also drive down to some of these schools and see, who knows, you could just be a saving grace for something. Exactly. So whatever you can do, if we need to do crowdfunding to someone, let us know. These are our teachers. We love them. Thank you and have yourself a beautiful evening. The rest, and of course, enjoy the rest of the program. My name is Vivian Douglas.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
A very beautiful evening to you, listening to your premium talk news and sports station Today 95.1 FM. And right here in the studio with me are two wonderful gentlemen from the National Association of Ginger and the Rivers State Chapter, and they're here to talk about something very important with you in the persons of Mr. David and Mr.
Tunde.
Mr. Tunde. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
All right, so tell us why you're here tonight.
Well, we are here because of a special program coming up tomorrow and on Saturday.
Okay.
On ginger process and value chains value.
Okay. When you mean ginger process and value chains value, what do you mean by that?
Thank you very much. Again, my name is David. I'm privileged to be the state chairman of the state chapter of National Ginger Association of Nigeria.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about ginger value chain. Before this time, ginger, is produced all over the world, especially Nigeria is one of the best producers of the best ginger species all over the world.
Wow.
But then, it's not popular.
Okay.
Now, we want to, it's one of the, today, because of the challenges we are facing, Nigeria is mono economy, and all of this, the government is moving from oil and to do diversifying our. So we are leveraging on that and to actually let people understand why ginger. Ginger value chain is very, very big. You have to talk about ginger in pharmaceutical. You talk about ginger in food and drinks. You talk about ginger in cosmetics. So the value chain is quite big. In fact, if I want to talk about ginger value chain today, it will take a lot of the time. But then want people to come to the workshop. I want to create an awareness to understand why ginger at this time. Nigeria today is the second largest producer in the world.
Wow.
Not even the third.
Wow.
And yet our
the
global,
awareness is so low.
The awareness is not there. So it's a crop today. In fact, it's a golden crop today that you can make so good money if for the farmers, the processors, the entire value chain. In fact, as we speak today, agriculture is the largest employers of labor.
Very true.
So that is we have so much to make from ginger. And again, the pandemic, COVID-19,
opened people's eyes to different parts of farming.
So today people are looking for natural way of remedy almost of these ailments that are already plaguing the world today.
Very true.
Ginger is an antioxidant in the pharmaceutical. A lot of things happen around ginger. A lot. In fact, in India and in China, it's amazing.
People might be wondering: is it particular climate or a particular soil that you get to plant ginger, or it's common to every?
Yes, I said Nigeria ginger is about the best. It's one of the best in the world. Why? Because ginger is actually a crop of the tropics.
Okay.
So our tropical region here support the production of ginger. It's encouraged, it's allowed for it to have a good aroma, the potency, and all of those. So it's a crop that it should be an household. Let me tell you something. Do you know that if you have ginger juice today, you don't talk of indigestion. You finish, it's a lot of things is there. Ginger bread, ginger biscuit, ginger juice, a lot of things happening. In fact, today in my house, I don't take any other tea. Ginger turmeric tea with honey.
Wow.
And ginger is
and it serves the same purpose.
This is better than any other tea. I must tell you that.
Okay.
is fantastic.
All right.
So we need to get people to know about it. So a lot of people, we have thousands of people who are looking for just out of the job after the coronavirus and all of those things. And we have in fact, agriculture in Nigeria should be our focus. We have the best of the soil.
Okay.
In terms of arable farming, we have the land everywhere. So we should focus on what, in fact, after creation, what did what the work God gave to man is a mend the garden.
Yeah, very true.
If we had focused on that, as at the time Nigeria was producing palm oil, groundnut, cocoa, and all of those things, we were borrowing money to European countries. But today the reverse is the case.
Yeah.
I think we can go back there.
Yeah.
We can start and try to create an awareness and have a structured market to actually penetrate into the
In terms of creating awareness, if you want to venture into ginger farming, is it capital intensive?
Well, that's the more reason why we are bringing in consultants.
Okay.
2 consultants from National Root Crop Research Institute, Umudike,
okay,
will be at the program tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's going to be an epoch-making event.
So you're giving them strategies from people who know
everything. In fact, on Saturday there's going to be a practical farming session,
wow,
agronomy.
Okay.
And we are going to go into practical planting. We want people to understand that in this environment, we can actually produce this world sought-out commodities, ginger, which we can also derive economic value and all the other value attached to it. And that's why we are going into it. If you look at ginger presently now, you will discover that it has, let me dwell more on the pharmaceutical aspect of the benefits.
Okay.
Ginger has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial and antiviral and healthful properties. And its uses and benefits are so wide. It reduces gas and improves digestion. It releases nausea, easing cold and flu. It releases pain, reduces inflammation, supporting cardiovascular health, lowering cancer risk. In fact, ginger is an excellent source of antioxidants. Studies have shown that for this reason, ginger can reduce various types of oxidative stress, which is very common today. And that's why the Nigerian Association of Gingers River State Chapter has packaged this program together. People need to understand that we have something within us that we can produce that can help us economically, empower our youth, and also open our life to benefit.
I even like the awareness, that it can be planted here in the South, because the impression that, most of the time, most of these things that we use are planted over in the North. And when we had issues of, barricading and stopping some goods from coming here, we felt like we couldn't do some things. But I like the fact that ginger can be planted in the South.
It can be planted. As we are talking now, we have about 5,000 hectares of land that we have acquired for this project.
Just ginger planted.
Ginger plantation.
Wow.
We can only include turmeric along with it.
Wow. In River State.
In River State.
Wow. This is interesting. So interesting. So how can we become part of the seminar tomorrow?
Yes, what we have decided to do is that the seminar is actually open to everybody.
Okay.
We have our registered member. We have processors. We have producer, the stakeholders. But then there are people that they don't even know that there's good advantage in you planting ginger.
Okay.
Now, so we want people that also want to go into farming. You want to go into farming maybe because you have some money or you don't have. You want to come and be part of what we are doing because they come and leverage on what we are doing already. So we want to take advantage of economic opportunity that federal government is talking about, assistance for farmers. We have come together as a body. In fact, as we speak today, we are working with a consultant who's going to finance the project for all of us.
Okay.
So we want them to come to the workshop, come and see what we have done in the association in River State, and then come and leverage on that. As a farmer now, yes, it might be up to maybe 1.750 to say you want to cultivate an hectare.
Okay.
But we are not asking you to bring that money.
Yeah.
We are taking the loan on your behalf. We have acquired the land for you. So you just come and be a member of National Association of Nigeria, River State Chapter. And it doesn't, in fact, we can do farming without border.
Wow.
You don't have to be in River State to be our member. You can be anywhere.
So practically,
it's a cluster farming we are doing here.
Practically, it's wealth and health.
God bless you. Yeah. Thank you. Health and wealth. Yeah. You make the money and you live well.
You live well. Yeah. All right. So for people who want to be part of it, can you give out the directions, book seat reservations, numbers to call?
Yes.
All right. We will be holding the event at Fuji Events Hall.
Okay.
Fuji Event Hall Center is located along Airport Road, close to Big Treat. opposite U&U Electronics, Rukpoku, Port Harcourt.
Fuji Event Hall.
Yes,
Okay.
Fuji Event Center.
All right.
That's where the event will be taking place.
Okay.
And it's coming up tomorrow by 10 a.m. We're going to be there till around 4. And on Saturday, we'll be going to the field for the agronomy, for practical farming, where we'll be, we take the farmer to our demonstration farm. And there will be actual planting on Saturday in River State.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any numbers to call to book the reservations?
Yes, we have our number here. We have first number 0802 365 1319. I call that again 0802 365 1319. And second number 0706 109 8888. I call that again 0706 109 8888. You can call off this number. In fact, because we made preparation for COVID-19 protocols, so our space can only take maximum of 1,000. But then we are expecting the first 500 people.
All right.
Yeah. So if you want to come, because we are not going to do 2 sessions because it's a full day. So if you want to come, please just say yes to any of this number.
Okay.
Just say yes. So
as
that
a text
you
message.
have text a message. Don't call. Just say the text message to this and say yes, you are coming. So that we can receive, because when we have the number, and I want to tell you something. The first 50 persons, you are not a member at all, but you want to come because of this program. The first 50 person, I have a special gift for you.
Wow.
Because the training, we're going to have the manual for you. All the training, the hand-on training for practical, for processing, we have the hand-on manual. And I can tell you something. When you come, the first 50 person, I'm going to give you a special gift. So please, you just call in and say, yes, don't call, just tap, yes. And then first 50, we are good to go.
Let me quickly read out the numbers again. Send yes as a text message to this numbers 0802 365 1319. Again, 0802 365 1319. Or send yes as a text message to 0706 109 8888. Again, 0706 109 8888. Be part of this very wonderful innovation that has come to your doorstep, because it's like we said, health and wealth. You're making money and you're leveraging off the natural resources that we already have to benefit yourself health-wise. Final words before you go.
So, finally, I want to see you tomorrow in that event. You can't afford to meet because it's the first of its kind in River State. I must tell you that. Yes, we are not saying that cannot do it, but we are saying we are the first to do anything like this. And we are looking forward to youth in particular. We want to mop up. We have 5,000. It means we are looking for 5,000 farmers. So be part of it. Come and be part of this. It's an initiative that is divine. And if you come tomorrow, just come to Fuji Event Center there at Rukpoku beside Big Street. I'm waiting for you.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. David.
It's a pleasure.
And
okay, before we go, let me tell you the mission statement, vision, and core values of this organization.
Okay.
1, the mission statement, we want to take advantage of emerging opportunities on the ginger value chain for the economic growth in South Nigeria.
Okay.
And the vision we are running with is to become a major exporter of high-quality ginger in the world in the next 5 years of operations.
Wow.
That's why you need to join us. Our core values are quality, integrity, and empowerment. And our business definition is a group of persons or body of persons engaged in ginger for their economic enhancement and well-being.
All right.
So that's why you need to join us to drive this vision and values.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr.
Tunde Adeloye,
for coming, and Mr. David. We have come here to enlighten us about the importance of ginger farming right here in the South. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to having a conversation like this with you again and be part of that seminar holding at the Fuji
Event Center.
Rukpoku
beside Big Street.
All right. Be there and learn the importance of farming through the process of, farming ginger, and make yourself a wealthy person. Stay tuned. It's still your premium talk, news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. Coming up shortly is news at 6.
every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, this is the World News on a Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Opina. In the headlines, President Muhammadu Buhari meets with some northern governors in presidential villa, Abuja. Senate director of government hospitals procure locally manufactured syringe. Heavy traffic reported along Mile 1 and Mile 3 axis in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State following low road blockage. On the foreign scene, U.S. pharmaceutical company Pfizer confirms counterfeit versions of its coronavirus vaccine in Mexico and Poland. Now, the details. President Muhammadu Buhari is presently in a meeting with some northern governors in the presidential villa, Abuja. Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, is also in the meeting. The governors were led by Chairman of Northern Governors Forum, Simon Lalong of Plateau State. Others in the delegation are Governors Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi, Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna, May Malabuni of Yobe, Abubakar Bello of Niger, and Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State. The purpose of the meeting is yet unknown. The Senate has directed the Minister of Health, Osage Hanire, to put together a policy to compel all government hospitals to procure locally manufactured syringes. The Senate Committee on Health gave the minister a 6-week ultimatum to carry out the directive. The committee gave the directive during an interactive meeting with local manufacturers of pharmaceutical products, the Ministers of Health and Trade and Investment, as well as the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. The committee is investigating the failure of government agencies to implement the backward integration policy on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Members of the committee say it is alarming that despite the capacity of local manufacturers to meet the market demands, an estimated 1 billion units of syringes and needles are imported into the country per annum. The Senate had earlier in April summoned the Minister of Health, Osage Hanire, Minister of Trade and Investment, Niyi Adebayo, and the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, to appear before it over failure to implement the Backward Integration Policy, BIP, on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Chairman, Senate Committee on Health, Ibrahim Oloriegbe, at the investigative hearing took a swipe at NAFDAC for licensing companies in India and China to import syringes into the country. Meanwhile, the leadership of the National Assembly has proposed the decentralization of the Nigerian Police Force and the Nigerian Correctional Service as part of efforts to reform security, judicial and justice systems of the country. The Parliament is seeking the movement of correctional services from the exclusive legislative list of the Constitution to the concurrent list. President of the Senate, Amal Lawan, and Speaker of House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, made this known in Abuja. In the meantime, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has advocated the inclusion of provisions in the country's constitution to guarantee a society where both men and women could contribute to development. Gbajabiamila noted that doing so was the only way Nigeria could achieve the success it desired, adding that women in particular should be free to pursue their highest aspirations and achieve their maximum potential. The speaker spoke in Abuja at the opening of the 2-day retreat on achieving gender equity in the Constitution review process. The event, an initiative of the Office of the Speaker, and the House Committee on Women Affairs was organized in collaboration with the National Democratic Institute. The Speaker stated that there was no better time to push for the protection of the rights of women than now that the National Assembly was reviewing the 1999 Constitution and the Electoral Act. Gbajabiamila assured women that the 9th House under his leadership would act on the recommendations of the retreat. The House of Representatives has voted out a bill seeking to limit the category of litigations that can be appealed at the Supreme Court. The bill was to reduce the workload on the Apex Court, thereby fast-tracking justice delivery. Critics of the bill, however, argued that the proposed amendment to the Constitution would be counterproductive as it might lead to justice denial to would-be litigants. At the plenary, the House considered for second reading a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, First Alteration Act, 2010, and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Second Alteration Act, 2010, to make appeals to the Supreme Court to be by leave in order to reduce workload on the court, expedite hearing and determination of appeals, and encourage efficiency and quality, and for related matters. Chairman of the House Committee on Judiciary, Onofiok Luke, who sponsored the bill, said its objectives were to advance hearing and determination of both civil and criminal matters and appeals by the Supreme Court, eliminate unnecessary delay in justice delivery and administration by the Supreme Court, and advance justice dispensation and boost people's confidence in the judiciary. Luke further said the proposed amendment would save litigants from unnecessary and unavoidable cost, delays and pains, encourage foreign investment and bolster economic development, stabilize the polity, and reduce the risk of citizens, residents and investors resorting to self-help, and encourage sound decisions and grant the Supreme Court room to focus on its primary duty of legal policy formulations. The Minister of Defense, retired Major General Bashir Magashi, has said the federal government knew that the killing of Chad's President Idris Deby was capable of causing security problems for Nigeria and other neighboring countries. Magashi said the government has therefore decided to beef up security at the country's borders to stop the flowing in of refugees. He spoke at the presidential villa Abuja during the weekly briefing organized by the presidential communication team. Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi says some criminals are committing crimes under the guise of the indigenous people of Biafra and the Eastern Security Network in the southeast. Governor Umahi made the comment when he appeared on a live television program. The governor urged the southeast governors to rise against the ugly trend of attacks on security outfits, especially police stations in the region.
There are bandits everywhere. There are criminals everywhere. There are cultists everywhere. So what happens now in South is that criminals who may not necessarily be members of IPOP and the ESM, we go and commit crime and they needed a name. So it's safer for them to say, oh, we are members of ESM, we are members of IPOP, so that they vote the persecution of IPOP and ESM by the federal government, we cover them. That is what is happening in Southeast. Because the IPOP people and the ESM have a number of times come out to say, look, we are not, into terrorism. We are not into violence. We're simply agitating. And these people that are burning police stations, these people that are killing, they are not our members. And so how do you reconcile the two? And that's what they claim. That's what they claim. They claim that, look, we are not into violence, we are not into terrorism, that people do this thing in their names. And we say, look, banditry is banditry, criminality is criminality. It doesn't matter the name they come with. And so we confront that. And that is our position.
Governor Mahi also called on the Department of State Services and the Nigerian Police to invite Nigerians who make unsubstantiated statements on social media to explain reasons for their comments. He said the comments are capable of inciting division and might eventually plunge the country into a crisis or lead to war.
We leaders will come out, in television, then we speak indict other regions, we speak against other regions, we pick on, on the leader of the country and then castigate the leader of the country and all kinds of stuff. There's no patriotism at all. If you are making, unsubstantiated, statements in the social media, the police, the SSS, you should be invited to explain. And this is no politics. If you are making a statement in social media and they call it freedom of speech, you must come to the law to substantiate it. But for the politicians who are making unguarded accusations and statements in social media, and then people outside the state who darken counsel without knowledge, we just cash on that and the emotion will rise. Never in the history of this country have we been so divided because of politics, because people want power by all means. And I wouldn't, advocate, for freedom of speech for somebody in the name of politics to plunge the country into crisis. I think there is a need for the leaders, politicians, to weigh their words and be able to defend whatever accusation or whatever information that they should to the.
Armed bandits have again invaded over 6 communities in Zamfara state, leaving at least 50 persons dead and others wounded. The bandits carried out the attacks in more than 6 communities in Magami ward of Guzau local government area and Maru local government area of Zamfara state. Those killed are mostly members of the local vigilante group known as Yang Sakai, keeping watch on their communities. The bandits stormed the communities and started shooting sporadically in the air to scare the locals before unleashing the mayhem. Members of the vigilante group who attempted to resist the attack were overpowered by the criminals. According to reports, the exact figures of the casualties may not be ascertained as at the time of filing this report, but locals said at least 50 persons were killed during the simultaneous attacks. Similarly, bandits suspected to be kidnappers have abducted 2 nurses in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of today, comes barely 24 hours after several students were abducted and 1 person killed during an attack on Greenfield University along the Kaduna-Abuja Highway in Chikun local government area. The chairman of Kajuru local government area, Kafra Kaino, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, said the bandits stormed the general hospital through the fence with deadly weapons and started shooting sporadically within the hospital premises. He explained that 2 nurses who were on night duty were taken away by the bandits. The chairman also said that plans were underway to boost security in the hospital and the environs to avoid the future occurrence of such an attack. You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into the World News on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Thanks for staying tuned. A group of ex-militant leaders under the auspices of the Niger Delta Movement for Development has taken a swipe at Ibikaboe Victor Ben, popularly known as Boy Loaf, for his recent attacks against the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Victor Matthew, who is the leader of the group, described a comment by Boyloaf against the former Akwa Ibom state governor as a tissue of lies, saying that Boyloaf is allegedly being sponsored by enemies of the region to pull down the minister. Matthew said Boyloaf should have addressed his personal problems with Akpabio instead of allowing himself to be used by some persons. Matthew, in a statement circulated in the media, said Akpabio's touring performance had become a nightmare for some persons. The ex-militant leader further asked Boyloaf to tender his unreserved apology to Akpabio for associating the minister with tribalism and claiming that his ministry and the NDDC had become an extension of Akwa Ibom government house. Traditional leaders and members of the Council of Chiefs in Rundili community in Emowa local government area of River State have broken silence over the insecurity in the community and have identified factors responsible for the insecurity in the area. Rundili community is one of the communities worst hit by insecurity arising from cultist activities, kidnapping and armed robbery, especially within the axis of the East-West Road before the introduction of Rundili Security, Peace and Advisory Committee, ROSPAC. The traditional rulers and chiefs in a media conference in Port Harcourt said despite their efforts in assisting security agencies in curbing insecurity in the area, they still suffer humiliation and harassment from the police. The leader of the traditional rulers and chiefs in Rundili, His Royal Highness Eze Gideon Omodu, who read out the positions of the people, called the attention of the Rivers State government and security agencies to be aware of the alleged nefarious activities of one Great Ubuagu Owo, who he said has been responsible for the arrest and harassment of the traditional rulers and notable sons and daughters of Rundili.
Nigeria and the world at large to the nefarious activities of one Great Ubuagu Owo. He is a security risk to Rundili, Rivers State, and Nigeria. To request the Nigerian police to arrest and charge him for false information. Since he has no fixed address here in Nigeria and abroad, the Nigerian police through Interpol should cause his arrest and repatriation to Nigeria to face the criminal charges against him. To prevail on the Inspector General of Police to stop the arrest and harassment of Rundili traditional rulers and his eminent sons who have restored peace and security in Rundili and the daily access of the East-West Road for commuters who ply the road.
Speaking in an interview with correspondent Uchendu Ejowo, the former secretary to Old River State Government, Oha Samson Abaru, said insecurity will stop when governments start matching action with words.
I know that as you see today, in all the media in Nigeria, or even when you open up any television or something, what we will see is insecurity. Who are the people causing this insecurity? Bad people who have nowhere other than to cause problem. They are the people causing problem. If they are fighting security agents, any time you open the television, the first thing you will hear is insecurity all over.
Heavy traffic has been reported along Mile 1 and Mile 3 axis of Ikwere Road in Port Harcourt City Local Government Area, Rivers State, following a road blockage within Mile 1 and Mile 3 police stations. A correspondent understands that the blockage may not be unconnected to the court clash that led to the death of 3 persons in Sangana Street in Mile 1 Diob, Port Harcourt. A police detective at the Mile 1 division who entered our correspondent confirmed the death of 3 persons from the court clash, adding that 2 persons have been arrested in connection to the incident. The police officer also told our correspondent that the move is part of efforts to tighten the security against external forces following recent attacks in Ebonyi State, an attack on police headquarters Asaba, Delta State. As the world marks World Earth Day today, an environmental rights activist, Dum Seal Aminikbo, has called for the end to gas flaring in Niger Delta region. Aminikbo, who spoke to our correspondent Priye Zogu, lamented on the continuous environmental hazards caused by oil multinational companies and artisanal refining in the region. The environmental activist advised the government and oil multinationals to convert the flared gases for electricity use.
But the issue of gas flaring, I really feel the government has not been tough enough, on the offenders, because if they are tough enough on them, they'll find a way. If they are tough enough on the offenders, they will know that they can actually use the gas being flared, to provide electricity for those in the nearby community, or they will actually find a way to divert the gas so that what it should be. But then when you give them petty changes, infinitesimal changes, little things, and then make them look like, oh, they've paid the fine, they'll look at it and say, okay, what's the cost of this flare? What's the cost of this fine? And they flare knowing that the fine they will pay does not really affect their business. It does not really make them lose much. But then since the punishment is not much, they can always do it. There's little for them to pay. There's little for them to suffer if they keep flaring gas.
A correspondent reports that the theme of the World Earth Day 2021 is Restore Our Earth. The monthly sanitation exercise earlier scheduled to hold across the state on Saturday, April 24th, 2021 has been cancelled. This was contained in a statement by the sole administrator, River State Waste Management Agency, Riwama, Felix Obua, urging residents and those doing business in the state to sustain the healthy habit of keeping their surroundings clean. Obua further urged them to observe the dumping hours of 6 p.m. to 12 midnight daily and also ensure all waste are dumped at Riwama-approved receptacles only. He said it would be wrong for residents and people doing business in Port Harcourt, the state capital, and its environs to dump their waste indiscriminately and flout sanitation laws, warning that sanitation marshals are still on duty and would arrest anyone seen to be flouting the sanitation rules. He re-emphasized that any landlord or shop owner who allows the frontage of his house or shop to be littered with waste should be arrested and prosecuted. On the foreign scene, after weeks of tension over a build-up of Russian troops close to Ukraine's border, Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu has ordered a number of units in the area back to their bases. The EU estimated that more than 100,000 Russian soldiers had amassed near the border, as well as in Crimea, which was seized and annexed by Russia in 2014. Speaking in Crimea, Shoigu said units on exercise would return to base. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who early challenged Russian President Vladimir Putin to meet him in the conflict zone, welcomed the decision to de-escalate tensions at the border. Elsewhere, U.S. pharmaceutical company Pfizer says it has identified counterfeit versions of its coronavirus vaccine in Mexico and Poland. The doses were seized by authorities in the two countries and confirmed by tests to be fake. In Mexico, they had false labels, while the substance in Poland was believed to be anti-wrinkle treatment, Pfizer said. The World Health Organization has warned that fake vaccines pose a serious risk to global public health. It has called for them to be identified and removed from circulation. Poland's health minister stressed that the risk of counterfeit doses appearing in official circulation was practically non-existent. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Muhammadu Buhari is meeting with some northern governors in the presidential villa, Abuja. The Senate has directed all government hospitals to procure locally manufactured syringes in the country. Heavy traffic has been reported along Mile 1 and Mile 3 axis in Port Harcourt City local government area of Rivers State following a road blockage. And on the foreign scene, we told you that U.S. pharmaceutical company Pfizer has confirmed a counterfeit version of its coronavirus vaccine in Mexico and Poland. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Ubemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and other high contact surfaces to prevent COVID-19. I am Wisdom Obina. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. Born to a throne, stronger than Rome, but violent prone, poor people's zone. But it's my home, all I have known, where I got grown, streets we would roam. Out of the darkness, I came the far.
good evening and welcome to the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. Of course, this time for Soccer Nation. My name is Victor Oriahi, and straightway heading into the thick of the action. We start from the Nigeria Women's Football League Premiership Super 6. Yes, the Super 6 going on right there at the Otumba Dipotino International Stadium, Ijebu-Ode. Well, we had 3 different games today. Just a few minutes ago, Sunshine Queens did... it was full-time in that center, and Sunshine Queens losing to Delta Queens, 2-0 in favor of the side from Delta State, as Chiamaka Okuchuku got a brace in that game, scored the first goal in the 7th minute, and then made it a double in the 55th minute from the penalty spot. Okay, well, we also had Rivers Angels up against Bayelsa Queens, and I tell you, it was a whitewash by the Rivers Angels team on Bayelsa Queens. It didn't just end in a victory; it ended in a convincing victory. 4-0. Yes, 4-1 in favor of 4-0 rather in favor of Rivers Angels. Well, Edwin Oko's team saw their southern counterpart in an emphatic fashion, defeating them 4-0. The first half was quite cagey and barren, with both teams failing to score a goal, and then just after the second half, Rivers Angels began to play with so much hard work and so much intensity, and that eventually gave Mary Saiki the first goal in the 59th minute. In just 5 minutes' time, Rivers Angels had tripled their lead with 2 quick goals from Ikechuku Vivian and Ogene Brume Iekwa in the 61st and 63rd minute, respectively. Ogene Brume then put the cherry on the icing for Rivers Angels in the 85th minute to wrap up that impressive performance for Edwin Okon's men. FC Robo Queens also defeated Edo Queens 4-1. An impressive victory from FC Robo Queens, with Gift Monday yet again putting a name on the score sheet. She got the first goal for FC Robo Queens. This is her 3rd goal in 3 games in the Super 6. And we also had Esther Oyenezide getting a goal in the 47th minute. So, as it stands, Edo Queens are still yet to register a single point. Sunshine Queens, from the 3 games played, they've been able to amass 4 points. Delta Queens are well on top of the table with 7 points gotten. Same with FC Robo Queens, 7 points as well. Rivers Angels have got 5 points, and Bayelsa Queens have got just 1 point, while Edo Queens have 0 points at the end of match day 3. Okay, well, let's move on to other matters. This time, men's football. Victor Osimhen says the quality of players in the Super Eagles put the team in good stead to challenge for the African Cup of Nations title in Cameroon next year. Well, the Super Eagles last won the competition 8 years ago in South Africa. The West Africans failed to qualify for the 2015 and 2017 editions before claiming bronze 2 years ago in Egypt. Osimhen told ESPN, "I think we've got everything we need to win the next AFCON and to go even further to qualify for the World Cup, because this is a squad that has extremely wonderful talent in the team, from the goalkeepers to the strikers, from the strikers to the bench. Also, of course, we have a very good coach and technical staff that can prepare us well for each game as it comes. And I think for us, we have individual players who can individually win games for us. The likes of Kelechi, Samuel Chukwueze, Alex Iwobi, myself, Paul, and the rest of the squad. And I know, of course, that a lot is being expected from this team, regardless of the fact that we're young. I think with what we got on our side, we can really go far as well as winning the African Cup of Nations title. Well, that's what Nigerians want. They want the AFCON title, and Victor Osimhen saying it's very possible for the Super Eagles to deliver that title. Okay, well, to another Super Eagles player. This time it is winger Samuel Chukwueze. The man has attracted interest from two Premier League clubs, Arsenal and West Ham United. Well, the Nigerian international, who has been in superlative form for Villarreal in the Spanish League and the Europa League, has been a toast of most top European clubs in the past. Recall that last season, Chukwueze was a potential target for Liverpool, but that deal never materialized. But the Gunners remain admirers of Chukwueze, who continues to impress in La Liga under Unai Emery. If Chukwueze is the player Mikel Arteta wants, Arsenal will not have a clear path at him, as reports also add that West Ham United and Everton are interested in the Nigerian. The Hammers are currently looking for a new centre forward, and although Chukwueze does not play through the middle, West Ham could still consider him for attacking depth. And as for Everton, there have been rumours about a potential departure for James Rodriguez, making it more possible, or slightly possible, that the man could just be moving to Goodison Park. All right, well, let's head straight to mainstream Europe, starting with the English Premier League, or should I say, the European Super League. Well, Real Madrid president Florentino Perez says the European Super League is on standby, despite 9 of the 12 founding teams withdrawing. Well, after a furious backlash against the proposed tournament that was announced on Sunday, all 6 Premier League clubs involved withdrew on Tuesday. Spanish club Atletico Madrid and Italian sides AC Milan and Inter Milan have also formally pulled out. Perez said, "We're going to continue working. The project is on standby." Well, Real Madrid, Barcelona and Juventus have not withdrawn, although Juventus chairman Andrea Agnelli said the project could not now proceed. Barcelona president Joan Laporta echoed Perez's comment, saying a new competition is required to ensure the financial health of the game. Laporta told Catalan network TV3, "We will speak more about it when the time comes, but for now, we understand there's a need for it, even though our members will have the final say. Big clubs contribute a lot of resources, and it's absolutely necessary that we have our say on the distribution of money in European football." Well, Laporta was named Barca's president for a second time in March, taking the helm of a club in heavy debt. Javier Tebas, the president of Spain's La Liga, says if the Super League was good for football, as Perez has said, they wouldn't have done it behind our backs. On whether there would be sanctions from La Liga for the Spanish clubs, he said, "We are not talking about sanctions. Everyone wants to cut people's heads off. We have to have a procedure, and we have to see how it looks in the end. These clubs have been sanctioned by their own fans." Well, still talking about the Super League, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says owner Stan Kroenke has apologized to him over the club's aborted attempts to join the European Super League. The Spaniard added that football fans had sent the strongest message over their opposition to the ESL. Arteta said he had spoken to Kroenke while Arsenal chief executive Vinay had addressed the players. He said they accepted the ESL episode has had terrible consequences and it was a mistake. Quoting Mikel Arteta, he says the owners have the maximum responsibility to run the football club. And what they said was, "Apologies for disturbing the team. We did it without the capacity to communicate in a different way earlier and pass on my message to the players. That is all you can ask for. I found out just a little bit before the news was leaked, and then everything was completely out of control and the world reacted in a really unified manner. There was not really time to think about it, reflect and evaluate or anything, because by the time that was out, a big tsunami already came on out of it and basically killed it." Vinay spoke to me and explained a little bit what was happening. He was very clear and transparent with me. I understand the reasons why we could not know. We were not involved in the decision. And just before we leave the European Super League,
It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger.
well, I'll say we'll leave it there. Let's move straight to the English Premier League, starting with the game played yesterday. The games played yesterday. Well, Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola said the failed ESL was a closed chapter after his side beat Aston Villa to move closer to becoming Premier League champions. Well, City were one of 12 clubs to sign on the breakaway ESL on Sunday, but withdrew on Tuesday after widespread criticism of the proposal, which would have seen no promotion or relegation and a split in English football. Guardiola said, as a club, we accept and learn and focus on the reasons why we're here. It's a chapter which is over, a closed chapter. The owners don't need to apologize to me. I know them. I know who they are. Okay, end of quote. Well, talking about matters on the pitch, City's win leaves them just 11 points clear of Manchester United, with Pep Guardiola saying his side were so close to the title. However, they had a scare when centre-half John Stones was sent off just before the break for a knee-high challenge on Jacob Ramsey. But Villa wasted the man advantage when Matty Cash was dismissed 11 minutes into the second half, following two bookings in the space of 3 minutes. The hosts had earlier gone ahead after only 20 seconds as John McGinn guided a shot past Edison following Oli Watkins' low cross. The impressive Phil Foden finished off a fine City team move to equalize before Rodri headed what proved to be the winner following Bernardo's silver cross. Well, that match ended 2-1. John McGinn put Aston Villa ahead in just 20 seconds, and Manchester City responded finally with Phil Foden getting the equalizer in the 22nd minute and Rodri sealing it for the visitors in the 57th minute. Tottenham Hotspur, well, they required Son Heung-min's late penalty to fight back against Southampton, handing interim head coach Ryan Mason his very first victory in his very first match. Well, the former Spurs midfielder Mason, who is the Premier League's youngest head coach at the age of 29, succeeded Jose Mourinho after the Portuguese was sacked on Monday. He made a winning start to his tenure after Gareth Bale curled in a superb equalizer. And then a late VAR intervention saw Son convert after a Musa Djenepo foul on Harry Winks was shown to be just inside the penalty area. Until Bale's composed finish on the hour mark, the host had been second best to a slick Southampton side who went in front when Danny Ings glanced in a James Ward-Prowse corner. With Harry Kane missing and still a doubt for Sunday's Carabao Cup final, Spurs were flat for long periods and appeared to have been affected by their tumultuous few days, with Mourinho departing fewer than 24 hours after the club announced they were to join a new European Super League. Well, that match ended 2-1 in favor of Tottenham Hotspur. Okay, and just before we leave the Premier League, Sir Alex Ferguson says Scott McTominay is the latest in a line of great Scots to make an impact at Manchester United. Well, the 24-year-old academy graduate has played 43 times for the Old Trafford club this season, scoring 7 goals from midfield in the process. And the 79-year-old Ferguson believes he's in the class of the likes of Darren Fletcher and Brian McClare to grace the field for his former club. He says, "We've been blessed. I signed him when he was 7 or 8 years of age. McTominay is of similar type to Darren. A bit long, lanky, a good winner of the ball, a good turn of pace going forward, a great attitude to the game. Going back to my time, we very seldom left Darren out of big games, especially against Arsenal. He was fantastic against them. If you put him against Patrick Vieira, no problems. It's really rewarding for me to see a Scot coming through. Darren was one. McClare was a great Scot for us, a fantastic player. We've been blessed with great Scots right through, going back to the King, Dennis Law. It makes you proud." Well, that's Sir Alex Ferguson on Scott McTominay. Today in the English Premier League, Leicester City will be up against West Bromwich Albion. Let's move to the Spanish La Liga as Real Madrid moved above Atletico Madrid at the top of La Liga with a win at Cadiz yesterday. there were fan protests outside the ground against the new league, which Real had intended to complete in. But I tell you, that top of the table status would be short-lived, as right now Atletico Madrid are currently leading SD Huesca 1-0. A goal, brilliant goal you want to say, scored in the 40th minute. And, they would have... Is that Luis Suarez now? Or just trying to get confirmation of the goal scorer, but it's 1-0 in favor of Atletico Madrid, and safe to say that Real Madrid are no longer on top of the La Liga title. Well, that game yesterday, it was Karim Benzema who scored twice. The first was a penalty, and then he provided the assist for Alvaro Odriozola to head in. The result gets Real La Liga challenge back on track after the minor slip in drawing goalless at Getafe on Sunday. Okay, yesterday in the La Liga, Sevilla defeated Levante 1-0. Osasuna were 3-1 winners over Valencia. Real Betis played at a goalless draw Athletic Bilbao. Deportivo Alaves defeated Villarreal 2-1. Elche played at a 1-0 draw with Real Valladolid, and of course it was Real Madrid who defeated Cadiz 3-0. Today, Granada will take on Eibar. Real Sociedad versus Celta Vigo, and of course Barcelona doing battle with Getafe. Let's run through the results of games played in the Bundesliga yesterday. Borussia Dortmund were 2-0 winners over Union Berlin. Hoffenheim defeated Borussia Mönchengladbach 3-2, while VfB Stuttgart lost at home 3-1 in favor of the visiting side Wolfsburg. Mainz 05 were also 1-0 winners over Werder Bremen. And there will be no game played in the German Bundesliga today. In the Italian Serie A, yesterday, Sassuolo defeated AC Milan 2-1. Bologna played out a 1-0 draw with Torino. Crotone lost at home to Sampdoria 1-0 in favor of Sampdoria. Genoa and Benevento played out a 2-2 draw. Juventus were 3-1 winners over Parma. And Spezia and Inter Milan did play out a 1-0 draw. And it was Udinese who lost at home to Cagliari. Today, in the Italian Serie A, Atalanta are currently up against AS Roma, and it is Ruslan Malinowski who got the goal for Atalanta. 1-0 at the moment, 55 minutes of action gone in that center, and later on by 7:45 p.m. would have Napoli take on Lazio. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Soccer Nation, the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on the radio. My name remains Victor Oriahi, your favorite Melanin sports presenter, urging you to stay safe and, of course, keep enjoying the best of football.
Good people of this beautiful land, I am happy to remind you that our able and everlasting God is still existing and is vigorously alive. When you call him, he will surely correct all inadequacies and bring the last glory back to your life. No problem without solution, so says the Lord. Hey, oh make una follow me to where them go tell you wetin una go do to overcome the problem where they worry you, either on marriage, on business, or to get job. Even if na long time sickness, just come make you come meet the God sent man at the two Olodumare at number 22 Obeto Kocha Street off NTA Lake Road, INTA Junction, Igbo Oba Port Harcourt. Telephone 081 600 49592. Yes, you've heard it now. Come to Aditu Olodumare for special prayer, consultation, and counseling. No evil form to against your success shall prosper again. Aditu Olodumare, the place where the Spirit of God is vibrating.
Good day, my people. I am Aditu Olodumare. You are welcome to this program. Dear listeners, the world is dynamic with many elements at play. The intricate understanding of our cosmic composure, spiritual influences, and physical bodies can help us to navigate this world better equipped. The knowledge of what you eat, what you wear, who are your associates, is very important as it is connected to your star and destiny. The knowledge of those food you eat and those clothes you wear, the clothes you put on, plus the people you associate yourself with, who your friends are, is very important. Very, very important, as it is connected to your star and destiny. Have you been promised marriage and have been disappointed consistently? Have you been job searching and have never been successful at finding a job? Do you have job proposal for contract award business and have always failed to pick up a contract? As your business, whether small scale or large scale, be suffering due to the lack of patronage? Have you been having bad dreams or nightmares? Dear listeners, the world is vast with elements unimaginable. An encounter is what you need to stand. So wake up today and come for consultation and counseling. Our address is at number 22 Obed Okosha Close off NTA Link Road, Uguaba, Port Harcourt. Our telephone number 081 670 495 92. Let me give you the number again. 081 670 495 92. This is our email address. adituolodumare999@yahoo.com. Let me give you the spelling of Aditu Olodumare. ADITUOLODUMARE. adituolodumare999@yahoo.com. Put your problems behind you, and your life will never be the same again. I pray for you today that your glory be restored. I am Aditu Olodumare.
Good people of this beautiful land, I am happy to remind you that our able and everlasting God is still existing and is vigorously alive. When you call him, he will surely correct all inadequacies and bring the last glory back to your life. No problem without solution, so says the Lord. Hey, oh make una follow me to where them go tell you wetin una go do to overcome the problem where they worry you, either on marriage, on business, or to get job. If na long time sickness, just come make you come meet the God sent man Aditu Olodumare at number 22 Obeto Kosha Street off NTA Link Road, INTA Junction, Igbo Port Harcourt. Telephone 081 670 495 92. Yes, you've heard it now. Come to Aditu Olodumare for special prayer, consultation, and counseling. No evil form to against your success shall prosper again. Aditu Olodumare, the place where the Spirit of God is vibrating.
Got one word for you, buddy.
A word like
Today, 95.1 Port Harcourt. Great talk, great radio. The voice of the people. Today.
It's hot, spanking new.
on Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
In case you missed out on the morning show,
Not to worry.
music, gossip, drama.
This is Entertainment Recap.
Who doesn't love this?
Entertainment Recap. Every weekday, Monday through Thursday,
6:30 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM. Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio.
Can love you better through the stormy weather.
Catch me when you can.
Cause you're Peter Pan, you're no landing never. Have you ever felt this? Love someone self.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Say free like something, Michael Jackson something. You say something, you go shake your something. Disco something, Titi Kati something. You don't need to send nobody, keep on rocking. Cause I'm in the mood, yeah, I'm in the mood to get. Yes, I'm in the mood, yeah, I'm in the mood to get down. I'm in the mood, yeah, I'm in the mood to get.
really like the fact that Peruzzi is trying to bring himself in a different light this time. I mean, the album Drum and Boogie is just different. It's such a different Peruzzi we're seeing. I mean, a different style, different sound, trying to sample everything. Even if a Manu Piano is not a thing trending for all of them. But, he brought it out in different ways. And we're really enjoying that album. All right, welcome to the show. Okay, it's already too much time. It's deep into the show, but we'll just make do with what we have. It's Entertainment Recap. That show where you get to hear all the latest juicy gossip and trending stories in the world of entertainment. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio, your radio muse, your exotic zaddy, dripping with opulence on this very wonderful Thursday evening. Funny how the time has flown already. The week is almost out, all right? So in case you didn't do anything, you were just there doing nothing. I really don't know what to tell you again. You have to wait for another day, all right? Tomorrow is another opportunity for you to get up there and make things work for yourself. Happy birthday shout-outs to you if today is your birthday. All right, good. You know, of course, I wouldn't fail to, give your shout out if today's your birthday. And in case you're celebrating something that is worth celebrating, congratulations to you, okay? Congratulations to you. And in case you missed out on the morning show, just rush through it. We can't play the games tonight. I'm sorry, really sorry, because of time, all right? We had to pay some bills, so I can't play the games tonight, but I will definitely give out something on the show before I go, okay? Now, I had this guest yesterday, Isaac Bassi. His show is set to happen on the 25th of April, not the regular, okay? It's a comedy show where you get comedy and also you learn cryptocurrency. It's very wonderful, and we're seeing this new innovations in entertainment, and we're seeing that it's taking a new dimension this time. It's not just going there to just laugh and spend money, because people say, hey, I'm just going there to go and spend money. I'm not gaining anything. This time, you're going there to learn something as well as have fun. All right, so it's going to hold at the Asney Place, JRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt. The time is 4 p.m. All right, the show starts by 5:30 p.m. and be there. All right, it's going to be crazy. I've been seeing the likes of Arinze Baba. I'm seeing the likes of Advice. I'm seeing the likes of so many other dope Port Harcourt-based artists and comedians who are going to be there. All right, so don't fail, all right? If you're not doing anything, or if you want to be somewhere on the 25th of April, be there. Okay, moving on to some other things we talked about today. It's a Throwback Thursday, and with limited time, we can't talk about so many other things, but I said, just in case you feel like you're very beautiful and you feel like you have the opportunity to be the Miss World again, or you feel like you could be the Miss World, okay? You're in your street, they're calling you the finest lady and the finest man and no, man cannot be Miss the finest lady, okay? So you're feeling like you're really killing it, you're slaying. Don't waste that opportunity. You can give yourself the crown. It's up for grabs right now, okay? So apparently we do not have any other Miss World again, because the reigning particular person has, would I use the word resigned, or she's resigned. Okay, that's the word. She's resigned after weeks of pageant controversy. Okay, so the reigning Miss World, whose name is Caroline Jury, has resigned after weeks of pageant controversy. Now, we remember what happened, some weeks back, where she forcefully took off the crown of Miss Sri Lanka, and it wasn't great. She got arrested. It was trending everywhere. And then the organizers were saying they were going to press charges and everything. And at the end of the day, she's no more. All right. In other words, she's saying, okay, so the voluntary resignation, she said, was made by herself alone. Like, she took the choice and took the decision, and she said to just drop that position. Come on. What's really what's really influencing these people when they do things like this? I mean, it's wrong, if you take things out of people forcefully. And I saw the video, I saw the reaction on Sri Lanka's queen, and she was not really happy. In fact, she had some injuries because of that forceful drag of the crown rather. But right now, no more Miss World. So every girl right now listening to me right now, you are the Miss World. Officially, we're giving it to you because we have beautiful ladies in PH City. All right. Now, moving on to something else. We also talked about the fact that, all right. All right, so I talked about the fact that Olakira has gotten himself a new ride and a new house, okay? The new whip came alongside the new house. And if you're thinking it's a Maserati, no, it's not a Maserati. Even if you sang, let's hop in my Maserati, I really don't know, okay? Because this artist just put out songs and you feel like, oh, this guy's living large. Everything is working out for them and blah, 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 stuff like that. But it isn't so, okay? So he's gotten himself a new house and also a new car off the song. And I was wondering, why do people keep putting out songs and then at the end of the day, we don't see anything from them again, okay? You put out great songs one time, and then you shut down for the rest of the year. Like a one-hit wonder kind of thing. And it's really not cool, okay? Because you make us feel like you can deliver, you can do something else with the talent and grace and gift that you have. And we look forward to that, expecting you to drop more hit songs. And at the end of the day, we're not seeing anything, okay? But it's really not cool, all right, to see people like that, coming out and then going back again. He had a collaboration with Davido on the remix of the song Maserati. And at the end of the day, we expected more. Well, funny as it is, probably things are cooking up for him. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed and wait for Alakira to come back with banging tunes, okay? Wherever you are, Alakira, we need to hear something from you, okay? Now I have to bounce, but I made a promise that I was going to give out something for anyone. All right, courtesy Isaac Bassett tonight, okay? Just for tonight, I'll give out one more ticket to the event that is set to happen on the 25th of April 2021 at Asney Place, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt. It's put together by Isaac Bassett. It's a comedy show, Not the Regular. That's the name, all right? And, what do I do? Be my first caller for tonight and get to win the ticket, okay? So, first person to hit me up on the number 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. You get to win the ticket. I'll call out the numbers again, 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. 95.1 FM. Hello, good evening. What's your name? Yay, what's your name?
Anthony from Alma.
Anthony from Alma. Congratulations to you.
Yeah.
All right. So you're the lucky winner for tonight, okay?
Okay.
Now, how do you get down to Today 95.1 FM and pick up your ticket? How do you do that? That's the question I'm asking myself right now. How do you do that? Will you fly?
I'm in Alma.
Is there any other person in River State? Okay, I'm sorry, in Port Harcourt that could get that for you? All right. Okay, I have to bounce right now. I'm seeing some other calls come in, but I can't do it right because we have a short commercial break coming right now. Do also follow me on socials. Go there. Okay, let's do it this way. Go there on social media. Follow me on Instagram. It's Dave_Melford_Roberts. Twitter, David_Melford. The first person to follow me. And you just tweet at me and say, Dave, I just followed, okay? Go on my Twitter handle, David_Melford, or Instagram, Dave_Melford_Roberts, and win yourself a very wonderful ticket to the show, Not the Regular, okay? Have yourself a very wonderful evening. I'm sorry I couldn't take the calls because I have to bounce right now. Time is far spent. Keep listening to your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM.
Returns Market presents Business Finance Summit coming up on the 3rd of May 2021. This summit is designed to change the financial perspective and status of individuals, small scale businesses, and corporate organizations by educating the participants on some vital financial issues facing business owners, professionals, and career-driven individuals who do not have sufficient wealth management knowledge, such as risk management, assets control, financial planning, just to mention but a few. There shall be raffle draws at the end of the summit, wherein 15 winners and their partners will get a dinner date and sleep over at the Hotel Presidential, Port Harcourt. Registration is free. Fill an invitation form via our website, www.fcrobo.com. returnsmarketcooperative.com or any of our offices to obtain an invitation card. Date 3rd May 2021. Venue White Jade Event Center, GU Ake Road, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. For more inquiries, call us on the following lines: 0903-461-4444 or 0815-518-9002.
There's no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asha Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was...
Annie must announce my name before you go here. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives has met.
Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
What is happening in your community? Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
You anywhere you day, brother man, you day.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
The issue of gas flaring, I really feel the government has not been tough enough, on the offenders, because if they are tough enough on them, they'll find a way. If they are tough enough on the offenders, they know that they can actually use the gas being flared, to provide electricity for those in the nearby community, or they will actually find a way to divert the gas so that it's what it should be. But then when you give them petty changes, infinitesimal changes, little things, and then make them look like, oh, they've paid the fine, they'll look at it and say, okay, what's the cost of this flare? What's the cost of this fine? And they flare knowing that the fine they will pay does not really affect their business. It does not really make them lose much. But then since the punishment is not much, they can always do it. There's little for them to pay. There's little for them to suffer if they keep flaring gas.
Well, as the world marks World Earth Day today, and environmental rights activist Dumsio Aminipo, he has called for the end to gas flaring in the Niger Delta region. Aminipo, who spoke with our correspondent, Priya Zogo, he lamented on the continuous environmental hazard that is being caused by the multinational companies and artisanal refining in the region. I think the biggest question is, do we actually want to stop this gas flaring? Because a lot of persons are cashing out of it. And yes, it is negatively affecting the earth, but then do you think people even plan or would even want to stop all of this? I'm not just looking at the governments now, I'm looking at individuals as well. Even some of those in these communities that are complaining of gas flaring, I can tell you that some of them are benefiting from it, unfortunately. Welcome to Area Talk on your premium talk news radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. My name is Buchira Afwan. It's a beautiful evening, not such a very strong one, but it is beautiful, and it's another Thursday. We won't be here tomorrow because tomorrow will be for Today's Woman and Chatterbox, but we're here today now. And just to add, if we do not take care of this earth, I think it will turn into another pandemic very, very soon. If we do not take care of environment, our earth, as it's been said, trust me, we'll get into another pandemic because we're being careless with basically everything, especially in this side of the world. Good evening to you, Dave Roberts.
Good
it's
evening,
always a pleasure
Gucci. How
having you on the
doing?
program.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. And like you said, I mean, if we don't take care of the earth, where do we have to go? I mean, we have not even, to some extent, the whole space rovers and colonization of Mars hasn't been. It's not really 90% or 100% complete. So we just still have Earth as our home. If it gets bad, we're here. If it gets worse, we're still here. So for those of you who
say I am here.
Yeah, we're here.
You, only you.
For those of us who just take it for granted when it comes to issues of greenhouse emissions, ozone depletion, all these things that are hazardous or, very detrimental to the earth. We just take it trivially. We treat it as a matter of casualty. It's not really. I was asking somebody, I mean, why can't we have a very, 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 very possible end to gas flaring at the petrochemical in the site in River State?
To talk of this part of the world, at least in the south, I must tell you, a lot of persons are cashing out of it, and it's really big business for them.
Yeah.
It's big business that if you delve into for one day, you might feel like you're being made for just that day.
There's politics,
so
there's business,
exactly.
There's greed.
You have to fight all of that. You have to fight all of that, and tackling things like that where lots of cash are coming in. One wouldn't want to just give up the business like that. And someone was even alleging that most of these things we consume are from bullfires. And then you wonder how they got into the marketplace. It's just allegations. It's not been confirmed though. But then, if at all that's the case, because if you get to hear from eyewitness, basically eyewitness reports always contradict official reports many of the time, like we see. If you get to hear from people living within some of these communities, that's what they tell you. And most of these things you're consuming is from these bullfire guys. And why do you think they would want to stop all of this when they're making a lot out of it? And the allegation doesn't just stop from, it ranges from security, government, and the rest of it. Basically, everybody are involved in this. Even some of these community leaders, I don't think most of them are doing as much as they should. If not, probably would have gotten to a particular point to regards this particular issue.
Well, like you said, when the influence comes from government officials and then people at certain corridors of power who monitor, this illicit gas flaring and to their own personal benefit, what can the traditional rulers do?
Well, there's a whole lot they can do. Unfortunately, most of them do not even know why they are where they are. But then, the monthly sanitation exercise is earlier scheduled to hold across the state on Saturday, which is the 24th of April 2021. It's been cancelled, so you're free to waka. You're free to go wherever it is you want to go to on Saturday. I heard someone just saying,
yay, the wedding, I'm going.
Oh God, how do people that actually how do they cope with sanitation?
I mean, you don't have to, your wedding ceremony starts from like 10, 11.
Oh, really? Some churches start by 9.
Yeah, you could just push it to like 10.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Imagine the day of your wedding. There's sanitation that would end by 11. And then after sanitation, rain starts falling. After rain starts falling, someone starts shooting in the...
That's like a horror movie.
God forbid. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. It's your wedding day and it ought to be really beautiful. So at the point, sometime last year, was it last year? I think towards the end of, no, it was this year. It was this year, some months back. I gave a report of the institution in Delta State that actually banned students from driving into the school premises. You park a car outside and then you walk inside the campuses. Well, another school recently joined, although not within the South, it's at Ondo State. It's banned students from driving cars and riding motorcycles on the campus. And the registrar of the college, that's the College of Education in Authorities, Adeyemi College of Education in Ondo State. So, the registrar of the college, Mrs. Olufisayo Fakorede, in a circular dated April 15, said the ban was necessary to safeguard the lives of students and staff from students who drove recklessly. That's the reason why they are putting a ban to cars driving in. I remember then in school, God have mercy, it's not like I have bad belly, but you know, if you go to Delta State, right? There are a lot of all these young, small boys that are driving really big cars. And then they
some
drive...
from them, some from their parents, you know.
Forget about. I know what I'm talking about. And then these people keep driving these cars inside the school. It gets really intimidating. I'm sorry, but yes, it does.
Yeah.
Like, they're driving really big cars.
Yeah.
They're the same age as you are.
Yeah.
And why can't you afford the same car?
So indirectly, this is like an answer to the prayer of some other people. Let us go trek together.
All of us go trek
I just parked my car outside. But you know,
we don't see the car.
We're inside the school
it can
together.
Be seriously intimidating, bro.
But would you also think that it's an intimidation to certain staff of the school?
Exactly. Because you're driving a Range Rover. A student is driving a Range Rover. And a lecturer does not even have even a Camry. He's riding Okada into the school. Can you imagine?
Oh my God. But the essential need for a car is for transportation.
Come on.
It's for transportation. So why are you intimidated?
This is me being very sincere from the heart of my heart. I feel that all the schools should ban it so people don't go through what I went through at that point.
Do you are you serious? Butchie?
I'm just being earnest here. I can just come up and say, oh, well, no, it's not really good.
You know, but I parked my car outside, yeah?
All of that. They work. Like, I think it's a very good idea.
The thing is, if they actually hinge it on the fact that most students are reckless, I agree, you know?
Outside being reckless, I think it can be a bit intimidating and for security reasons as well.
Yeah.
Now, forget my selfish bias, away from my selfish bias. I feel for security reasons, it's also advisable.
And then for psychological reasons too.
Which is the bias of, to protect other people's sanity. You cannot be driving a Range Rover inside the class and I'm looking at you stepping down from your Range Rover. In fact, all the students will start paying attention to you. Nobody will have my time again.
You're just giving me some memories. I remember someone came to, I think that was like my 300 level. The guy just came with the Benz. Everybody's, in fact, we hated school from there. Like, this young man just came with a Benz,
So, you see, it would be better off that you park your car outside the campus and then we all walk into the campus like we are all students. Come on, you need to even exercise, no matter how far it is. And we all walk inside and then we do whatever it is we want to do. When we're done, everywhere, when you go out of the campus, go and showcase yourself.
And Nigerian students might be too proud to use bicycles. You know, so that would have been the other option. But you can't use your fine Brazilian hair or your Bone Street hair.
It's actually going to be really beautiful. And then it would also help some ladies to dress decently. Because if you're going to ride on a bicycle, you know there are certain things you have to, it's how you're supposed to dress.
Properly, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't expose some certain parts of your body. So you see?
But I'm not seeing a conventional Nigerian student hopping on a bicycle, you know.
No, they are for those very
I'm not
very
about guys,
fine.
Those
ladies would do.
Ladies.
Those very extremely fine bicycles. Those are the only ones they'll hop on. If it's not fine,
do you consider the sun also?
Forget about
the rain.
Forget it. We're all going for lecture.
So we should all of
now
us
on the other side, that's where you see the essence of having a car. But then, if that's the case, then maybe a particular bus. Some buses should be made available to convey students inside the school.
Is it free? That's another thing. It's not free.
Whatever the case may be.
but the thing is, it's a good idea. Also, it's a bad idea. I mean, what if I was just a normal person with my normal...
Then acts like every other normal person.
With my normal Mercedes Benz, I'm just pulling up, not trying to rub it on any other person's face. Well, that's the
unfortunate thing. Some persons, even if you're not trying to, even no matter how down to earth you are, stepping down from a Benz, it is intimidating. You don't need to be insultive about it.
I'm telling you. That kind of...
But generally, right, I would love to know if you think this is something all institutions should adopt. Like places, uniports.
And don't be biased when you're saying
Don't
it,
be biased
because
like me.
in my father's time, we trekked. No, things have changed. The universities are not the same way they were.
My brother
in your
in
own
the
time.
Lord.
Things have changed,
It
but
doesn't
what do you
matter.
think? Okay, don't be biased about it. For people who come and start saying, "Oh, look, Nigerian students are too proud; they can't do some things." No,
Like people, no, Dave. To be sincere, people pay more attention to. Okay, yeah, this guy is driving Benz, so like, especially girls would go through a
the
lot of
crime
challenge
rate.
one.
We're also looking at the thing. Propelling people to get into cyber crimes.
Yeah, so you can actually make more
Yes,
money
yes.
and get Benz or Range Rovers like that. So for also security reasons, there are a lot of reports that people just drive by and just shoot and drive out.
I've been intimidated
like that.
in this life, but I came through. There was this man.
Guy, you never came through. There's still more intimidation to
There was
come.
this young man when I was in school. He would come with the Porsche. He actually got his girlfriend.
See, it is finished.
He got him his girlfriend.
It's actually finished. You don't need to follow.
He got his girlfriend a Range Rover and got himself a G-Wagon, all white. All right, so he will come with the Porsche, come with the
No,
G-Wagon.
is that school? Is that
And
the school your
then-
parents sent you to?
And then it's on ignition. Okay, he doesn't switch it off, so he's doing everything, and the car is just on. Whenever
What
he
kind
wants
of
to get
nonsense
into it.
intimidation is that? Is that the school they sent you
Intimidation can also be likened to inspiration.
to? What kind of stupid inspiration? You are trying to reach and you are seeing a white car there.
You know,
and
not
you are
just
praying, God,
a
well,
posh
what's the point
Panamera.
of being in this school right now?
It can be inspiration for other people. I mean,
What kind of inspiration?
look at where we are. So it's an inspiration.
I said that intimidation is not over. More is to come.
Okay, so what do you think about this?
Sure, it does have its advantages and disadvantages. If it were back then when I was still in school, I would gladly send to it and tell them, please ban it completely. But right now, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Because although maybe there are some persons that like me in school right now, but generally, right now I wouldn't say that.
But
just let them have fun.
Are they now saying probably they can't use these private cabs to come in?
If I were to make a suggestion, I would suggest the school makes available a particular bus or some buses in case of rain. That is the only yardstick.
One of all these private transportation companies like your Uber, your all this kind of rides, you just book a ride and then it's not your personal
It drops you outside the gate.
It still drops you outside
Yes,
the gate.
outside the
so
gate.
nothing.
The only cars permitted to come inside the school would be the ones registered with the school. So everybody needs to hop on that bus and then it brings you into the school.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
If you don't want to hop on the bus, you can walk inside the school. There's no problem with that. Trek. Let us know that we all trek.
Well, we
in
all
school.
one,
We are equal. Oh God, biases are terrible. Well, like I said, it's actually has its positive side and of course its very negative side. So which would you go for? It's banned in all institutions or let them just be. Meanwhile, the Akwa Ibom government, as part of efforts to ensure delivery of quality education, the government is planned to recruit 1,000 primary school teachers. This is according to All Africa. The state chairman of the Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, Obong Paul Ekbo, who made this known yesterday when he led the board members in an on-the-spot inspection tour to public primary schools in the state. He said that the process of the teachers' engagement will soon commence in the state. He said the tour was occasioned by the need to ascertain their level of COVID-19 guidelines compliance ahead of school resumption of third term in the 2020-2021 academic year. And Ekpo also described the primary education system as the bedrock of other forms of learning and development, adding that basic education will give birth to excellent professionals in different fields of endeavors in the future. And then he went on to advise teachers to be committed, to be passionate, to be dedicated, to be honest in all of their duties. And he insisted that they follow their timetable, make their lesson notes up to date, and sign the time book. A very nice move, but we've seen something, a promise similar to this in Rivers State. And we are just hoping that the Akwa Ibom State Governor would carry on with his words and actually recruit this 1,000 primary school teachers. I really look forward to seeing the report that says, yes, the teachers have been recruited and have been deployed in different primary schools. I really look forward to seeing that, because we didn't see something like that in River State when they were supposed to recruit 10,000 teachers in the state. But, well, you cannot really close the curtain on that. Just maybe they are working on it, and the portal is, I don't know. But hopefully that will still come to pass one day for all those that actually filled in their application. And on security issues, Edo State is actually facing lots of security challenge right now. But for Bayelsa State, the governor has actually launched a security outfit. It's called Operation Duakbo. Did I get it right? Yeah, from Bayelsa, right?
What's the spelling?
Duakbo. DOOAKPO.
Probably. I don't know. I really don't know. The pronunciation is just weird in my ears.
I got it right, Duakbo. So the Bayelsa State government has said that it would soon relaunch its security outfit, codenamed Operation Duakbo, to complement the efforts of other security agencies in the maintenance of law and order in the state. And the state's deputy governor, Senator Lawrence, he made this known at a meeting with traditional rulers from Yenagwa local government area in Yenagwa, while restating the need for traditional rulers to be vigilant and take charge of security in their domains. Reminded them of the act of banditry and wanton destruction of lives and properties in other parts of the country. In his words, I quote now, "We're trying to revamp Duakbo. In the next couple of months, it will be back to its usual capacity of responding to distress calls promptly. They are being equipped. In terms of maritime security, we are not leaving anything to chance. Very soon, we'll work with the House of Assembly to get a law on maritime curfew so that no speedboats will move at 7 p.m. except on special duty. We will then activate the Marine Police." Well, those are his words. That's regard security. Like I said, Edo State is facing a lot of security challenge. I hope to bring that report to you shortly or soon. But before we move on, I just would love to ask you, Dave, which would you rather? Would you rather that all states within the South have their own security outfit, that's the state security outfit? Do you think that would bring more results will come out of that than a regional security outfit? Which do you think would be more resultful?
I think a regional security outfit will make more sense. You know, collectively, we know that we this particular body or this particular outfit is going about the different duties of security, different security issues, rather than having, in River State, the list goes on and on and on, and the next morning you can just wake up and hear a different one. And to some extent, some people, there is this clash of responsibility or clash of obligation. People feel like this duty is meant for this particular group, and then to some extent you hear no, the police is not meant for this is meant for OSPAC, or this is meant for job security. There's this clash, and it's just like everywhere. But if we have one unanimous one that everyone knows this is originally meant for the South, we have that identity for it, it'll be better.
I don't think for regional outfits we might face certain challenges like language, because we all do not have a unified language. If you look at the eastern part and the western part, they speak Yoruba or they speak Igbo. But in the South, we have different languages. Don't you think that might stand as a barrier?
Definitely, language interference might be a very big barrier.
Might all just decide to speak Pidgin. Even the Pidgin itself, our Pidgin differs.
Okay.
When you hear an Edo person speaking Pidgin, Victor, I go. When you hear an Edo person speaking Pidgin and someone from Delta speaking Pidgin, at times I do not even understand those that speak from Delta, especially the Warri side of Delta.
Yeah.
At times I don't get to understand their Pidgin.
Yeah, it has this different spice to it.
It's sweet though, but
but the thing is, since you've brought it up right now, that might just be one of the hurdles, to having a unanimous security outfit in the South. Speaking about it right now, I just got to think about it, that language interference. But like I said,
outside the language barrier, and if we decide to all go by Pidgin, that at least it's unified sort of in the South.
Yeah.
You would rather
I'd rather,
regional
yes,
security
yes.
outfit. Well, I don't know what you would rather. You can call in and share with us what you think regards that. So, the Edo State's Sports Festival is over, and the disputes between the Edo State government and the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development over the funding for the 20th National Sports Festival, it seems not over. Even that's after the Punch's correspondent learned that the state was yet to get financial assistance from the federal government as earlier promised. Now, there were doubts over the hosting of the festival after the local organizing committee chairman, Philip Shaibu, said that the state was ready to host the festival, but lamented that the federal government was yet to release the funds needed to successfully hold the event. Now, the festival, which eventually started on April 2nd after several postponements, it witnessed a scare after the Edo State government threatened to end it abruptly just 6 days after it commenced. But the festival continued after the federal government, according to Shaibu, the Edo State Deputy Governor, showed some level of commitment and promised to release the funds. So a week later, the festival ended. Bomhiana Musa, project manager, media and communications of Edo 2020, told Punch's correspondent that the federal government was yet to fulfill its financial pledge. In his words, till date, the federal government is yet to fulfill the promise they made to us as regards funding for the National Sports Festival. Musa told the Punches out on Wednesday. Well, I'll put up the phone lines at this juncture. Let's get your eyewitness report and also your reaction to any of the story we've given so far. But it is super important, exceedingly important, to get your eyewitness reports wherever it is you are within the South, or even if you're outside the South and you're listening to us. Please do also call in and share with us the situation of things in your community. It doesn't matter how little it is very important before it blows up on our faces. So please do also call in. The lines are 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. You can send a text message or WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. And just another reminder that the monthly sanitation exercise earlier scheduled to hold across the state on Saturday, April 24, 2021, has been cancelled. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Buchi.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes. I'm Chris from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Chris. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I want to talk about this security thing. I don't know. We see this thing as a very big thing, monster that can not be. I mean, what is there to secure a place? I know that in our local district, we secure our community. We don't need a helicopter, caterpillar, and all these things to secure it. I don't know why in River State they make it so big that the local people around cannot do this security work until they bring regional security.
No. Nobody is saying that. Nobody has said that. We're asking which would you rather, because different states are establishing their own state security outfit. So which do you think would be more effective is the question.
It would not. This security thing, not that because the Raman is doing it, everybody should do like that.
Okay.
I mean, is that one the best? And somebody is saying a regional security will make this. If you don't start a thing, you will never know the small loopholes and all those things to correct them. You must start from somewhere. So our local people here can do that thing. And at the end of the day, they will secure very well. You don't even need training. Each and every one of us know what security is all about. Is to keep vigilant to anybody that comes around that, you ask questions and all of that. That is security. All the training, do this is you. And again, somebody that has that, a good person is a character thing. Not if you like go training abroad. When you come back, we are here in this state where somebody very big man. Upon all his training, he end up carrying a politician portfolio. So it's not about training for me. Each and every one of us know what security is all about.
All right.
We do it in our compound. So what is so special that we cannot secure ourselves?
All right. Well, listening to you, I don't know if you know the kind of security challenge most communities are facing, and I don't know how someone without training, because these hoodlums that come to attack, most of them are well trained, especially with handling some of the ammunition they use, and of course attacking and the rest of it. So I wonder why you feel training is not important when it comes to security challenges. We'll go on a short break now though. We'll be right back. You're still on to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today's news in 60.
Teachers of demonstration primary and secondary schools of Rivers State-owned tertiary institutions have made good their threat to occupy the Rivers State Government House in Port Harcourt over the failure of state government to pay their 5 years and 3 months salary. Congress of University Academics, CANUA, has faulted calls for reconciliation from the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing it as a distraction. National Coordinator Niyi Sumonu clarified that CANUA is an independent academic staff union whose vision and mission are different from ASU. The Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech, has released the cutoff marks for its full-time national diploma program for the 2020-2021 academic session. Joe Ejiofor, the deputy registrar, said that the cutoff marks were fixed by the admissions committee for departments. On foreign news, Northern Ireland's Children's Commissioner has said she is furious at the approach taken by some schools to assess grades for GCSE, AS, and A-level students. Kuala Yosoma said she was disappointed by the overuse of controlled assessments in test conditions reported to her office.
Today's news in 60.
It don't happen to witness 7 wonders in Kingdom of Jordan. Now your number one ticketing company, you fit fly, bring them to owner. Shebi you know say Jordan na another beautiful country where they for Middle East with the rich historical sites and plenty delicious food. Where we say if you taste them, you no go one left the country again. This is Ogbonge trip to Jordan. Na the Afro Juju creator SSP Sashino Peters go lead them. Now from Sunday, May 30, go reach Monday, June 7, 2021. All of us go Baladu for Jordan. No be for Malto. If you know there, you know there anywhere. Now make me the tell on say make you forward to match now. Go to you fit fly office at number 49, Semokul Building, Iwofe Road, opposite First Bank, off Ada George by Pepperoni, Porakot. Telephone 090-703-73696. You fit fly 2021 tour to Kingdom of Jordan. I must today there.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Beautiful evening to you. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. This is Prince Fugumle.
Good to have you on the program. Go ahead, please.
Which I want to give you a area report.
Go ahead. What happened?
My community, in Emma local government, the health center that we have there, the doctor that we have transferred all the nurses to another community. I don't know where he's transferred it to. So we don't have doctors, we don't have nurses. It's only the security men here that treat people. Security men secure the environment. Every day we lost people there. Nobody, no doctor, no nurse, nothing. Nobody is treating. Nobody is treating. The whole community don't have doctor in health center.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know how you going to help me, or I don't know how to do, because if I think I have the opportunity of calling the Commission of Environment, the Commission of Health, at least I don't have to get him. At least let him give us doctor and nurse that will treat people in my community. Because as I'm talking to you now, no doctor, no nurse in that health center, and this is a community, a full community. So I don't know how you're going to help me contact the commission of health, or I don't know what to do to get this.
You said Ubimini, right?
Yes, Ubimini in Emo local government area.
Okay.
So please, I'm begging. to do something because we normally lost people there. Please, it's very urgent. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. I wonder where they took the nurses to. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
I'm Chima calling from Everton, Namo local government.
Welcome, Chima. Go ahead.
Buchi, I thank God for the election that was conducted last Saturday that was peaceful. And I pray that as they have elected new chairman for Emoha local government in person of Honorable Chidi Lloyd, Dr. Chidi Lloyd, I pray that he should do according to what he has promised us in Emoha local government. Let him not use the footstep of Tom Alezi, who came to Emoha local government instead of building up Emoha local government, started destroying Emoha local government.
How did he destroy Emoha local government?
Yes.
On one hand, you're complaining he didn't do anything, and on the other hand, you're complaining of destruction.
Instead of him to build Emoha local government, the peace that we have built for our community, which he did not even contributed to, he came to destroy it.
How?
Destroying Ospak. Yeah, our Ospak.
But the reasons for disbanding us back then, they were to some extent. In fact, most of your community persons shared that particular resolution.
The people that shared the resolution was the people like our former local government chairman, who does not like good things for Emoha. Yes, they are the same people that does not like good things for Emoha local government. They are the people that will cheer it up. Those people sponsoring courses in Emoha local government. As I'm talking to you now, I think in your news today, you heard that there was a kidnapping at Omok Road. Have you the officer was on duty? Will that happen? That is why we are crying that he has spoiled Emoha local government. Instead of him to build up Emoha local government, like he has spoiled it more than what it was before.
All right.
So I pray that the new local government chairman should do better than him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, all right. Since we're on the issue of local government chairman, you know, they were welcomed in much earlier in the week. I'm just wondering, has any of your newly elected local government chairmen sort of said that we are trying to organize a meeting with different communities so we can hear directly from you what your expectations are, and would also inform you what it is we are planning for your community? Has any community gotten any meeting from like this from any of the local governments? Or even if the meeting, well, maybe you guys are just talking about it, but any plans regards this tete-a-tete conversation between the local government, newly elected local government chairman, and the leaders of different communities? Any so far? 95.1 FM.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Thank you. AB is my name.
Welcome, AB. Good to hear from you today.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yes. Now, from the first call you had on this show, on the issue of security, you can see the reason why we have reckless drivers everywhere on our Nigerian streets. You know why? Because there are a lot of people who believe that you don't need to be trained to do certain professional jobs. And that is the reason why the issue of security will still continue to get it wrongly. Because there are equally people, even in leadership position, who hold that kind of position, that you don't need to be trained for security. I want to say here that security is not a child's play. Security is serious business. And when we are talking about security, we should differentiate between a security personnel and a gate man or a megad. They are two different people. But when it has to do with security, that has to do with, either fighting crime, preventing crime, and all of that. My dear sister and everyone listening, I think there are some people who are very reasonable who would agree with me that you need not just training, but quite a lot of training. You go for training on training upon training upon training until you get to a certain stage where you can now claim to be a professional security personnel. So please, security is not everybody's business. Yes, everybody should be conscious of their personal security, the environment where they are located at time. You have to be, very conscious of what is happening around, and then, take certain precautionary action when necessary. But when it comes to providing security, either for a community, for a state, and all of that, please, everyone that must be involved has to be properly trained in order to avoid casualty at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling in. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Good evening to you. Welcome. That is Congo. Welcome.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if that is part of your name because you say it every time you call. That is you always add in. Well, go ahead. I know. Yeah, I said every time you call in, you always say that is Congo. So at times I wonder if that's part of your name.
Okay. Is that okay?
Go ahead, Congo.
All right. I want to demand you. Like I said, I don't do it. It's about thinking that I am woman to my fellow woman. That's the I am telling you from somebody to it. We don't have this. And today, I have the opportunity to find people that come to my firm to tell us that this road has been avoided. In the presence of opinion leaders, chiefs, and the main leaders, I really don't know why they are writing this set of people. But why they are doing this? We are getting to bed. And it's raining. Can roads be taken care of during the rain? And actually, the people from Akukade in particular, they don't have road to move. Like I've been telling you, we voted for this present government. This Akukade town is for the PDP, as I'm speaking. Why are they neglecting us? I'm appealing to them because it is not good that somebody will go job for you and pay, and you go and pay another person. It is right. So I am, please help me, Congo in particular, the government and the government in position now. They should try and come to the end of this road so that everybody will be succeed. And the dividend of democracy will reach all and sundry that voted for them. That's what I'm talking about. People have not voted for them. I don't think we'll clamor for it. What I want for you, and you are paying a and living on. It's bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is Congo for calling in. So much earlier, heavy traffic was reported along the Mile 1 and the Mile 3 axis of Equerry Road here in Port Harcourt. And this is actually following a roadblock within Mile 1 and Mile 3 police station. And our correspondent understands that the blockage may not be unconnected to the court clash that led to the death of 3 persons in Sangana Street in Mile 1, Dio, Port Harcourt. And a police detective at the Mile 1 division who hinted our correspondents confirmed the death of the 3 persons from the court clash, adding that 2 persons have been arrested in connection to that incident. So the police officer also told our correspondents that the move is part of efforts to tighten the security against external forces following recent attacks in Ebonyi State and attack on police headquarters, Asaba, Delta State. So, well, they're being proactive. But right now, I'd love to hear from those around Equerry Road. Please call in. Is the traffic still as bad as it was earlier in the day, or it's subsided to some extent? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Edna. I'm from Posako, Equerry Road, precisely.
Oh, Edna, welcome.
Thank you. The traffic has reduced. Anyway, but
good.
The shooting today over that Sangana area. That's too much. But they said it's Islam and the Debam people. We're supposed to be 4 persons. The one of them that they took to the hospital. I just heard that the person had died. So it's supposed to be 4 persons.
Oh. So before now, 3 died.
Yes, it was 3 on the other side of the group. Then this one person now is on the other side of another group again that died of recent.
Exactly what led to this court clash? Any idea?
I don't know. I don't really know. But I've said is like they are dragging position. You know, they collect money from all these traders along all those areas, along those one Sangana, all those areas.
The courts. So the courts is them.
Yes. I'm thinking that maybe they are dragging position who is to take and who is not to take.
Sorry, on that water, sorry, just to ask, you might not have the information, but since you live around there, you might have an idea. Under what authority this court is collecting money from traders around there?
Most of them I know personally, they are all PGP people. Like it's like they use it to settle them after their woe in election period, all those kind of things.
Allegedly.
Yes, even in my frontage, you see them cock gun. Everybody have entered inside. Let them not come and start their thing now and start shooting innocent people.
What time today was the shooting?
That's around 4.
Oh,
around 4-5. So it's serious. I think we need if it's local vigilante. I know it's them. But we need.
I don't know what you mean by them. But police. Can you see any police personnel around?
Which police? Police will not even come out. When they see, that is when they wait to put their roadblock or whatever. Which police? I beg. God should just help us.
Edna, our police, they're actually working and they've been doing a very good job.
Work what? When they finish doing whatever thing that they're doing, that's when they will not come out and pull roadblocks.
At least they still come out. That's something. Edna, thank you very much for calling in and sharing that with us. I don't know if you were affected by the shooting within Equerry Road today. Do well to call in and let's hear from you. Really unfortunate. 95.1 FM, good evening. Welcome. Good evening.
Yes, Buchi. The area report, like one of my brother Congo spoke. Only I didn't hear him clearly. As I'm speaking now, rain is falling here. We cannot access Port Harcourt through Olapo. That road is as bad as anything you can describe. We had the governor said he has awarded it or it's started by men. Nothing is happening, virtually nothing. And yesterday they said they are going to build another flyover or Uruku. I don't know whether those flyovers are helping the traffic flow or not. Even if they are helping or not, you should look into other ways. Enyendeba. You get what I mean? You may not understand that word.
Obviously.
When you do to these people, I know the flyover may be good, they are good, but let him look inward. Another person needs. We cannot become best flying on air. We will land in the ground. Yesterday when I passed Greta, I saw them resurfacing the road again, putting another tire. When our own, we don't have any, even to match leg, you cannot use their leg and cross those areas. Ask anybody. I told you that if it is possible, you try and come and see by yourself. Say you want to access that road from Olapo to Akukabe via okay. You will cry for Akukabe people because we are the worst affected. We have to access another road from Mba, Afra, and you bus to Lapo before you start going to Port Harcourt. A journey that will take us 30 minutes will not take us 3 hours. People of the first state, please, we are in very, very big trouble. We are in trouble. Buchi, please help me tell government that one man from Aku is crying foul for my people. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. While bringing to mind the flyover again in River State, one can only say we roll it to the hands of God. Like I said, maybe I really expect one flyover at Choba, since they're distributing flyover all over the place. One flyover at Choba, one flyover at Today FM Junction here. That would be great. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Buchi.
Good evening to you.
My name is Olo Lucky, calling you from Ba in a chair.
Welcome, Lucky.
Yes, Buchi, as I'm talking to you now, it's already raining in a chair now.
Yeah.
And as I'm talking to you, I have spent more than 5 good hours to access from we to Olapo. I'm still at the road. Buchi, the road leading to Eche is bad. And now you want to cut from we maybe manage Afra to Mba where I reside. It's another problem. But the people of Eche are calling on the governor. I mean, Your Excellency, the governor of River State, Governor Ezebonye Zowike, the people of Eche are begging, our nail is still on the ground. We are begging you for the bad road of Eche. What will you take you to come and construct this road? We are talking of from Chokocho, Olapo, Ewi, and Okehi. It's a problem, Buji. This problem is a very, very big problem for us. What is happening? Now, why is it that the governor is only building roads in Obiabo and all that? But come to here in a jail, it's a problem. Come here in a jail, it's a problem. The people of the jail cannot access just ordinary from OAV, Olapo, Akuto, Mba, okay, it's a problem. Puti, I am begging you. Puti, I am begging the governor of River State, Governor Ezebonye Zowike. Can you just help us? Can you just help the people of Eche? We are in a very, very big mess. Totally cut off from the state. What is happening? Is it that the people of Eche are not part of River State? What is happening? We are begging the governor of River State. We are begging. Our nail is on the ground. It's already raining now. As I'm talking to you, I have spent more than 5 good hours. 5 good hours to access okay. It's bad. It's really bad.
All right.
Please, not only hospital, no one is good, no one is accessible.
All right. You know, you might be listening and be wondering, why is he always complaining? Why is he always complaining? Why is he always about Eche Road? Maybe you should spend 5 hours in just one position just because, and the only reason why you cannot move is that they have refused to pay attention to your road, and then you see why it hurts this bad. It's just unfortunate what they are going through there at Eche. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening.
My friend, Apostle.
Welcome, Apostle. Good to have you on the program.
Yeah, how was your day?
So far, so good.
Okay, my name is Apostle John Opoke. I am calling from Akaboka, precisely Onega. I'm still talking about the issue of community primary schools, North and South Akaboka.
Okay.
We have no teachers. There are only 2 teachers in that school. You can carry out your investigation and confirm. So please, it's a very teaching situation that a whole government school, only two teachers and the headmistress. And Akabuka is an oil and gas producing. Nothing is coming to us from the state government. Then another issue is those who rear cow have turned that primary school to a grazing ground. Each time they go, their cow will be pursuing the pupils in the school. And the headmistress have made a report to the security agencies at Lomok. I don't know what they have done about it up to this time. Please help us and talk to the state about the situation of that school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Well, Please, Honorable, please,
Welcome, Chris. Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, this, let me talk about security thing. If we want to get security to work proper in this country, let us remove the security this from the hand of government and the politicians. If you check very well, like what the lady said, just ask her what of security agencies. There is nowhere to be found. I'm telling you. I'm sorry to say this. If it is possible, let every region manage their security. Leave these Nigerian security agencies. None of them want to work. But today, say I play to Nigeria, my country, to die for my country. But they will not go and defend it. Now, they have left the security in the hands of civilians. They say the security is for everybody. How security is it my shield? It's not what I read now. How can I leave what I read in school and start coming to do another person's job? I sometimes laugh some people that the security is not a one-man job. How can I?
So who secures your house for you? Who secures your house for you?
Huh?
Who secures your house?
For example, now,
I'm asking now, since you say security is not everybody's business, who does the security for your house? Is it your neighbor?
I've been paying even when I'm sleeping, they're supposed to come and start guiding me. I'm supposed to have one. I'm telling you.
Oh, goodness me.
We're supposed to have at least one police in every people's compound because we are paying the tax. I have to sleep. I don't even need to stop me.
Oh, my word.
That is how it's supposed to be now because I'm paying my tax. So, I said me after paying my tax to security. So, use that second. You still want me to keep my eye open. It's better that I use the money and still feeding myself. Then I know that I will do what's man over my life. When there is food. See, we should remove that thing from our constitution. Say security to everybody's business. No, it's not what I read. If I read political science in school, I don't think I will leave it and start talking about security. Talking about security. Like, they know about security. They should come and start securing every family.
All right. Well, I'm sure you know that security comes at different levels. And, generally, it actually is everybody's business. And if you do not secure yourself, I wonder how someone else will want to secure you, in the sense that if you see something, if you notice some foul movement and you do not call them, I don't know if they would be wherever it is they are. Maybe they're at your junction, and then in your house, deep down in the road, something is happening. Some people are doing all this kurukere waka. And then you say, okay, they will use their tongue to count their teeth and find out that somebody's making some foul movements around your compound. You go there now. As you say, security is not everybody's business. When they attack your house, then you know what it is. This is Buchi. Good evening. Student driving car in school is not the problem. Any school that stops students from driving car is bad belly. I guess I'm also bad belly too. You say the issue is to look out for the source of the car. Yahoo has spoiled everything. It's been banned totally. I graduated from Delso Abraka 2012. Then you count 1 and 2 students that were driving cars, but all the suites, I don't know how to pronounce that, are car owners, courtesy Yahoo. It is only God that will help us. So, not all of them are into Yahoo. I can assure you of that. Daniel from Rumusi, not all of them are, but, you really cannot tell which is and which is not with the way things are right now. 95.1 FM. Okay, let me take this message. This one says, Buchi, good evening. Governor Nyesom Wike is turning the moribund zoo to world-class standard. All right, 95.1 FM, good evening.
Good evening, Buchi.
Good evening to you, welcome.
Yeah, this is calling from Abo.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Hey, I didn't hear your own parts. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Oh, good to know. All right, go ahead.
I'm call from Obobon, that's from Akaboka, that's who dropped to go to my own village of Obobon. The things that are happening there concerning the school is true, and government should look out for it. And we don't have any government presence in those communities, especially in the Nigerian community. No government presence apart from that is doing a lot of projects there. And one House of Assembly member, Christian Ahiapo, that's the one that is doing some renovated town hall and build a lab in my community of Auburn. I don't know if the lab is in use now.
All right, you should wrap up now, please.
Okay. So that's just what I want to confirm for you.
All right, even if I didn't get exactly what it is you want to confirm, but thank you very much for calling in. My name is Buchi Rafa. It's been a great time spending with you here on Area Talk. And, we look forward to having another conversation by Monday next week, and really hope that those in authority are listening and would do something. It's one thing for them to hear, and it's another thing for them to get in action and start fixing some of these things and rendering solutions to some of these complaints. Or just keep our fingers crossed. Keep believing in God like most Nigerians would do. But I tell you, if you do not stand for your rights, I don't think anyone would be willing to just let it be like that. Uchirafa signing out and living Gloria. Gloria, how are you doing this evening?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you, Uchi.
I like Gloria's style. But I'll just reserve that comment for another day. Have a pleasant evening. Unraveling is coming up next with Gloria and Dave and Kalada Korobatubo. Priya, how are you doing?
I'm good.
All right. They're all surrounding me like they're guiding me tonight. It's all good. Thank you very much. Just stay tuned and don't forget to join us tomorrow on today's Woman and Chatterbox. Good evening.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
There's no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asher Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was.
Annie must announce my name before you go here. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives has managed.
Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Say unraveling.
Unraveling.
Oh, no. Give it some energy.
Unraveling.
Oh my gosh. So make it kind of sexy.
Unraveling.
Is that what your sexy sounds like? Okay, give me a hungry unraveling.
Unraveling!
Okay, your unraveling sounds so weird.
The Unraveling.
This is Unraveling,
A program which is specially fashioned.
We get to unravel the world, highlighting their lifestyle, challenges, background, experiences, and opportunities, and how their environment and daily happenings in society affects them positively and negatively. Join us every week, Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. as we unravel together.
The Unraveling, only on Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Don't be sad, understand. Everybody has a day when the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. A little more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry, let one love set you free. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle, just staying alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle, just staying alive.
All right, definitely one love keeps us together. This brings you back in time, right? It just takes you, gives you a throwback. Gives you this, oh my gosh, nostalgic feel. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's what we are gonna do on the show tonight. Take you back in time. Let's have a throwback to the good old days. According to Praise, who sang, saying, play that stupid song from the days when we were young. Everybody sing along. It's the Unraveling. Live on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. And, of course, it's another wonderful time to unravel together with you. And, of course, every day comes with a hashtag for you who's yet to know. It's a new program, and this week is the very first week of the show, and today makes it the fourth day, and that is Thursday. Monday was Motivation Monday, or Motivation Monday, however you want to call it. Tuesday was Transformation Tuesday, and we saw how that things have transformed, in society. And we saw on Wednesday, Wednesday was Weird Wednesday, where we looked at two weird stories, very weird stories. And
Keep us together. Don't you worry. One love, one love, one love.
so on Wednesday, we saw two weird stories, all right? And it was amazing with you on the show yesterday. Today is Throwback Thursday, so let's have some good old memories live on the show tonight. I'm going to open the phone lines quite early so that you can partake of the conversation, because, man, you know what memories can do? You know that feel when you just tend to remember something from way back. Oh my gosh, that nostalgic feel. That's what we want to have on the show tonight, all right? So I'm going to be right back after the short break. Don't go anywhere. I'll unveil or unravel what we're going to be looking at tonight. All right, what aspect of throwback we're going to be looking at on the show tonight. So don't go anywhere. My name is Gloria Kati. When I come back, we will unravel together. Don't go anywhere.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that you have the right to quality broadcasting?
The National Broadcasting Commission says any person, group of persons, or organization aggrieved by the content of a broadcast or the conduct of a broadcast station may lodge a complaint to the station and all right to the Director General, National Broadcasting Commission, number 20, Ibrahim Taiwo Street, Asokoro, Abuja, or send a mail via info@nbc.gov.ng. Please ensure that your complaint includes name of the broadcast station, title of the program, date and time of broadcast, and essence of the complaint. Also, remember to include your name, address, telephone number, email, and append your signature. Note that your complaint must reach the NBC within 14 days of the queried broadcast. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting.
Don't be sad, understand. Everybody has a day, the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. A little more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry, let one love set you free. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive.
All right, welcome back. It is still definitely the Unraveling live on your radio, a premium talk news and sports station today, 95.1 FM. Time check, it's exactly 12 minutes gone past 8. A very good evening to you, wherever you are. Oh, Throwback Thursday, it is on the show tonight. And so, we're going to be looking at something. What are we unraveling tonight? Okay, so here is it, all right? Here is it. You're going to phone into, now let's make the show quite interesting, and fun-filled tonight, all right? The number you can call, the numbers are 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. Growing up, there were a lot of things that happened to us, a whole lot of things, and things we saw in society, things that were in vogue, things that we just felt couldn't go out of place or couldn't go in extinction, as it were, all right? And getting older, you just realize that some of these things are not there anymore, and you just miss certain things. You just wish that, man, I wish these things were still here. Or back in the days, this was how this thing used to happen. Back in the days, it used to be like this. Back in the days, that back in the day feeling. You get me, right? All right. So we want to look at those things that you wish was around today. What do you wish was around today? Say like a food brand. A food. What kind of food? Kind of food brand? A drink? Price of a good or service? A culture or activity? And TV show? Toy brand? Etc. That isn't here anymore. All right? So what do you wish was around today that isn't here anymore? We have a lot of things, a lot of things. Some persons would say music. Some would say, man, it's this music artist of mine. I wish he was still around to give us those vibes. Or I wish we still sing these particular songs or this particular song. Or I wish we still used to do this thing this particular way. Or I wish that this particular activity was still ongoing. All right. So what do you wish was around today that isn't here anymore? That thing that you just think about and you wish was really here, like a food brand, like a play, an activity or something. Back then, there used to be a family meeting in my family, all right, when I was still very, very small. There used to be this family meeting where everybody, both extended family, all right, nuclear, everybody comes together and we have a particular meeting, family meeting, like a get together, where we just tend to or get to meet with those family members of yours that you probably did not know. Okay, get to familiarize, discuss certain things, have fun, pray, talk, and all of that stuff. But as time went by, those things just don't happen anymore. Or is it music? Some kind of music that you hear back then, you don't hear them now anymore. All right? So what are those things that you wish were still here today, but they are not here anymore? Is it a food brand? Well, I like food. I'm kind of a foodie. Yeah. And those biscuits we used to eat? Of course, we have this Costa biscuit not so long ago, though. But right now, you don't see much of it anymore. You don't even see it. All you just see is a rebranded biscuit. Or when we used to drink water in a tied nylon. You tie the nylon and you buy it for, say, how much was it even sold then? Of course, definitely not up to, okay, yeah, 1 naira, you get it. And you can do a whole lot of things with your 5 naira. So do you miss the days where you can actually do a whole lot with just 5 naira? Okay, so you can be a part of the program, 0817 000 951 or 0810 951 0951, or you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 071 071 rather 933 9962. It's Throwback Thursday on The Unraveling, live on your radio. Okay, so what is that theme that you wish you had now that is no longer in place? We have some messages here, but let's just take some calls before we go to the messages. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Francis from Rumochi.
Your name is what again, please?
Francis from Rumochi.
Okay, Francis. You're welcome.
Yes.
Let's hear you.
All right. What I miss most was when we were young. You find out that you call your neighbors then, at least from 1 a.m. and we are going to sing from very far distance. So you will see that we will grow in number up to 20 to 30 people. At the end of the day, before the day will break, we will now come back with our water before preparing to school. But nowadays, we miss something because all these bad boys will kill all of us. Or one thing or the other will happen. So I miss it a lot. I still remember it until now.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for calling. Yeah, we have some text messages here. Before I go to the text message, all right, I'll just give you this feel of another song here. Yeah, it's already playing on the background. One Love by Bob Marley. This one was re-recorded in the 70s. Of course, those of you that were born at that time, you should have this nostalgic feel when you hear songs like this. All right, so this one is from the 70s. Bob Marley with One Love. What is that thing that you wish was still here? But they are no more. Really? Okay, let's just have a feel of this one.
Have pity on those whose chances grow thin. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Saying, one love. What about the one heart? What about the let's get together and feel alright? I'm fleeing to mankind. What
Yeah, let's get together. And I will feel all right. That one there is from Bob Marley. Yeah. Bob Marley has been a very, very, influential gospel brand. All right. And this one is from the 70s, from, his album that was released in the 1960s. Yeah, in the 60s. And a beautiful one there. All right. So, we're talking about what you wish was here. That thing that you so loved way back, say in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, in the 2000s, that you just wish was still here. Like a drink, like a food brand or something, really. I remember when my mom would always come to the house with a particular drink. I wouldn't want to call the name right now. A particular drink. It looks somehow like what's the word now? A yogurt, but not exactly a yogurt. And you just so love it. And growing up, you realize that these things are no more there. And you also want to wonder, why exactly do these things just go on extinction, as it were? Why? And you just wonder. Oh, well, of course, things just evolve and certain things just get to pass away. All right, so we are still here. It's the unraveling. Okay, a text message that we have here says... all right, by the way, Kalada is not on the show with me today. Okay, so I'm just doing my thing here tonight. All right. So what is that thing you wish was here that is no longer here tonight? And we want to have a nostalgic feel tonight. The number you can call, the numbers are 0817 000 951 or 0810 rather 951 0951. That thing that you wish was still here. But then, what happened? It's no longer here. Oh my gosh. The sweet old days, the activities, the culture. We've been talking with Dave when, of course, on the program Opinion Poll on how that there has been some changes in certain things and even in our culture and traditions and values and so on like that. And I come to wonder why these changes just happen. What exactly happened in our society? But that's just by the way, anyway. All right. So now, Throwback Thursday. Let's really come to look at it, how exactly it started. It started, of course, as an internet trend used among social media platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook on a Thursday like this. All right. Now, usually people will post nostalgia-inducing pictures, all right, from a different era of their life, accompanied by the hashtag TBT or Throwback Thursday. And many posts also to reflect positive moments. What are those moments that certain things just brings to your head? What are those moments that you just wish were still here? You just wish you still had. Now, I met someone recently who was talking to me about her child, all right? And she was like, man, I miss those days when I used to have a good communication with my child. I don't know what happened to my child, but I think he's gotten out of hand. He's gotten out of my care and all of that. And I really wish there was something I could do. And I just kept, oh, okay. I just felt this should be a Throwback Thursday. What am I even saying? I don't know. Call me to share your whatever you wish that you still had today, but isn't here anymore. Is it a particular system of doing things? Is it a particular government? Is it a food brand? Is it a TV show? What used to be your favorite TV show back then? Or is it a toy brand? For those of you who liked toys when you were way younger, is it a dressing style? Is it a fashion style? Instead, call me up on the number 0817 000 90951 or 0810 9510951. Hello, good evening. Good evening. What's your name and location?
My name is Suguchi. I'm calling from AEMA in Owerri North Local Government, Imo State.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you. One of those things way back that we are lacking now, one, unity.
Unity.
Hello? Unity, yeah.
Okay.
Because I can remember in those days when I was a little, when I was younger, during MK Abiola election and Alhaji Bashiru Tofa, that is SDP and NRC, despite how the election was zone as a Muslim to Muslim, nobody cares as at that time. You know, I can remember in those days, my father and my mother, you know, it's a sort of joke. My mother would be telling us that SDP where they supported Tufa, my father supported, what's his name, MQR. You know, there was a lot of fun in it, you know? So, yes, there was unity, there was hope and, you know, love between ethnic groups. But now, I don't think that again now. I don't really know. It's highly personal. I don't like it.
Okay. What do you think is the cause of this?
I don't really know whether it's alcoholic civilization. I don't know.
Okay.
Or religion, or I can't really understand. Actually dividing on this point. I don't really know.
All right.
I'm highlighting.
All right, thank you very much for being a part of the conversation tonight. Hello, good evening. Okay, I missed that call. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. Or you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, you're welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah. I'm Ella Chukwu from Port.
You're who?
Ella Chukwu from Port.
Hello, Chuku, how are you tonight?
I'm fine, and you too?
I'm very well, thank you. So, what is that thing that you wish was still here, but it's no longer here?
Okay, when I was small, when we win this cancer from Coca-Cola.
Okay.
We use that exam, take the drink from the people.
Okay.
So I learned that a lot. And secondly, so I mean, this kind of a thing,
kite. Yeah. You're a true son of the soil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
All right, oh, sorry, I lost you there. So sorry. 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. Or you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. What is that thing you don't see today, but you wish they were still here? Hello, good evening. Oh, my first lady caller. Good evening. How are you doing tonight? Oh, sorry about that. So what's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Esther.
Esther, you're welcome. So let's hear you.
Remember those old days at around 80? You see there's unity and peace among everybody. Like you see children celebrating birthday, more than 30, 40 children will surround the children to like the Sarah and everybody together. See? Now I don't know what I've over.
So you missed the love.
Yes. Even the picture, I had the picture with more than 50 children. I grew up in Job, so 44, they will analyze how Job, like, everybody used to be his brother, sister. Your neighbor, a child offends from both and child.
Okay.
But now, I don't want to tell that.
All right. Yeah, talking about that. Really true, really true. Thank you very much for calling. That was a really something that we do not see anymore. 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951 are the numbers that you can call to be a part of the conversation, or you can send in your text message or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. What are those things that you just wish were here today, but you do not see them anymore? Those things, that culture, that food brand. Oh Lord, how am I just emphasizing on the food tonight? Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
What's your name and location, please?
I'm Andy calling from Rumulumini.
Andy, you're welcome.
Yeah. One of those things that reminds me of the old days, early 80s, when we were young. There's this unique love that we the youth, we normally have in the evening after we play our football, finish our homework, we gather at the market square. This story, all these stories, telling stories, making fun of, then there's no all this love, boyfriend and girlfriend. We all live like brothers and sisters. So much fun there. But nowadays, it's all about media. Everybody's into media. Such fun is no more found again.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so very much. When you just remember these things, you just wish you could go back in time. You just wish, Lord, is there something I could do? Or Lord, just rewind the times. Let's just go back to the good old days. All right. So it is the Unraveling on your Premium Talk Radio. What are those things that you wish were still here today, but you don't see them anymore? You just don't see them anymore. 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951, or you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. Now, talking about the nostalgic feel, let's listen to this one coming from an old school artist, Rex Lawson. Anyway, for those of you who are not from the 70s, you won't know this particular song nor the artist. All right. So don't go anywhere. Gloria Carti is my name. I will be right back.
Baby, now what? And they give an after that by girls that like all this lady dress. Baby, now what for you? She want to buy nylon. She want to buy the guy. She won't buy wing. Baby, I fear you.
These old school songs just come with a particular feel. There's this feeling that it brings. Oh my gosh. I just feel like listening to that song to the end. All right. But, of course, we got to do the talking. Okay. So what are those things that you wish? That song you just listened to was Baby, You Play Me While You Play While You're by Rex Lawson. This one was released in the 70s. Okay, we are having a nostalgic feel tonight. It is Throwback Thursday. So what is that theme that you wish you had today, Those things that you just wish still existed today, but then they aren't here anymore. An activity, a lifestyle, a food brand, a culture, a routine per se, something at all that you just wish was still here, but then it's no longer here. Around the number you can call is 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951, or send in your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. For those of you from the 70s who's familiar with Rex Lawson, do you wish you still had him doing this kind of music today? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. What's your name and location?
I'm the one from Ibode.
You sorry, you're who?
In fact, Wednesday, we were practicing writing of letters.
Okay. Hello.
Yes. Now, this time around, no writing of letter again.
Okay.
But then your parents were testing you whether you can read letters for them. Now, nobody reads letter then.
Okay.
Full. So I want us to come back to the writing.
All right. You want us to come back to writing of letters?
Yes, it will improve our vocabulary.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
You think we don't write letters anymore? Oh well, yeah. Talking about letters, really, that point where the children still do this, like those childish boy to girl letter that one student could just write to the next student somewhere in the same class, a letter. I don't know. That thing can be very funny. Oh my gosh, letter writing. But things are changing, of course, and we are, like they say, at the computer age or in the computer age. So those things just might not be relevant anymore, or may just be too much of a work to do. But we still write letters anyway. Yeah. All right. So that's what you wish we still had today. What do you wish we still had today? What is that thing that you just wish was still happening, was still in existence, you could still see today, but isn't here anymore? We want to hear from you. We want to know what that thing is, that nostalgic feel that you just so miss every day, every point in time, every time you think about it. Let's have your let's hear what it is on the show tonight. All right, we have some text messages here. Hello, nice topic. I miss Tales by Moonlight and Maggie Kitchen. Oh, all right. We didn't get your name though. We don't know where you're coming from. Good evening, Gloria. I miss Storytelling by Grandma. Oh, I know, right? You have to put out that local mud and look up the sky. Oh, you are a son of the soil. I also miss Great Value for Our Money. Vicky from Rupoku. Okay, Vicky. It is probably a girl. Vicky, yeah, you are a daughter of the soil. The Great Valley for Our Money. That's really something that we really want to think about at every point in time. The great value that our money has. It just keeps dropping on a daily basis. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and location?
Yeah, I'm Hope. I'm calling from Chuba.
Hope from Chuba. You're welcome.
Yeah, I miss a lot of things.
Mm.
All due Timber Street. Some I miss using borers to go to Magic to fetch water. With guys. Or those sometimes we'll be so happy because there's unity that time. We'll be so happy and there's clean up so that we'll pick all these online inside gutter.
Okay.
Cantas, rubber bands, all those things that makes you happy. This was so fun. So this time around we don't have all these things again. Children of nowadays doesn't play much.
All right.
There's by moonlight. all those things I miss a lot. So let me go after that.
All right. Thank you very much for that one. Moonlight. A lot of persons miss Moonlight. Was that really a thing for me back then? Not really. No, I don't think so. What is it for you? What is that thing that you wish was here, but it is no longer here? It doesn't exist anymore. Oh, Lord. That's back in those days where you could use one kobo to prepare a whole lot, to do a whole lot for yourself. Do you miss those days? Or when were we still using the coins? Did you miss the coins? Lord, yeah. You know, we're not children anymore. We are really not children anymore. So what is that thing you wish was still here, but they are just not here anymore, and there's nothing you can do about it? Hello, good evening. Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Godsent. I'm calling from Omo.
Godsent, you're welcome.
Yes. I thank God that I get you to stay well.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, we don't used to hear news. But let me just say one thing that always, I like your program.
Thank you.
When I was, my friends were men. Happens to be that my mother, the first issue is man. The second issue is man. So she did not have any woman. Then the third issue is man. So who is going to help her? She's the man that always help her. So then, look at how I meet up with this on house. So, me and my friends talk. They did Saturday, 3 or 4 of us going to my mother's farm. Next Saturday, 4 of us will go to my mother's farm. When our mother is in here, from there, 4 people coming to the farm to work, and for them all you say, which one is more expensive? So our mother will prepare food. If it's their own, they will tell their mother, inform them, so Saturday, we are going to your farm or either not to harvest or to cut farm. That is why. Yeah. So at times we do competition of things. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in summary, I just want to beg you because I've been following you people up.
Okay.
We should try and give us one radio station here so that we will hear what should happen for River State. Upon all our oil, we don't hear anything there. Nobody hear radio station. I beg.
Well, that's what we do here. That's what we do. We keep you updated and informed as well as educated with our programs. All right. Yeah, it's still the unraveling. Okay, so we're unraveling tonight. That thing that you wish was still here today, but isn't anymore. A culture, an activity, a feeling. You know, it could just be this feeling. You know, when we're still way younger, with my brothers, I have a whole lot of elder brothers, like 5 of them ahead of me. Okay, so there are times where we all would just sit on the floor with the food in one big basin, like this very big plates basin. And not really basin, I'm just that's an exaggeration. But very big plates, a bowl. And we all have to eat from it. And then you are eating and your brother is looking at you with one corner eye. And you know, you are just trying, you are very hungry, you are eating, yet you are scared. You are trying to be a very, very good younger sister because they could just give you one very hot slap. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I remember those things and I just miss those days. Okay, the number you can call, the numbers are 0817. Sorry, I just missed your calls. 000-0951 or 0810-951-0951. Oh, sorry. Call me back if you can, or you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Let's listen to this other gem. Yeah, this one is coming from Victor Olaya, Bottom Belly. Another nostalgic feel there. Do you know that song, Potombele, by the legendary Victor Olaya? All right, let's take some more calls. Hello, good evening. Hello. Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Uche calling you from Port Harcourt.
Uche, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear you.
Is it Buchi?
No, this is Gloria Kati.
Okay, Gloria. Nice speaking with you this evening.
You're welcome.
Yes, you see this very topic is full of thoughts. It's full of teaching.
Mm.
Yes. You know, I just reason that, this you people's radio station is so innovative.
Mm.
You know, it's not only to remember the past ways of life. This also entails us that God Almighty is the most supreme.
Mm.
Why am I saying this? I remembered one letter that I wrote that closed down our secondary school then.
Wow.
I am telling you, I wrote that letter that time, you know, we are much younger now.
Mm.
Youth exuberant. So I was in SS1. I wrote a letter to a girl that's in SS3. Man, that letter closed down the schools. we had to close. I'm telling you, we had to close school around that to 12.
What kind of letter? What kind of letter was that?
You know, it's love letter now. It's love letter.
They had to close down the whole school.
I'm telling you, the whole school boiled down. You know, I ran away, sir. I ran away because that thing should happen to get our social study teacher then. Oh my God, me. So I just remember those days. Secondly, when time is trying to approach 10 o'clock, 11, 12 a.m., you will see us spread mats. You know? Daddy will be telling us stories.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll be sharing those. We'll lie down and looking at the moon. You will not even hunger to go to bed. I'm telling you, sometimes you will sleep there till after 3. They now tap you and say, look at time. The dew, early morning dew has already spread on you. You know, you feel the earth. God me. I just feel, I remember, I retrospected those days rather, I said, God is the Almighty. We just need to fear Him. Because these things, this experience we had then, we don't see it anymore. We don't see them. It's as if it has just gone past. It's as if it's told us.
So why do you think we don't see these things anymore?
It's very, very simple. I've been to my village sometime. Also, you remember December time. If you maybe, for instance, if you are coming from Kaduna, Lagos, you will like to see those of your friends. You will like to ask, did this one come? Did this one come? You will like to unite. But it's not like that. People don't even like to go to village any longer. To talk of. Things have changed because of the sometimes security issue and all the rest of them. No.
All right, thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. God bless you too. All right, who's next on the line tonight? What is that thing that you wish was still here but isn't here anymore? Hello, good evening. Hello? Good evening. Who do we have here and where are you calling from?
Hello, my name is Victor.
Your name is Victor? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Okay, yeah. What I miss most during my childhood.
All right.
And then there's this Coca-Cola. Then when we used to drink, and then I was staying in Trasamadi growing up with my parents. So after when you drink, you open up. After you see radio, phone, telephone, and headphones, speaker. Then we live very close to the Coca-Cola. Then and after Trasamadi at the back of the zoo. At times we just walk by. Then we queue up. Then they will not say, where's your counter? You just need to show the counter and what is written in there. And they will just give it directly to you there. Honestly speaking. At times like that, we'll be walking on the street, trying to see even those that are drinking, picking up the counters.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get free drinks. And when the time I win 1 crate of full mineral, and they give it to me. Man, those things are gone. Those things are gone. We can't find them anymore.
So do you wish you still have those things? Do you wish you still have? You said?
These days, after you see the advertisement, drink this and this, you open up, you don't see all those things inside. They're all fake.
So you wish you still had those things, right?
Coming by, honestly, coming by. So those memories are no longer there.
I know, right?
In fact, the compound where I stay, there was this tap water that normally connect to our compound directly.
Okay.
So the evening like this, every 4 o'clock, we just go by, the water will just come and you on your tap, the tap will flow in directly from the water board then. So these days, all those things, there were no enough borehole then. So things are just changed.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Kanta. Okay. Did you also do the Kanta game where you have to, sometimes you just use the Kanta and the button and you just draw a pitch on the floor or somewhere and you start playing, and you also use the Kanta to do the keeper and oh Lord, childhood. Sometimes I just wish this thing still happen. I just wish you could still do some of these things even in your very mature age. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening, Gloria.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Congo, calling from Akuka Minichi.
Mr. Congo, how are you tonight?
Oh, God is very, very wonderful.
Hallelujah. All right, let's hear you.
When I was in secondary school, in Kanti Grammar School in Perechi.
Okay.
We had then a black and white TV for the school. And my good friend then was Mr. Godwin Honora. And he was the social prefect.
Okay.
All the day, we bring out the black and white TV on the den door, which we used to stand the den for students to view. We were doing this. And as we were doing this, that thing led us not to be reading any longer. But one day, Godwin called me. You see, this TV that we are seeing today, in time coming, the model that will be more better than this will come up. It may not be this black and white again. But boy, we should go to read. And that's why we are here. So that we'll be able even to purchase ones that will come in the future. From that day, then there was a timetable we made. Viewing the TV, not every day that we are doing it. But what I'm trying to tell you now is that you can see that what my friend said that day, God will honor from the Omok side. So the thing has come to reality. And you see that some of the us that were eager to be seen, let's be having that day, the same day. The day we wrote our exams and came out, they didn't excel the way we excelled. Just because we read. So that's why I used to tell students now. As we are even seeing the whatever thing today, like the TV, the model type, the more modern ones will come in future. And then it's left for them now to read the harder. Because when you read and they pass your exams very well, you will find a way to purchase them. But if you don't do, you will need to be doing all this type of movies that some of them are doing today in order to live a life which they did not work for. How can you live a life that you did not work for? Is that right, Gloria?
Of course, very
Thank you
well.
very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Congo. God bless you. Okay, let's see the messages that we have here before we go. This is coming from confidence. I remember when we have to write to my uncle that is living in the city that I want to spend my holiday in his house, then through post office. It was fun. Am I the only one who didn't use post office? Oh Lord, everybody just seems to have used it, to have used that thing in particular. I didn't use it at all. I'm Chikwe Stella from River State. Those days we do gather together after school, then play different games, dance and sing, but now it's no more nowadays. But now it's no more, okay? Nowadays, children spend so much time on the internet rather than gathering together. Okay, all right. This is the last call we're gonna take for the show tonight. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister Gloria.
Good evening. You're welcome. What's your name?
This is Dickie Jacob.
Dickie Jacob. All right.
Dickie Jacob.
You're welcome.
So I just like what you are doing there. So in the early 70s, I think early to the mid 70s, I was living with my grandmother. They used to fry akara like that. I don't know where to get that akara now. They use corn.
Okay.
To prepare the akara. And with pepper, we match it with pepper. It was fried akara that time. Very sweet akara. If we match it, if we fry the akara with corn, it's corn. If we grind corn, another time was very small. So I don't know where to get it. The only time I remember, I say, is this again? Or maybe it's the one that just make up that akara. I don't know. I don't know. Anytime I remember, we just say, he used to fry very far akara. But it's not more alive now. I tell you.
You wish it was still here, right?
I wish I can get that akara to eat at this time.
Okay, maybe we should look into this.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Deacon. This is the most we can take for the show tonight. Thank you so much for joining me on the conversation on the show tonight. It's been an amazing time with you out there. Throwback Thursday is what it is on the Unraveling. All right, this is going to be the final edition for the week. Join us again from Monday through Thursday for the Unraveling, and let's unravel together. Of course, you do not want to miss it. I remain Gloria Carty. Follow me on socials, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Gloria Carty. Carty spells Kartee. Follow me and let's unravel together. I'll leave with this one just before Dave steps in for Opinion Poll. This is Yellow Susie from Rex Jim Lawson. Stick to the dial.
Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles.
Call this number.
What about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs?
Call this number.
Sorry, this one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming.
The degradation
challenges and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, time check is 3 minutes gone past the hour of 9, and you're tuned into your premium talk news and sports station Today 95.1 FM on what seems to be like a very rainy night. So wherever you are, get yourself home as quick as possible so that you don't get stuck or caught up in the rains where you are. And like I always say, it's that time on radio where we get to share our thoughts relatively. We get to have conversations together and talk about things that pertain to you, pertain to me, pertain to our society, pertain to everything as regards Nigeria. We get to have these conversations from 9 p.m. every weekday, and on Sundays, of course, from Sundays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. We talk about so many things together. And at the end of the day, it's geared at getting your opinions, your preferring solutions to these problems. Many problems, some very obvious, some not so obvious, but we bring these problems out, and then we dissect and see how we could prefer solutions, possible solutions to these problems. And I have my co-guest in the building. She's already, I really don't know what she's doing,
Co-guest.
Co-anchor, sorry. The rain's already affected me.
Okay.
All right, good. Oh, good. So they didn't get to hear that. All right, good evening, Gloria. How you doing?
I'm great, Dave. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Did you step out just now?
I didn't step out of the of the building.
Okay, you just went out to do something else. How you doing? How was your day?
I'm very fine. Today feels like heaven. I'm great.
I heard you talking about things you used to do back in the day and you miss doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about to rain.
It's about
wisdom.
How can I forget that part? Wisdom.
Did they ever flog you for not staying indoors when it was raining?
Of course they did.
Like they had to beat you inside.
Of course. And sometimes you're naked and they'll be beating you because you wanna bathe in the rain.
But that was too much information. I'm a very religious person.
What's too much about that?
I don't want to have those memories of you. No.
Hello.
No.
Don't be corrupt. Don't be too carnal. You're a kid then. I was a kid, so you should be having the picture of a kid right there.
Of course. No, I shouldn't be having a picture of a kid in my head. All right, but things like that used to be, we used to look forward towards it, and to some extent, things have changed. Environmental conditions have now changed.
Yeah.
you don't want to go and have your bath outside. I mean, you turn. It's not pillar of salt this time. It's pillar of sooth.
And not just even the adults, even the kids themselves. They're like, oh, Mom, I can't bathe outside. They're like at the very tender age. They already starting feeling shy.
Did you just hear what I said before you made the statement?
Okay. What
You not turn pillar of salt. You turn pillar of sooth. Why am I so wise? This evening.
Please, what does that mean? Okay, pillar of soup. Did you say
sooth?
Please explain.
The black things that fall because of climate changes and pollutions and everything.
Oh, you don't.
It's
like my show took you back to some old wise sayings.
Really, it's just something. It's just something that is within.
It unraveled some, wisdom.
It's within. Gloria, let's be serious right now. But like I said, things have really changed. Some things we used to do back in the day. We have intentionally contributed to spoiling or changing the narrative right now because intentionally changed the narrative, making kids of this generation miss out on some experiences we had before this time. Like I said, the sooth issue has become a very big problem for us in Nigeria. And on this day, which is World Mother Earth Day 2021, would like to look deep into how we have intentionally, like I told Buchi Rafua during the Area Talk show, that if we destroy the earth,
all right,
there is no other place. As for research is going on right now, Mars is still uninhabitable. So I don't know about what Elon Musk has done so far, but I'm not sure people live there, have businesses and live there, get married. I don't know. Elon Musk is pushing for that. Congratulations to him. If at all there is no proof of extraterrestrial life, which is another conversation for another day. Obviously. But we can't leave Earth, unless you die and go to heaven. So that's another conversation too. So Earth is where you stay. Anything that happens to you. Okay? If there is a volcanic eruption, it affects you. If there's a typhoon, it affects you. If there's a tsunami, it affects you. If there is an earthquake, it affects you.
Yeah.
If there is a cyclone, it affects you. If there's whatever you want to call it, it affects. A sandstorm, whatever, it affects. So if we're not taking care of just like you not having your house in consideration, you don't take care of your house, before you know it, everything starts creeping in. Anything that wants to get into your house gets into your house and lives with you. Okay, so if you're not taking care of the earth, how well would it last for you? Everyone is complaining. I mean, you could have Hamatan in March or in April. Just wake up one morning and it's foggy everywhere and it's literally Hamatan season. You never planned for it. You never, there was no speculations that it was going to happen. This is because of the steady climate change that is going on. And most of the things are propelled by men. Is a man-made activity, man-made activities that give birth to these changes. Okay, so I was having this conversation 2019 where I had some doctors from the University of Port Harcourt, people representing the Ministry of Environment in River State, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education. We had this conversation, and I said then, the speculations were, if care isn't taken, if we keep throwing bottles, those plastic bottles into the sea, at some point, I think it's 2050 or 2025, one of these years, the mass of residue waste in the sea would outweigh the number of fishes.
Yeah.
If we keep doing these things.
Okay.
Do you get me? If we keep doing these things, we keep dumping our refuse into the sea, very soon it might be a very dangerous effect that it would have on us. So there are particular things we are not paying attention to anymore.
Sure.
For example, planting trees. We don't plant trees anymore. We feel like it's old-fashioned. The best thing is to have a synthetic grass, in your environment, make it really cool, and it's just synthetic. We don't plant trees anymore. We do not make sure that our environments have this natural feel. Growing up as a child in Bayelsa State, you always wanted to go home and, be part of that scenery, that environment. Is just the warmth of green nature, and it was just beautiful.
I didn't grow up in Bayelsa State, so I don't have an idea what you're talking about.
I knew you didn't grow up in Bayelsa State. Like coming from Lagos back to Bayelsa once in a while, you just had to.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just
made me look.
I'm just looking for your
I
trouble.
know. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
So it's really important that we go back to these things that make or contribute. It's a very small thing. That literal contribution makes it important that you're saving the earth. Like I said, if we lose it, we might not just have another one. It's not like it's like life.
Yeah, and it's the only planet solar system that supports life.
I would want to hold you on that argument,
You can hold me on it.
Because
or you can have the argument.
I don't know. I really am into too much of science for that. So let's not go there.
Oh, too much of science.
Yeah, I'm a science geek like that.
I rest my case.
Let me tell you about somebody, okay? While we're here allowing Element Petrochemical to enjoy themselves, gas flaring, we're burning things. The other day we said something that the federal government wants to give about, is it 90 million naira or 99 million naira to some women?
To some women.
To stop cooking with firewood and, use
the cleaner gas.
Clean gas sources, liquefied petroleum gas, clean sources. There is this particular kid, and I wanted to give this out as a question, but let's just say it, okay? Because I'm not sure we have time to take some questions. Her name is Greta Tinin Eleonora Ernman Thunberg. For short is Greta Thunberg. That's how people know her. She's Swedish, and she was born on the 3rd of January 2003. Now, she's a Swedish environmental activist.
Interesting.
Who is internationally known for challenging world leaders to take immediate action against climate change. Thunberg initially gained notice for her youth and her straightforward speaking manner, both in public and to political leaders and assemblies, in which she criticized world leaders for their failure to take what she considers sufficient action to address the issue of climate change. As I speak to you, 2003 to 2000, this is 21. She's like
2003 to 21. She's about 18.
18,
so.
18 years.
Yeah.
She's one of the most popular people on earth.
Hallelujah.
Just because of this. I think she was on one of the G7 summits, where the then president of, was it Finland or Germany, spotted her out, and she was on Time magazine, People's Magazine, one of the most influential people on earth in 2019.
Okay.
Now, look at how important an 18-year-old is taking climate change. Juxtapose it to what we're having in River State. No, let me know. I'm sorry, I came directly for River State. Juxtapose it to what we're having in Africa, in Nigeria, in River State.
Knowledge is the difference.
Why? Why do we seek to amplify other things and let other things just slide? It's not really important.
It's because that kind of importance have not been placed in our environment. Obviously, it's more or less like we're placing priority, or we're wrongly prioritizing things. Environments. Of course, this year's theme, which is what's the theme again? Restore our Earth. All right. It seeks to raise awareness. What am I saying? For the earth environment.
Yeah.
We are not aware of our environment. We do not know things that can be hazardous to the environment. We do not know practices that will be healthy for our environment. And we do not know. So the issue we have here in this side of the world is lack of knowledge.
Is it lack of knowledge or lack of implementation of knowledge? Because we read a lot.
Do
we can't.
A lot of
Nigerians
us
are
read.
really smart.
No, a lot of us do not read.
We do.
You know that saying from a white man? They'll always say, "Put, how was that? That was a single.
Put a secret or put a mystery.
Yeah, in a
if you
book
want to
and
hide a
cover-
mystery,
yeah.
put it in the book. I think that narrative is wrong.
No, I don't think so.
I think the narrative is wrong. You know, we've given too much preferential treatment to white people of white color.
The
make
truth
them
is,
feel
a lot of black people, Nigerians, do not read.
we actually like I'm saying, we actually do read, but we do not implement what we do.
Okay,
what we
for the
read, what we
ones who
study.
read, for the ones who read,
Good.
we do not implement. But then a whole lot of us still do not read.
Yeah, a
so
whole
when you
lot
want to
too.
look at the population, the ones who read are not as much as the ones who do not read. And then from the population of the ones who read, the ones who implement what they read is not up to the ones who do not implement it. So you see the challenge we have here, and you want to come look up to the ones who have the knowledge, but then they can't even teach you because they do not practice. It's just the head knowledge. And my pastor would always say something: once it's just in the head, you are bound to forget it, because practice is what makes it stick. It makes it a culture. Another speaker said, successful people do not need motivation, they only need discipline. So you need discipline to practice what you also need discipline to practice what you know. Because definitely there is always a tendency to just leave it in the head knowledge. You don't do anything with it. But then knowledge has no power when it's just in the head.
Yeah.
So a whole lot of us do not know. Come to the rural environment, rural areas. How many of these people know what is hazardous to the environment? And how many can you say actually does know and how many doesn't know? You see,
But yet again, the question is, how often do we see those hazardous threats to climate or to environment coming from those rural areas?
okay,
How often do we see them as compared to the industrial or industrialized areas?
yeah, true, not as much though.
So you see,
But the knowledge is still necessary.
it's necessary because the average old woman in the village wants to plant a tree.
So I don't think, yeah,
She
very
wants
true.
to relax under that tree, so she's planting the tree.
And then the urban area wants to take off
The
trees.
urban area wants to. So the ones that even read are the ones that do not practice.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Very true.
So if you juxtapose this to different geographical locations, it's not about where they are. It's about who is intentional.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true. That's true.
You'd find out like in the villages where they call villages because
I think those people are even more intentional.
they are
about the
more
environment.
intentional.
That's true.
They want to have a farm. They want everything to be organic. They want to eat their food fresh. Well, come over here. No. Let's make everything. Let's bring it up to date.
We need to build some sort of value for flowers, trees.
Well, of course.
In our
Of course.
people. Because what a lot of people do is cut it down. Cut it down. You get to environments where you see a lot of flowers, trees. The first thing you want to do is cut them down. Flowers, hello. At least still have. I grew up in a family where my dad, yeah, he's a farmer. He likes a lot of flowers.
Professionally?
No, not professionally.
Okay.
Yeah. He has a whole lot of flowers. People come to him to get flowers. And you still find people. Sometimes certain people just walk into our compound and like, what are you guys doing with such a number of flowers?
Yeah.
Why are you guys having flowers here? This is what there's this particular thing they would always say. This is occupying space.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, are you serious? So you see, we have quite much work to do in creating awareness. Things like this shouldn't even be once in a year. It should be something that should be done regularly. so people can have the consciousness of their environment and the kind of practices to and not to do.
When you even say once in a year, how many people even like how even? You could walk on the street and literally ask, oh, "Did you know today was World Earth Day?" Mother Earth Day, and people would say, "Oh, but there are many."
No, they will ask you, what is Mother Earth Day?
More important situations to talk about. The president hasn't done this. There is now they're planning the database for cows and some other things. But they feel like those other things are more important to them. And of course they are. They're very true. But when it comes to your own safety and health, you should prioritize some things. Things like a vegetation that is green and that can span through your environment and give you that natural ambience. You don't want to live throughout your life and everything you take is just synthetic. Every environment is just synthetic. It's beautiful when you cut down those things, turn them to nice hotels or houses, but we're losing out on something. And time will come, if we're not careful enough, it might want to have a detrimental effect on us. I started during my university days in Delta State.
Okay.
And for sure, it was a big difference. I mean, you could take a cab from where we are. I stayed at a place called Amai. Okay, Obiarako.
All right.
Okay, you could take a cab from where you are to, which is like here, to let's say Wimpy, and then it's all like the trees have grown and have formed the shade on the major road.
Wow!
So it's like an umbrella. You're driving amidst this very tall shade. It's a very beautiful scenery. You could even take pictures. When I came there, I'm like, is this kind of thing in Nigeria? Things you see in foreign movies. So people like that. I mean, in Delta State, they're very good with agriculture. They take it very seriously. I could attest to that. Why aren't we seeing it deliberately happening? In some industrialized areas, like we always say. Why is it so synthetic every time? Why are we just deliberately pushing out the fact that we are to cater for the earth? Even God gave the instruction in the book of Genesis. You are to till you're to make sure, cater for the grass, the green things, the garden itself.
Your environment, basically. Yeah.
You're to take care of it. So if we're not taking care of it, which is the first instruction God gave to man, so if you're not taking care of it, what are you doing?
Very true.
What are you doing? Okay, so tonight we want to find out this. I want to find out from you. Why do we have an indifferent approach in Nigeria as regards, Earth-related issues, Mother Earth-related issues? And we have pointed out some of the reasons. We want to industrialize, we want to move in, we want to occupy territories, but we are not really particular. I mean, growing up as a child in primary school, it was almost compulsory that you plant or you grow
a tree. Yeah.
Yeah. So probably in primary 1, when you're in primary 6, you already have a tree in that school environment.
Yeah.
But right now, it's a different case. So why are we seeing this gradual decline as the years go by? And secondly, have you ever planted a tree? I have. Have you?
Yeah, I have.
Of course.
A flower.
Oh my God. Okay, so while we enjoy the bounty of Mother Earth, how much do you actually do to safeguard the interest? Okay, do you join people who just eat and dump it right there in your drainage system? Or do you join people who go to the streams and you just throw your dirt there? Do you join people who say, look, let's just cut this tree down, it's not doing anything important, just take it off, let's build something there? How well do you cater for the earth? Those are the things we want to find out from you. Okay, the numbers to call in: 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. I wanted to add another question.
Yeah, you might want to ask, why do people even cut down trees?
Why? They'll tell you it's for making furniture. And they make money. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello.
I just hope this network is not going to be affected by the rains. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. Hello, good evening.
Hello. We can barely hear you. Can you speak up
What's your
louder,
name?
please?
I said, my name is Ayanyawa John.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm calling from
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned that English could, yeah, we research about the
Climate, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, like my dear brother, let us try to be here have the knowledge. And two, their government, the school is great, stable, and to then train them very well. If you come to Nigeria here, watch how do they use
The school. The school really trained them well.
the strike.
Oh, strike.
Yes, watch this match last year where ASU entered strike.
But that one no stop them to plant tree now. You know, stop strike. No, they stop person to plant tree.
But once that's where you start from that little gear where you start to represent for the summit.
But you know, so you don't need go school. You don't need go school to plant tree. You don't need go school to begin take care of environment.
Hold on, and let us start from the grassroots first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that our government all over Africa
okay.
come to Nigeria. If you say we have a very good government where represent their people to take care of their people very, very well. Okay, what America is River State in here being what is here? Hello?
All right. I think the network is breaking, so we have to let you go right now and take the news at 60. But when we get back, we'll have this conversation. Keep your calls coming in or send your text messages. The number's 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Stay tuned. It's still your premium talk, news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
Teachers of demonstration primary and secondary schools of River State and tertiary institutions have made good their threat to occupy the River State Government House in Port Harcourt over the failure of state government to pay their 5 years and 3 months salary. Congress of University Academics, CANUA, has faulted calls for reconciliation from the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing it as a distraction. National Coordinator Niyi Sumonu clarified that CANUA is an independent academic staff union whose vision and mission are different from ASU. The Yaba College of Technology, Yabatech, has released the cutoff marks for its full-time national diploma program for the 2020-2021 academic session. Joe Ejiofor, the deputy registrar, said that the cutoff marks were fixed by the admissions committee for departments. On foreign news, Northern Ireland's Children's Commissioner has said she is furious at the approach taken by some schools to assess grades for GCSE, AS, and A-level students. Kuala Yosoma said she was disappointed by the overuse of controlled assessments in test conditions reported to her office.
Today's news in 60.
All right. right, welcome back. It's still your premium talk news and sports station today, 95.1 FM. And let's just head straight to the phone lines. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Victor.
All right. Mr. Victor, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Actually, to say that our government are not trying. I take example of my state, River State here.
Yeah.
In terms of this doing of 18, they are really, everywhere is messed up. Anybody can just come out and jump anyhow.
So when you say anybody, does that mean that the government has not given particular instructions on where to drop, and then people are not obeying the instructions by the government?
Good. That's right.
So the blame goes to both ways now, not just the government.
Good and fine. Let me just come.
Okay.
I could remember the Rwama himself, my brother. So I remember when they started newly, I was among the people instructing people how to dump their refuse.
Yeah.
I was among them, telling them how to dump it. You bag it and dump it at so time at a particular place. So, and then they used to warn people in radio station that if you could not bag your dustbin and dump it at a particular place and so time, they will arrest you and take you to court and all the rest. So, but now they stopped it. Now, apart from that, these scavengers, these Hausa boys,
just call them scavengers, please.
Good. They will just
because there are other people who partake in that kind of business too.
Okay, no problem. They will just come and scatter it. Then, as motor are passing, the thing will be blowing everywhere, will be messed up. That's one. If you go to this waterside areas, like places like Woji, Sansamadi, those river areas there, you will see people packing their dustbin and bringing to the river, pour and dump it. You see, that thing is a problem. And if our government will set up a task force concerning all these things, I believe it will be reduced and reduced more. Apart from that, in the other way around of the planting of the tree, if you go to Calabar, from Wacom to Calabar, down to the ending side of Calabar, you will see trees on the road. In fact, under the hot sun, you will not see sun.
But you now in River State, have you intentionally decided to plant any?
What is it?
Have you intentionally decided to plant any tree in River State that you are now?
Why not?
Okay.
Yes, I do plan because I so much love trees.
Okay.
If I go to OGRA like this, it will make me not to live there again. Because all the trees have grown to everywhere is calm and cool. So I so much love anywhere there is tree. So I don't know why our government are not trying to put all these things in place. It's so alarming, seriously. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510-951 or send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening. You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Dave.
Good evening, Mr. Chooks. Good evening.
Yeah, I'm fine. And your girl, her name, I've forgotten her name.
I am not this girl, oh.
Mr. Chooks.
Hey. I'm not, no. It's that thing happened in 1960. We don't want to repeat itself.
Don't be afraid, though.
Don't mind her. Don't mind her. Don't mind her.
What if I say your guy?
Oh.
I like the topic.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Chooks.
When you were discussing it, I was just contemplating planting. But some of these trees are good, but you must know where to plant the trees. So there are certain trees when you see them, you need to cut it down. Someone cannot plant trees. It's very close to electric poles.
Yes, true.
You must map out the strategy of where to plant it, so that when you plant it, it will remain and it will serve the purpose of this planting it. You know, the challenge you have is I have a very bad system. Our government is not trying.
But why do we keep tying these things to the government?
I will tell you.
Okay.
Let me tell you, this government we have in Nigeria, their own agenda is to steal, and that they to steal and steal for their fifth generation that we eat. Tell you, the system we have in Nigeria doesn't encourage certain things. The society begins at home.
Yeah.
The government itself, because okay, let me use school for example now. Look how far back I was, at least 80, 90. Look at the primary schools we have and secondary schools. Imagine the way those environments used to be.
Yeah.
Compare it with now.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
So what are we talking about? Okay, someone talks about planting trees in the school, making this. That's for me now. It's not necessary because most of the schools don't have toilets.
Very true.
You are planting trees. What are you planting trees for when the school don't have toilets? Ordinary borehole they don't have. So when you talk about this tree planting, people will just like, it is one of my friends tell me that when somebody is thinking something this level, you are coming here to tell me about trees. You know? So the way the system is now, okay, look at, somebody mentioned Akwa Ibom,
Cross River, yes.
No, Cross River. Okay, look at what the government did. The government set the agenda. That's not the call to set the agenda. Other citizens to follow. The government has set the agenda, making sure that creating that awareness that this is what I want to need for you people to put in place. You see that, watch when I found out that most of them now, when you bring this topic of trees for them, it will not sound strange. Because already they know, they have certain knowledge about what it's all about and the essence and the benefits. But for now, without nothing like that, we are planting. Are we going to plant trees in dirty environment? In fact, for now, this tree matter. It's not what we need now. Let me just be honest with you. For now, this river state now. Tree now. I'm not saying that it's not important.
Okay.
Listen to me. I'm not saying that it's not important. I am not saying that it's not necessary.
Okay.
But for now, you don't need tree now. Okay, look at the environment. You talk about waste. Go around the street and look at how some of the waste have been there for a very long time. Nobody is taking them out.
But do you know, Mr. Chooks, practically it wouldn't take you anything to plant a tree. It wouldn't take you anything.
Yeah, it will not take me anything. It will not take me anything. But you see, there's something I find out about life.
Yeah.
If you have so many things that's bothering you, there are things you will not have time for.
Okay.
You know, for example, if I'm hungry, what I'll be thinking of now is how to get food. You have to come and start planting. When you're thinking about this, my head is hot. My head is start doing as you want to start.
That is why
I'm thinking for now.
That is why we should start taking it as a matter of priority. Because we don't see it as a matter of priority, and we make it feel like it's a secondary idea or something that we can do without. We should start making it a primary priority. That
like what you're doing now is to create awareness. Even if I'm not thinking about it now, with what you have said, I will start listening.
Yes.
And maybe sometimes as I'm talking now, other people are listening. But for now, let me tell you. Let me give you one example. Tree is all about environment, you know.
Yes.
Okay, look at Nigeria as a whole now. The level of gas flaring. Other countries that are producing this oil like us, they have moved on. We are still here pumping gas in the air. We are talking about trees, where we have something that is even more dangerous that we need to talk about. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. You understand?
Okay.
That's the area I'm looking at it. For now, we have not got to that level. Then we start seeing these things as something that we need to talk about so much that we need to start doing it by tomorrow morning.
Okay.
For now, we are not in that level because we are still talking about air pollution. The level of air pollution that some of these our companies, because when we say government are the ones that are supposed to regulate some of these operations.
Policies, yes.
They are not interested. What they are interested, they have to collect money. Because Nigerian government is hard to collect money, tax money, key money, tax money. That is what they think about. They don't think about the environment. So even me myself, they're thinking about the environment now. My effort will be little. It will be little somehow because the government is like a hard work, is like a father. The government is like a father. I know when a father is driving something, the force is usually more. You know, it's like in the house now. As a father, if I put law now, you find out the law will be more stronger.
All right.
Than someone else.
All right, Mr. Shooks, because of time, so other people can have their conversations given to. Thank you so much. 95.1 FM, and we lost the call. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Who's calling you from Port
Mr. Uche, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I don't know why we talk about the environmental pollution and issues and we begin to talk about individuals. Okay, let me give you an instance. Where you walk between artillery to Eleme Junction, Romodara, Air Force, will you see any bush?
No.
There's no bush. There's not even space for you to plant a tree as we are talking about. What we are talking. So what I have asked one sister station one day, I said, America's presence and UK presence is here. Many mining oil, all these oil companies, some of them are from there. Can you go to UK now and see gas flaring?
Okay.
Can you go to and see all those things? Let me tell you. Now, lastly, because I want to be concise and go out for other people to talk to us. What are the health policies of the government of the day and the past? What value do they have? So let me tell you, it is only God that has been helping us in this country. I now know that my mom was this what they call them? Oh, this auxiliary nurse. Yes. This woman congested our compound with trees. I was asking her then when I was much younger. Why are you planting all these things? That we said we are tired. We don't see space where we realize where we can put all this other like cassava, maize, and all the rest of them. This woman, you will see cashew nuts, orange, apple. So many. It is now that you people are talking about this planet.
Yeah, you remember it.
I now remember that this woman knew what she was doing. Because that one is in the village, it's not enough. You will see vast land. But come to township, where do you have space to plant these trees? It is the high time for government to have a regulatory body that monitor these people without compromising. You see gas flaring here and there, see fire. Go to Okrekas, we are talking nice. I see there is oil pumping in their waterways there. You will see soldiers, you will see police, they are carrying bunker up and down. Meanwhile, they say bunker is bad thing, fire is bad thing. So it's almost go to free station, it's what we are using. What are we talking about health hazard without putting these things on check for crying out loud? It is the responsibility of the government. It is not the common people, because in fact, why we exist, even as a people, is because of the government. I don't know why people every time we say, what are we common people doing? Then what is the existence of the government? Oh, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Now, it seems that the bulk of the responsibility still falls on the shoulders of the government. The indifferent approach as regards ending or mitigating these issues that contribute to greenhouse emissions and, gas flaring. It's just, I tend to wonder, years and years and years have gone by. They see these things happening, the health hazard it has on the community, the individuals, and yet again, we take it as a very trivial issue. It's nothing.
How does this even fall on the shoulders of the government? How is this a responsibility of the government for you to take care of your environment?
No. He was making mention of the gas flaring. The emission that happens. And do you know we lose trillions? I don't know the particular amount, but we lose trillions of naira, to gas flaring, which is something that we can just turn into a money-making revenue for the. When you think about these things, you know that something is wrong because we know what is right and we choose not to do what is right. But it's obviously stated that something is wrong because we know what is right. We choose not to do what is right.
Like we are just drawn to doing what is wrong.
Can you imagine? This gas is God. You can literally turn it into a money spinner for the country. Obviously, get a multinational company. If you're not sure of the one that can handle it in Nigeria, get someone outside. They convert this thing into electricity, convert it into power, into energy, and it serves the country. We can even export it, but rather no. Let's just keep burning it every day. No. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Marcos.
Yes, Mr. Shadrach.
Oh, Mr. Shadrach, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dave. Yeah, let me tell you, this three you're talking about, I would disagree with that. Because if you go to Abuja, if you go to Abuja, if you go to Abuja, have some good tree and some good tree, Abuja have some good flower. So if the leaders they don't have all those, that means they don't need it. You understand?
They don't need it. Are you sure they don't need it?
I don't know. Maybe the government doesn't need it now. Maybe the government of the doesn't need it. Because it goes to other states, they have most of them they have those talking about.
I know sometimes the governor has come out to emphasize on the importance of planting trees in River State. Governor Wiki has said it times without number.
Wow, I don't think that's so.
I've heard it personally.
I think it has to be like a law, enforced like law.
Don't you think it has to be a law? Probably a law.
No, not a law. Not a law. It's not a law. Why is Abuja? If you go to Lagos, they have it. Go to Abuja, they have it. You understand? So you can go to Abuja. Very nice. Very okay. Go to Metama. Go to Metama. Go to Sokro. That's very much okay. You understand?
Mr. Shadrach, you having this conversation with me, have you planted any in River State?
No.
Okay, see, that's where the problem is. Because it wouldn't take you anything. I mean, it's just an average mango seed or an orange seed that you drop into the ground. You're not going there to.
But actually, we have a minister that takes care of this. Understand that? So for you to come out, you want to do that. It must take information for maybe they give information because I give it to the contract. You don't do that. You understand? Being paid, not something of free, not something you come out. They want to do for free, not something of free. You understand?
All right.
For me.
All right. Thank you very much. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510-951. Now, when we talked about the fact that it might just want to be a law, I started laughing. Why? We have a very active governor.
Okay.
Once it's a law.
But Nigerians sometimes do not comply to instructions until it is a law, until there's a punishment.
Imagine if it's a law, you must plant a tree in front of your house.
You will begin to see these things. And something that is even for your own good, they have to enforce it before you begin to do it. We're just relaxed and, like I said, drawn towards doing things that are wrong, as it were.
And enjoying not correcting it.
Exactly. It just becomes a culture.
It becomes a normal thing when we live in abstract when we live in abstract reality. It's called abstract reality. You're emitting gases into the atmosphere every single years and years and years before now. And then there have been propositions. I know, because different companies have come. Probably.
There was a sometime like that in Lagos where during Fashola's tenure, and how that it was compulsory for you to plant a tree. Initially, people didn't take it seriously until there was a task force. I don't know why Nigerians. I don't know.
You have, and then when a task force comes out now, they say, Governor, we get it.
Oh my God.
But simple instruction, no. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello. All right. Cut up and ring there. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Yes. Good evening. I need you to speak loudly or louder. Can you raise your volume a little bit?
But when planting, you have to man the electric high tension wires.
Of course, you definitely will have to mind it.
So if you plant 5 hours,
all right, I'm not sure I could hear what you were saying there. Thank you for calling 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Honorable Chris or Chris?
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris.
Where are you? Are you in Abia State or in River State?
No, I'm back.
All right, go ahead.
Let me talk about we'll leave something that we need to do, work that are fixing us, and we are debating or talking and see this person when you want to keep money. That's what I see. You see, they will come with the one agenda how to make money. Who are you telling to plant? Is this the stranger who plant? For example, now in front of my landlady's house, I go and plant a mango. Who will allow you to? You need who allow you to pour water, ordinary water. They talk of to plant mango, another man's compound. You never hear that Oliver the Cook with song. That's the way no they plant flower. They never talk of flower. They never allow you to plant flower. They talk of mango. It's something they want to use as financial money. You know how much they are going to make.
I know you're always antagonizing when it comes to government issues, but like let's for example, Chris,
yes,
in your area,
yes,
haven't you observed any free space that a tree might make sense to be there?
It's good though. We like trees.
Have you not seen any available space to plant a tree in your area? You've seen.
There are many places. There are many spaces you can plant it. But you first, if they are looking for where the city will look nice, they should go to all those. Have you gone to Transamadi before? Look how that place is bush. Let them clean all those bush now. Grass is full everywhere. Come to land here, you see grass everywhere. Let them weed those things. If they are looking for a city to look beautiful. Sometimes I hear when they will say, we want to make River State a garden city with the bush. Look at the bush everywhere. Start something first. Do something. Make the city to look nice before. Is this flower or tree?
How do we make the city look nice when we ourselves contribute to destroying it?
Weed those grasses. In front of some of the bus stops, you still wear all this thing. Weed grass first. Go to Transamadi area, weed all those places. Not telling me to plant. Who will allow you to plant mango? You never see land in the house. They talk of where you plant it and they will cut it.
Wow.
You know, try to understand what I'm telling you.
Okay.
There's no space again. The land is nowhere again. We don't have land again here. We are talking about the little space that they will go to and convert to room and sell content. You are telling me to plant a mango. Yes. All right. Even Governor Wike, brothers will not even agree with law.
All
right.
allow
you to plant. They never allow us to plant flower in front of our
but you know the narrative is different though. Some people have the space within their compounds to plant it.
Here, unless the landlord, not tenant.
All right.
Tenant will plant flower.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. This man. You know, he always has one angle to come from. And it's quite good. You know, everybody has their own thoughts and opinions. That's why we have the program, Opinion Poll, where you get to air your views, your thoughts as regards things that happen in our environment. Give us your own thoughts, not another man's own. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951.
Hello, good evening. Hello.
I think the line, it's already affecting that line.
Almost back if you can.
Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Hello. Okay, I think the network is trying to mind the environment tonight.
All right, let's head straight to the text message portal. 0817 0000 951 or 0810 9510 951.
Okay, we have a message here. This one says, sorry, it's kind of delayed. I'm so surprised that our lawmakers who are supposed to have good laws that would have positive impact in the lives of Nigerians, like the PIB bill that have suffered for decades, yet they are busy making laws for cow. A question is, how do we arrive here? Chris from PH.
I'm not sure if that one.
I don't understand.
We have different Chris's. Another message?
No.
All right, let's take two more calls and then it's a wrap. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Pastor Isaiah George.
All the way from Buguma City.
in
All
Kalabala.
right, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, is Gloria there?
I am here. Good evening.
Yes, welcome. You see, we talk about environmental differences and how it could better our public space and bring beautification and coloration. You see, the problem we are having is that the governors of each state love beautification or they love politics more than beautification when it comes to environmental beautification like planting of trees and bringing what it really implies and gives out to the public. Like when you go to the West World, almost every family loves tree planting.
Okay.
And they put these things there, not just putting it, but they know what the value that it brings to the people right from the day you brought it in and how long it will stand to face the test of time. But yeah, the people who outside the shores of this country see all these things and they come, but they don't know the value it plays or the value it gives us to the people. Yeah. Rather, they play more, they put more value on political activities than all these things. That is why you can't see these things comes to bear. You understand, Dave?
Yeah.
You are just, we see you as a Western man living here in Africa. And we believe that you have been around the world and you see all these beautiful things. And most times I know that why you are bringing this thing closer to us, this program closer to us, why is it that these things that you saw while you were there are not closer to us as a people? Yeah. My brother is very appalling that.
All right.
And it's very mistaken that we have leaders who are not.
All right, because of time, Mr. Isaiah, because of time. Thank you.
For us to enjoy.
All right, thank you very much. We have to go now. Time is fast spent. We're trying to sort out the text message, WhatsApp messages because of the network couldn't work. So we have to go right now. It's been an amazing time doing the show with you throughout the week. Thank you so much, Gloria. Thank you so much. And this week, try as much as possible to do something for your environment. Okay.
You should also try.
Plant a tree. Do something.
I have a tree.
You have a tree. It's shrine.
In front of my house.
My name is Dave Roberts. You can follow me on Twitter, David_Melford. Go there. Please follow and like and comment, share. Let's be friends. And also on Instagram, Dave_Melford_Roberts.
And it is Gloria Cutty for me.
All right. Coming up shortly is the World News at 10. Stay tuned.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Dave Roberts. In the headlines, President Muhammadu Buhari meets with some northern governors in presidential villa in Abuja. House of Representatives vote out bill seeking to limit category of litigations that can be appealed at Supreme Court. Court clash claims 3 lives in Mile 1 Job, Port Harcourt as police tighten security. And on the foreign scene, man who set off pipe bomb during rush hour in New York subway station has been sentenced to life in prison. Now the details. President Muhammadu Buhari has held a meeting with some northern governors in the presidential villa at Abuja. Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, was also in the meeting. The governors were led by the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, Simon Lalong of Plateau State. Others in the delegation are governors Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi, Nasir El Rufai of Kaduna, Mai Malabuni of Yobe, Abubakar Bello of Niger, and Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State. The Senate has directed the Minister of Health, Osaige Ohanire, to put together a policy to compel all government hospitals to procure locally manufactured syringes. The Senate Committee on Health gave the minister a 6-week ultimatum to carry out the directive. The committee gave the directive during an interactive meeting with local manufacturers of pharmaceutical products, the Minister of Health and Trade and Investment, as well as the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. The committee is investigating the failure of the government agencies to implement the backward integration policy on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Members of the committee says it is alarming that despite the capacity of local manufacturers to meet the market demands, an estimated 1 billion units of syringes and needles are imported into the country per annum. The Senate heard earlier in April summoned the Minister of Health, Osaige Ehanire, Minister of Trade and Investment, Ni Adebayo, and the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, NAFDAC, Professor Mojishola Adeyeye, to appear before it over failure to implement the Backward Integration Policy, BIP, on local production of syringes 5 years after it was validated. Chairman, Senate Committee on Health, Ibrahim Olorigbe, at the investigative hearing took a swipe at NAFDAC for licensing companies in India and China to import syringes into the country. In the meantime, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has advocated the inclusion of provisions in the country's constitution to guarantee a society where both men and women could contribute to development. Gbajabiamila noted that doing so was the only way Nigeria could achieve the success it was desired, adding that women in particular should be free to pursue their highest aspirations and achieve their maximum potential. The speaker, who spoke in Abuja at the opening of a 2-day retreat on achieving gender equity in the Constitution review process, the event, an initiative of the Office of the Speaker and the House Committee on Women Affairs, was organized by a collaboration with the National Democratic Institute. The speaker stated that there was no better time to push for the protection of the rights of women than now that the National Assembly was reviewing the 1999 Constitution and the Electoral Act. Gbajabiamila assured women that the Ninth House, under his leadership, would act on the recommendations of the retreat. The House of Representatives has voted out a bill seeking to limit the category of litigations that can be appealed at the Supreme Court. The bill was to reduce the workload on the apex court, thereby fast-tracking justice delivery. Critics of the bill, however, argued that the proposed amendment of the Constitution could be counterproductive, as it might lead to justice denial to would-be litigants. At the plenary, the House considered for second reading a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 1999. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, First Alteration Act of 2010, and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Second Alteration Act 2010, to make appeals to the Supreme Court to be by leave in order to reduce workload on the court, expedite hearing and determination of appeals, and encourage efficiency and quality, and for related matters. Chairman of the House Committee on Judiciary, Onyofiok Luke, who sponsored the bill, said its objectives were to advance hearing and determination of both civil and criminal matters and appeals by the Supreme Court, eliminate unnecessary delay in justice delivery and administration by the Supreme Court, and advance justice dispensation and boost people's confidence in the judiciary. Luke further said that the proposed amendment will save litigants from unnecessary and avoidable cost, delays, and pain, encourage foreign investment and bolster economic development, stabilize the polity, and reduce the risk of citizens, residents, and investors resorting to self-help, and encourage sound decisions and grant the Supreme Court room to focus on its primary duty of legal policy formulations. The Minister of Defense, retired Major General Bashiru Magashi, has said the federal government knew that the killing of Chad's President Idris Deby was capable of causing security problems for Nigeria and other neighboring countries. Magashi said the government has therefore decided to beef up security at the country's borders to stop the flowing in of refugees. He spoke at the presidential villa in Abuja during the weekly briefing organized by the presidential communication team. Meanwhile, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi says some criminals are committing crimes under the guise of the indigenous people of Biafra, an Eastern Security Network in the southeast. Governor Umahi made the comment when he appeared on a television program. The governor urged the Southeast governors to rise against the ugly trend of attacks on security outfits, especially police stations in the region.
There are bandits everywhere. There are criminals everywhere. There are cultists everywhere. So what happens now in South is that criminals who may not necessarily be members of IPOP and the ESN, we go and commit crime and they needed the name. So it's safer for them to say, oh, we are members of ESN, we are members of IPOP. So that they vote the persecution of IPOP and ESN by the federal government, we cover them. That is what is happening in Southeast. Because the IPOP people and the ESN have a number of times come out to say, look, we are not, into terrorism. We are not into violence. We simply agitating. And these people that are burning police stations, these people that are killing, they are not our members. And so how do you reconcile the two? And that's what they claim. That's what they claim. They claim that, look, we are not into violence, we are not into terrorism, that people do this thing in their names. And we say, look, banditry is banditry, criminality is criminality. It doesn't matter the name they count. And so we confront that. And that is our position.
Governor Umahi also called on the Department of State Security Service and the Nigerian police to invite Nigerians to make unsubstantiated statements on social media to explain reasons for their comments. He said the comments are capable of inciting division and might eventually plunge the country into a crisis or lead to war.
We leaders will come out, in television, then we speak, indict other regions, we speak against other regions, we pick on, on the leader of the country and then castigate the leader of the country and all kinds of stuff. There's no patriotism at all. If you are making, unsubstantiated, statements in the social media, the police, the SSS, you should be invited to explain. And this is no politics. If you are making a statement in social media and you call it freedom of speech, you must come to the law to substantiate credit. But for the politicians who are making unguarded accusations and statements in social media, and then people outside the state who darken council without knowledge, we just cash on that and the emotion will rise. Never in the history of this country have we been so divided because of politics, because people want power by all means. And I wouldn't, advocate, for freedom of speech for somebody in the name of politics to plunge the country into crisis. I think there is a need for the leaders, politicians, to weigh their words and be able to defend whatever accusation or whatever information that they should to do.
Armed bandits have again invaded over 6 communities in Zamfara state, leaving at least 50 persons dead and others wounded. The bandits carried out the attacks in more than 6 communities in Mangami ward of Gaswa local government area and Maru local government area of Zamfara state. Those killed are mostly members of the local vigilante group known as Yansake, keeping watch over their communities. The bandits stormed the communities and started shooting sporadically in the air to scare the locals before unleashing the mayhem. Members of the vigilante group who attempted to resist the attack were overpowered by the criminals. Now, according to reports, the exact figures of casualties cannot be ascertained as at the time of filing this report, but locals said at least 50 persons were killed during the simultaneous attacks. Similarly, bandits suspected to be kidnappers have abducted 2 nurses in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of today, comes barely 24 hours after several students were abducted and 1 person killed during an attack on Greenfield University along the Kaduna-Abuja Highway in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. The chairman of the Kaujaru local government area, Kafar Kaino, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, said the bandits stormed the general hospital through the fence with deadly weapons and started shooting sporadically within the hospital premises. He explained that 2 nurses who were on the night duty were taken away by the bandits. The chairman also said that the plans were underway to boost security in the hospital and environs to avoid a future occurrence of such an attack. A group of ex-militant leaders under the auspices of the Niger Delta Movement for Development has taken a swipe at Ebi Kabowe Victor Ben, popularly known as Boy Loaf, for his recent attacks against the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Victor Matthew, who is the convener of the group, described this comment by Boy Loaf against the former Akwa Ibom State Governor as a tissue of lies, saying that Boy Loaf is allegedly being sponsored by enemies of the region to pull down the minister. Matthew said Boy Loaf should have addressed his personal problems with Akpabio instead of allowing himself to be used by some persons, maintaining that Akpabio's insistence to pursuing the completion of abandoned projects, critical projects in the region, has pitched Boy Love, who rather wants him to share the money. Matthew, in a statement circulated in the media, said Akpabio's towering performances had become a nightmare for some persons who had recruited the likes of Boy Love to tarnish his image, saying that the sin of Akpabio was his refusal to share the money meant for the developmental project of the Niger Delta region. The statement said the section of East-West Road is almost completed by Akpabio's administration and has completed the NDDC headquarters, which was abandoned for 25 years, just as he recalled how Boy Love's brother from Bayelsa State, Professor Kemi Poinde, was given an opportunity by Akpabio to head the NDDC. The ex-militant leader further asked Boy Love to tender his unreserved apology to Akpabio for associating the minister with tribalism and claiming that his ministry and the NDDC had become an extension of Akwa Ibom Government House. Traditional leaders and members of the Council of Chiefs in Rundili community in Emoha local government area of River State have broken silence over this insecurity in the community and have identified factors responsible for the insecurity in the area. Rundile community is one of the communities worst hit by insecurity arising from cultist activities, kidnapping, and armed robbery, especially within the axis of the East-West Road before the introduction of Rundile Security Peace and Advisory Committee ROSPAC. The traditional rulers and chiefs in a media conference in Port Harcourt said despite their efforts in assisting security agencies in curbing insecurity in the area, they still suffer humiliation and harassment from the police. The leader of the traditional rulers and chiefs of Rundile, His Royal Highness Eze Gideon Omodu, who read out the positions of the people, called the attention of the River State government and security agencies to be aware of the alleged nefarious activities of one great Ogbago Owo, who he said has been responsible for the arrest and harassment of the traditional rulers and notable sons and daughters of Rundile.
Nigeria and the world at large to the nefarious activities of one great Ogbago Owo. He is a security risk to Rundile, Rivers State, and Nigeria. To request the Nigerian police to arrest and charge him for false information. Since he has no fixed address here in Nigeria and abroad, the Nigerian police through Interpol should cause his arrest and repatriation to Nigeria to face the criminal charges against him. To prevail on the Inspector General of Police to stop the arrest and harassment of Rundile traditional rulers and his eminent sons who have restored peace and security in Rundile and the daily access of the East-West Road for commuters who ply the road.
Speaking in an interview with our correspondent, Uchendu Jowo, the former secretary to Old River State government, Oha Samson Agbaru, said insecurity will stop when government starts marching action with words.
I know that as you see today, in all the media in Nigeria, or even when you open up any television or something, what we will see is insecurity. Who are the people causing this insecurity? Bad people who have nowhere other than to cause problem. They are the people causing problem. If they are fighting security agents, any time you open the television, the first thing you will hear is insecurity all over.
Heavy traffic has been reported along Mile 1 and Mile 3 axis of Ikere Road in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State, following a road blockage within Mile 1 and Mile 3 police stations. Our correspondent understands that the blockage may not be unconnected to the cold clash that led to the death of 3 persons in Sangana Street in Mile 1 Dube, Port Harcourt. A police detective at the Mile 1 division who hinted our correspondent confirmed the death of 3 persons from the cold clash, adding that 2 persons have been arrested in connection to the incident. The police officer also told our correspondent that the move is part of efforts to tighten the security against external forces following recent attacks in the Boyin State and attack on police headquarters, Asaba Delta State. You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
You're welcome back. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 20 minutes gone past the hour of 10. As the world marks World Health Earth Day today, an environmental rights activist, Dom Sal Aminikbo, has called for the end to gas flaring in the Niger Delta region. Aminikbo, who spoke to our correspondent Priyo Zogo, lamented on the continuous environmental hazards caused by oil multinational companies and artisanal refining in the region. The environmental activists advised the government and oil multinationals to convert the flare gas to electricity use.
But the issue of gas flaring, I really feel the government has not been tough enough, on the offenders, because if they are tough enough on them, they'll find a way. If they are tough enough on the offenders, they will know that they can actually use the gas being flared, to provide electricity for those in the nearby community, or they will actually find a way to divert the gas so that it's so that what it should be. But then when you give them petty changes, infinitesimal changes, little things, and then make them look like, oh, they've paid the fine, they'll look at it and say, okay, what's the cost of this flare? What's the cost of this fine? And they flare knowing that the fine they will pay does not really affect their business. It does not really make them lose much. But then since the punishment is not much, they can always do it. There's little for them to pay. There's little for them to suffer if they keep flaring gas.
Our correspondent reports that the theme on the World Earth Day today is Restore Our Earth. The monthly sanitation exercise earlier scheduled to hold across the state on Saturday, April 24th, 2021, has been cancelled. This was contained in a statement by the sole administrator, River State Waste Management Agency, RWAMA, Felix Oboa, urging residents and those doing businesses in the state to sustain the healthy habit of keeping their surroundings clean. Oboa further urged them to observe the dumping hours of 6 p.m. to 12 midnight daily and ensure all waste are dumped at RWAMA-approved receptacles only. He said it will be wrong for residents and people doing business in Port Harcourt, the state capital, and its environs to dump their waste indiscriminately and flout sanitation laws, warning that sanitation marshals are still on duty and will arrest anyone seen to flout the sanitation rules. He re-emphasized that any landlord or shop owner that allows the frontage of his house or shop to be littered with waste will be arrested and prosecuted. And on the foreign scene, an author of Islamic books in Algeria has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for offending the religion. Said J. Jakablere said he was surprised by the severity of the sentence he had been given and would appeal. He was tried after 7 lawyers and fellow academic lodged complaints against him for disrespecting Islam. He said that animal sacrifices during Muslim festival of Eid was based on pre-Islamic pagan rituals. He also suggested that parts of the Quran, such as the story of Noah's Ark, might not be literally true and criticized practices, including the marriage of young girls in some Islam society. Muslims believe in slaughtering an animal during the annual Eid al-Adha festival to remember Prophet Ibrahim's willingness to sacrifice his son Ismail when God ordered him to do so. A man who set off a pipe bomb during rush hour in New York subway station has been sentenced to life in prison. 31-year-old Akayad Ullah donated a bomb in Times Square station, which is the busiest New York City, on 11 December 2017. He later claimed that he had only wanted to kill himself and was not acting on behalf of Islamic State Group. U.S. Circuit Judge Richard Sullivan described the attack as a barbaric and heinous crime. The pipe bomb was made from materials obtained from a nearby construction site where Ullah had been working as an electrician. And in sports, Manchester United fans breached security at their club's training ground as they protested against the Glazer family for the owner's role in the failed European Super League plot. United manager Ola Solskjaer was forced to speak to 20 supporters after they blocked both entrances to Carrington headquarters. The protesters displayed banners that read 51% MUFC 20. We decide when you play, and Glazer out. United have been under an American family ownership since they completed their controversial takeover in 2005. The Glazers have never been liked by United fans, but their reputation sank to a new low after their leading role in attempting to launch the European Super League. On entertainment, an actor, Olarewaju James, popularly known as Baba Ijesha, has been arrested by the Lagos State Police Command for allegedly defiling a minor. The Lagos Police made this known in a statement by its public relations officer, Olumoyiwa Adejobi. According to the police, this case was reported on the 19th of April 2021 by one Princess Adekaya at Sabo Police Station and transferred to the gender unit of the state CID Panti Yaba, Lagos for proper investigation. And now to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. President Muhammadu Buhari has met with some northern governors in the presidential villa at Abuja. House of Representatives has voted out a bill seeking to limit the category of litigations that can be appealed at the Supreme Court. Cold clashes claimed 3 lives in Mile 1 Job, Port Harcourt, as police has tightened security in the area. And on the foreign scene, we told you that the man who set off a pipe bomb during rush hour in New York subway station has been sentenced to life in prison. And that was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Undukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Dave Roberts. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
There's no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asha Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was.
Annie must announce my name before you go here. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives has met.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Unipua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he is holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you say you're a slave,
let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian constitution.
You spot the difference now?
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt's Voice of the People, and it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I am Buchi Rafwa. In the headlines, Chad reopens borders after President Idris Deby's death. Russia's President Vladimir Putin warns Western claims Belarus coup plots. Indonesian submarine goes missing north of Bali. An oxygen leak leaves 22 COVID-19 patients dead in India. Now the news in detail. Chad has reopened its borders a day after shutting them following the death in combat of long-time ruler Idris Deby. Also, a 9-time curfew has been slightly relaxed and would now start from 2000 instead of 1800. The late president's son, Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, also known as General Kaka, has been appointed to lead the country. He was in charge of the presidential guard before the killing of his father by rebel group FACT. But opposition politicians in Chad have rejected the army's appointment of Itno to take over in the wake of his father's death. And in Ethiopia, mass protests have been reported in at least 7 towns in Ethiopia's Amhara region, including the capital Bahir Dar, calling for an end to killings targeting the Amhara people. The demonstration comes after 2 towns were destroyed and thousands of people displaced in a series of ethnic attacks. The attack occurred in the eastern part of Amhara region, where a majority of Amhara people reside alongside a minority Oromo people. The regional government accused the rebel group OLF Shen, but the group dismissed the accusations. At least 4 districts were targeted and chaos lasted for 5 days. The World Health Organization has welcomed the Gambia's elimination of trachoma as a public health threat, saying it will save families, including children from blindness. Health workers have been urged to closely monitor the trend to sustain the gains. Trachoma is caused by the chlamydia bacteria and it's spread from person to person by contaminated fingers, flies, and towels. If untreated, the eyelids become chronically inflamed, and this in turn can eventually lead to blindness. According to WHO, trachoma remains endemic in 29 countries on the African continent. The Gambia eliminated trachoma after a network of eye units was set up across the country with the help of non-governmental organizations, and thousands of volunteers went door to door to find people with the disease. Now, away from Africa to the rest of the world. In the United States, President Joe Biden has said the conviction of a former police officer in the killing of George Floyd could be a giant step forward in the march towards justice in America. But the U.S. president, who warned that the country will not relent in its efforts for justice, described such a verdict as much too rare. It could be recalled how a white officer identified as Derek Chauvin was filmed kneeling on the African-American Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes, sparking mass protests against racism. He was found guilty of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. Vice President Kamala Harris urged lawmakers to pass the George Floyd bill aimed at reforming policing in the U.S. Still in the U.S., a federal investigation has been launched into policing practices in the city of Minneapolis after one of its former officers was convicted of the murder of George Floyd. Attorney General Merrick Garland said the Justice Department will look at whether there has been a pattern of unconstitutional or unlawful policing in the city. This follows a national outrage over the killing of Floyd by Derek Chauvin. In Mexico, suspected criminals have used drones to drop explosives on police officials, injuring at least 2 of them. Officials think the powerful Jalisco New Generation cartel is behind the attack in the western state of Michoacan. The drones are thought to be the latest weapons in a deadly war between the drugs cartel and the security forces and vigilantes opposed to them. It is believed they were rigged in a similar way to the previous 2 drones that were found in the car boats of suspected cartel members. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned the West not to cross what he described as a red line with Russia and condemned what he called a coup plot against Belarus. The warning came in his annual State of the Nation's address amid heightened tension with the West over Ukraine and has jailed critic Alexei Navalny. Putin backs Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, who faces huge opposition. Earlier this month, Belarusian authorities announced that they had filed a U.S.-backed plot to assassinate President Lukashenko. But Russia's Federal Security Service said it had detained 2 Belarusians allegedly involved in the plot. The coup claim was dismissed by the exiled Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana as a provocation. There have been massive demonstrations in support of her since Lukashenko claimed re-election last year in a vote widely condemned as rigged. President Putin said Russia wanted good relations with all countries, but there were constant attempts by Western powers to pick on Russia. Russia backs the separatists holding a swath of eastern Ukraine, and its maneuver have fueled fears of a new Russian military intervention. An Indonesian Navy submarine has gone missing with 53 people on board. Officials said the submarine was conducting a drill north of the island of Bali earlier today, but it failed to report back and contact was lost. Indonesia's military chief said warships had been dispatched to find the KRI Nanggala 402 vessel. The German-made submarine is thought to have disappeared in waters about 60 miles off the coast of Bali. Some reports say contact was lost after the submarine had been given clearance to dive into deeper waters. A Navy spokesman said this is the first time Indonesia has lost one of its submarines. And in India, at least 22 COVID-19 patients have died in a hospital in India after they lost oxygen supply due to a leak. The incident occurred earlier today while an oxygen tanker was refilling a storage tank at the Zakir Hussain Hospital in Nashik city. Officials said the patients died because there was no oxygen flowing into the ventilators for about 30 minutes. The hospital was said to have called in tankers after it began to run out of oxygen, as hospitals across the country are struggling to keep oxygen supply going on amid soaring demand. India is in the middle of a deadly second wave of infections, recently reporting more than 200,000 cases daily. The surge has overwhelmed the country's hospital, creating a shortage of not just oxygen, but also beds and life-saving drugs. And that story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Stella Sasungo of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the major stories that made the headlines. Chad has reopened its borders after the death of President Idris Deby, and Russia's President Vladimir Putin has warned the West and has claimed Belarus coup plots. We also told you that in Indonesia, a submarine has gone missing from north of Bali. And you also heard that the oxygen leak has left 22 COVID-19 patients dead in India. It's the same time tomorrow. To have a lovely evening.
BBC World Service at 15 hours, Greenwich Mean Time. This is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa. Today, what really happened in the death of President Idris Deby of Chad, and what are the regional implications? We speak to Nigeria's foreign minister.
We absolutely would want to see a stable Chad and going to make every effort to ensure the stability of that country.
Also, who is Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, the new leader? Plus, what does the verdict in the trial of Derek Chauvin tell us about race relations in America?
And in the sport with me, Nick Cavill, the proposed European Super League is left with just 3 teams. And Zambia's women's footballers are given a tough draw for their Olympic debut.
That and more today in Focus on the BBC. Good afternoon or good evening wherever you are. This is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service on a day of patchy sunshine and gentle breezes in London. And we focus first on Chad today, where it's 16:06 local time and where it's day 1 after the news of the death of President Idris Deby broke. Opposition politicians have rejected the army's appointment of the president's 37-year-old son, Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, also known as General Kaka, to take over. The official line is that late President Deby, who was 68 and been in power for 3 decades, died after being shot as he battled rebels on the front line. Here are voices from N'Djamena on events to do with the transfer of power.
I am not pleased with the way Idris Deby died. That's not what we wished for him. But we wanted him to leave power. He made us suffer a lot. There is no women's rights in Chad. Until today, he did nothing for us we can hold on to. It's a struggle as a housewife. Despite having diplomas, there is nothing I can do with it. Corruption is everywhere.
No one wishes for someone's death in life. It is a shock, but we needed change. By change, we didn't mean his son or any military. We have enough of the military saying they're going to stay for 18 months. France is not serious after this transition that they'll be maintained. It hurts. There's no change. It's the same things again.
We are in shock because he was a president who at least did something for Chad. What we are hoping for in the coming days is peace amongst the children of Chad. Because when Deby was alive, there was division. We don't want it to persist.
We don't need war or the destruction of our goods. We are already lagging behind. All we want is change and peace. We don't need to be killing each other.
And those are voices from residents of N'Djamena. Well, meanwhile, rebel groups battling the government have also objected to the appointment of the late president's son, saying, quote, Chad is not a monarchy, end quote. So let's tie up the loose ends with the latest from the capital, N'Djamena, and the journalist Mahamat Adamu.
People are really worried, and they're worried in 2 fronts, because the first front is the rebels that announced that they were resuming the advance towards N'Djamena, even though they said by decency they will wait till Idris Deby is buried, which the funerals are scheduled for Friday, and he'll be buried in his hometown of Amjaras in the east. But this is not reassurance, which means that once he is buried, hostilities will resume. Another news is that the main Confederation of Trade Union has rejected the military council and just called for a strike.
So with all the opposition cries against what the military has done in the last 24 to 48 hours, are we beginning to see signs that the military are conceding to some concessions, do you think?
They are not conceding at all. First of all, they've created this military transition council. that the opposition and civil society and now trade union deemed unconstitutional, because the constitution provides that the president of the National Assembly should take over in case of the president's death. And the transition is there for 18 months, another item of concern, because 18 months is really long. Civil society, opposition, and the opposition are calling for a transition led by civilians that will lead to elections.
And clearly, General Kaka is not alone. He's surrounded himself with military men who are advising him. Who are those people?
The members of the council are mainly generals very close to the late President Idris Deby. Most of them are from his same ethnic group. So people see that just as a continuation of the old regime.
But is there also a ray of hope in the sense that the Chadian constitution stipulates that the president has to be 45 years or older to assume office, and given that General Kaka is only 37, that in fact in 18 months' time he would have to relinquish power?
That's what people pointed at on social media, saying that, well, they forbid Succès Masra, who doesn't have the legal age to run for office, but now they're taking a younger person. But the fact is that they suspended the constitution and they dissolved the National Assembly. They issued a transitional charter that in effect replaces the constitution.
And that's the journalist Muhammad Adamu speaking to me from the Chadian capital in N'Djamena. Well, for a wider look at the security and regional impact of the demise of Idris Deby and the implications for democracy in Chad, I've been speaking to Nigeria's Foreign Minister Geoffrey Onyeama, and he first gave me his reaction to the death of Idris Deby.
Complete shock. Last Friday, we were together with him, Brazzaville, Congo, for the inauguration of the president, his swearing in. So 3 days later, to hear that he's died was a huge, huge shock.
Now, his impact on ECOWAS and the African Union, as you stated in your press release, was huge. What are the ramifications of his demise?
Well, the first thing is that we absolutely would want to see a stable Chad, So we're hopeful and going to make every effort to ensure the stability of that country. Of course, it's a country that we share a border with, and of course the role that he and Chad have played in the fight against terrorism, not just the West African sub-region, but Central Africa as well, and right up to East Africa, has been phenomenal. And he has been a linchpin in that whole response to terrorism. We have to ensure that that his country continues to play the very important role it is playing, and he himself led from the front. So of course his absence is going to have a huge impact.
Yeah, you talked about the desirability for a stable Chad, and I just wonder, with what is happening at the moment, with the military in effect taking over by virtue of his son, how worried are you for the stability going forward of Chad?
We don't want a vacuum. We don't want a power vacuum. So I think that the first steps have ensured, and we're seeing that at the moment, there is that level of stability and continuity.
Are you worried about the non-democratic element of that stability?
Well, you see, the important thing is the vacuum. It was just important. It's extremely important not to allow a vacuum to be created. So we think that constitutional order hopefully will be restored, and the leadership that is already in existence, have assured that. So that there isn't such a huge level of concern. We think that in the balance of things at the moment, the stability and continuity is the most important.
So let me just put you on the point, on the spot, Mr. Onyeama. Are you therefore saying to me then that you're more concerned about closing that vacuum rather than following, for example, the Constitution, which clearly states that the vice president takes over the levers of power when the president is no longer able?
No, what we're saying is that there's a situation that has occurred that nobody foresaw, has taken everybody by surprise, and the very first steps that needed to be taken was to fill the vacuum, the void. And then the rest can now be discussed. So it's not a question of preference of one over the other, but it's a question of, progressing systematically.
And what does the demise of Deby then do for your efforts? Because Chad was part of the multinational joint task force in the Lake Chad Basin Commission that took the fight to Boko Haram.
It's a huge loss. I mean, it's a huge loss. There's no other way that one can put it. It's going to have a huge impact, on the fight against terrorism. It has happened, unfortunately, and we just have to, minimize the negative impact of his passing.
Is there a bigger issue here to do with the perception of countries like yours on democracy in the region? And I say that to say this. I mean, needless to say, Mr. Deby was a good ally of Nigeria, but he'd been in power for 31 years. Now, how do you democratically justify that?
Angela Merkel has been in power in Germany for, I think, 20 years or something, or maybe a bit less. They're not mutually exclusive. In other words, the length of stay of a leader and the system of government. I mean, you can have a very popular, leader, and the system could be also democratic. They had elections, which he won, and the observers that went there said that they were fair elections and free elections. So I think that the length of time that he served does not necessarily mean that the system of democracy is absent or flawed.
So you obviously then support the accession to power of his son. Have you been in contact with him?
No, there's no question of supporting the accession to power of anybody, of his son or anything like that.
Well, that's the reality of what's happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, they obviously came together and decided, in the short term, they needed, as I said, to fill this vacuum, which they have done. Because you see, look, you look at Libya to the north of Chad. You had, a ruler that's been there for a long period of time, and he was taken out of the situation. And and look at what's happening, destabilized the whole region, so that's exactly what happens when you have that kind of a vacuum. So it's absolutely important that we don't have a repeat of what has happened in Libya. Democracy or no democracy, what can you say about Libya? And look at the impact that it's having on the whole of West Africa, the whole of the Sahel, right up to East Africa.
And I wonder, are you going to be calling for the institution of fresh elections then, as civil society in Chad have been clamoring for? Is that going to be part of your dialogue with the Chadian authorities?
Yes, absolutely. Everything has its time. Everything has its time. The first thing we need to do, there's an insurgency in Chad, from different directions. You have them coming from the north, out of Libya. You have, of course, Boko Haram, in the south. It's a dire situation. So we need to ensure the security of Chad. We don't want Chad to be a failed state, ravaged by different factions. So we need a strong center in the country, and then we will move on from there. We saw in Mali, recently, there was a coup d'etat. Everybody was against that. ECOWAS quickly moved and worked with the authorities to put in place democratic transition process. So, and we've seen from their first statement that the leadership in Chad also have this in mind, to put in place a process leading to democratic governance.
And I was talking there to Jeffrey Onyama, Nigeria's foreign minister. This is Focus on Africa in the World Service of the BBC with me, Esau Williams. It's coming up to 15:20 Greenwich Mean Time, and with a roundup of other stories making news from across Africa, here is Paul Bachibinga.
Thank you, Esau. Gunmen in Nigeria have abducted a number of students and killed a member of staff during a raid on a university in the northern state of Kaduna. A police spokesperson said that many people had been kidnapped from their dormitories, including male and female students. The exact number is still not clear. Meanwhile, the government of South Sudan has announced the official reopening of all learning institutions in the country after being closed for over a year due to the COVID pandemic. Nicola Mandil reports from Juba.
The decision was made during the ongoing educational review conference taking place in the capital Juba under the theme Safe Reopening of Schools During COVID-19 Pandemic. Health authorities and education partners agreed that it was safe for schools and universities to reopen as the country is witnessing a significant decline in cases of COVID-19. Learning institutions in the country were closed down in March last year as a measure to control the spread of coronavirus, but candidates of primary 8 and senior 4 were allowed to resume classes in October to prepare for national examinations.
Reports from Angola say torrential rains wreaked havoc in the capital Luanda on Monday, leaving at least 14 people dead and 8,000 homeless. According to a spokesperson of the province's civil defense and fire services, the deaths were due to electrocution and collapsing walls falling on people. A mother and her 1-year-old child were reportedly swept away by the waters. Heavy rain and thunderstorms are forecast until Wednesday. And the High Court in Ghana has granted bail to a social media star, Rosamond Brown, also known as Akwampimpolo. She was jailed for 90 days after pleading guilty to charges including publishing obscene materials. Last June, she published nude pictures of herself in front of her 7-year-old son on his birthday. This led to a complaint from a child rights organization. Her bail is for $13,000 with 2 sureties. Iso.
Paul Bachibinga, many thanks indeed for that roundup. And time now for this afternoon's sporting headlines. And I'm joined by good old Nick Cavell. Nick, hi.
Hi, thanks very much indeed. You saw, yes, the proposed European Super League. Well, that's collapsed before a ball's even been kicked. So far today, we've had the Spanish side, Atletico Madrid, and the Italian duo of AC and Inter Milan. They've pulled out along with the 6 English Premier League sides who withdrew yesterday evening. So for the time being, that leaves just, well, Juventus, Barcelona and Real Madrid, who have not formally ended their interest in the proposal. Now, away from that ESL fallout, we've had the draw for the football tournaments at the Tokyo Olympics. They've been held today. In the women's event, the debutantes for Africa, that's Zambia, well, they've been given a pretty tough draw. They're going to have to face the 8-time Asian champions, that's China, Brazil. They were 4th at the Olympics on home soil in 2016, and the Netherlands. They are currently ranked number 3 in the world at the moment. In the men's tournament, the African champions, Egypt, they've got Spain, Argentina and Australia. South Africa, they play the hosts, Japan, Mexico and France. While Ivory Coast, well, they've got the defending champions, Brazil, as well as a tough-looking side in Germany, as well as Saudi Arabia. We'll have more on all those stories a bit later as well, Esau. Thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed, Nick Cavell with the sport. I can't breathe, the dying words of George Floyd, which reverberated around the world. Now, the police officer who knelt on his neck for more than 9 minutes has been found guilty of murder. Derek Chauvin will be sentenced later. It's highly unusual for a police officer in the United States to be convicted after killing someone in the line of duty. George Floyd's death sparked protests in the United States and around the world. And speaking after the verdict, his brother, Philonise Floyd, said the eyes of the world had been on the trial.
Reverend Al always told me, we got to keep fighting.
That's right.
I'm going to put up a fight every day because I'm not just fighting for George anymore. I'm fighting for everybody around this world.
Yeah.
I get calls, I get DMs, people from Brazil, from Ghana, from Germany, everybody, London, Italy, they're all saying the same thing. We won't be able to breathe until you're able to breathe.
That's right.
Today, we are able to breathe again.
The words there of Philonise Floyd, the brother of George Floyd. Well, Nelima Sitati Munene is from Kenya and Executive Director of the African Center Education and Resource Incorporated, which is an organization concerned with issues that impact the African immigrant and other communities in Minnesota, where the killing of George Floyd took place. She's been giving me her thoughts on the verdict in the trial of Derek Chauvin.
My reaction is one of relief, very thankful and grateful that our community and especially his family, have seen justice served. I think, as people can remember, this was a big push from community and from activists who have been working for a long time to highlight the injustices that are going on, especially around issues of police brutality in Minneapolis, in Minnesota.
Indeed, and Nelima, you talk a lot about community. I just wonder what the feeling is among the African immigrant community in Minnesota today.
Well, the African immigrant community, of course, we are very delighted with the verdict as Black people living in Minnesota. Even though we're immigrants, we definitely stand in the struggle with our fellow African American brothers and sisters. Black immigrants in Minnesota are, equally racially profiled just because of the color of our skins. We have a lot of personal lived experience, of just being pulled over for driving while Black, being discriminated just on the basis of our race.
Indeed, and I wonder what the African community, I know you talk about feeling a sense of solidarity with your African American brothers and sisters, but also, are you at a more exposed level, given the fact that, as you say, you could be pulled over for driving while Black, but also when they look at your driving license and they notice a foreign name, do you get more profiling? Do you get more sort of discrimination there?
Minnesota is one of those states, that passed legislation around actually not even giving driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants, and not just undocumented immigrants. Even if you're documented and your status expires and you're in the process of renewing, the state of Minnesota a few years back also voted to actually, single out immigrants, even though you're documented, it's indicated on your driver's license that the police should check on your status. And so that has made Black immigrants to be more susceptible to immigration detention, even though Black immigrants are most likely to be documented.
The verdict against Derek Chauvin, what does that tell us, watching from the outside inwards, on the state of race relations in America today?
I think it clearly tells us that what the Black community in America has been saying for a very long time is true, even though for the longest time people have doubted and questioned and made excuses, for the excessive force, the police brutality that has been meted against the Black community. The key difference in this case is that this incident was actually recorded by a civilian. Honestly, I just shiver to think about what if the young lady was not brave enough to record this incident.
You've got another huge trial coming up in Minnesota, the trial for the death of Daunte Wright. How much of an impact is that going to have on race relations where you are?
Oh, absolutely. And actually, Daunte Wright, I live in the same community where the Daunte Wright murder occurred. I have a son who is about the same age as Daunte Wright. He has driven on that same street several times. And, as community, we're continuing to advocate for the Wright County attorney to press the right charges. I think right now the charges that have been put forth are second-degree manslaughter, and the community is saying that is not enough.
You just mentioned you have a son, same age as Daunte Wright. Have you had what's called the talk with him? And how does that make you feel as a mother, having to tell your son how to behave when he encounters the police?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, yes, my son is 22 years old. So, it's a conversation you really start having with your kids as a Black mother from when they're really, 9 years old, right? That they could, for whatever reason, be deemed as a threat. My son is in college. He goes to the University of Minnesota. I have to call and check on him every night